epistemically. So why are we even talking about it? All right. So
Well,
then falsifiable concept.
There's a ton of reason to dismiss arguments in philosophy, like everything is circular.
Hang on, Lael, hang on. But if you're talking about theism, like the classical understanding of theism, you're talking about an agent that created everything and directly interacts with the world. Okay? Now, if it is interacting with the world, a way that we could understand that it exists is we could be able to detect its specific interactions and how they are different from natural processes, okay? So like, for example, if the wind blows and it hits a rock a certain way, the rock falls down the hill, that's a natural process. The god did not do that. But if the god does interact with it, obviously it would be a way to detect it so we could discern it from a natural process, which would be an indirect indicator that the god exists. Not a direct indicator, but an indirect.
How would we go about proving that?
Okay, so then we have to determine what exactly is a God interaction. What are we looking for? Well, we have access to the universe. We have access to the earth. We have access to phenomena around us. By what mechanism can we differentiate between a God action and a natural action in order to determine that there's a God actually there that we can indirectly determine that the God's there and is interacting with the universe? Well, this is where we get into the difficulties of this. Some people would call it a miracle. But the problem is, what exactly is a miracle? What does that category entail? Is it a phenomena that legitimately breaks the laws of reality? If it is, then there's no record of any such thing. There's no established record of anything. There's stories, but there's no historically confirmed event of that happening. If it's just a super rare event, well, rarity doesn't equal supernatural, and it could just be a rare event that requires very specific conditions. Okay, so that doesn't really jump the gap. If it's just a rare event that benefits you, and that's why you see it as miraculous, well, then that's a frame of reference problem. Because
you're going for a long time.
Bro, you gotta wrap it up. You can't just hog the mic for 10 minutes, bro.
I don't care about your short. I don't care about your short.
Bro, listen, I don't care. Listen, I'm modding, dude. I'm modding. Bro, I'm modding. You can't just hog the mic and dominate the server like you did every single day since you've been here. You're not doing that, dude. You're not doing it, bro.
I'm covering the spread, okay?
Bro, you gotta wrap it up, dude. You can't keep monologuing for 10 minutes, dude.
Yeah, it's not.
You gotta let others talk, dude. Come on.
So, to finish what I was saying...
Chill, dude. Chill, bro. Chill.
To finish what I was saying...
You keep talking, dude.
Hold on, let him wrap it up and I'll respond.
To finish what I was saying, and the third option there is that it's a rare event that is beneficial to you. But then that becomes a frame of reference problem because something that's beneficial to you is not necessarily beneficial to someone else. So is it a miracle to them?
Dude, he's talking about reference frames, bro. Are you serious right now?
Shut up, Lion.
Hilarious.
So, are you serious?
My thing is true. I disagree.
I disagree.
So the problem you're with...
Warren, we're going to let somebody else talk now.
Okay, hang on.
Warren, I disagree with your premise that would be a required requirement in order to prove God. I just disagree entirely. And the reason being is that when you're talking about a being that's higher than you, you obviously wouldn't have there could be another reason or another way to prove the evidence of it that we're not aware of yet. But then for you to just cling on to this one thing and be like, this is the only way I'll believe, that's perfectly fine. You can hold that position, but that is your opinion, just so you know. That is not because what you did. That is not a logical argument. It is not logical.
It's not my opinion. What you just did is an appeal to magic and mystery.
No, it's a logic. Okay, that's fine, because if you're granting the God world, magic and mystery would be a part of it, dude. So if you're granting the world that God exists in, then it would be magic and mystery. So then you just debunked yourself because you're looking for evidence of something that's based on your opinion of what would be sufficient evidence for you specifically.
No, that's not what I'm talking about at all.
Yeah, it's not. It doesn't logically follow that there has to be empirical proof for the supernatural. It doesn't logically follow.
No, there has to be a source for it, though, right?
Yeah. Okay, well, we could go for the indirect proofs of God if you like.
That's what I was talking about.
I agree with you that as you're a non-believer, you don't think this is complex. It's not a convincing argument to you. So I get that. But the problem is your worldview can be reduced to absurdity, and I will attempt to do that right here. And what I will show you is basically, because you are willing to engage in debate, you're presupposing the laws of logic.
No,
right?
I'm not.
And yes, you are, because otherwise you cannot enter into debate. You have to grant the laws of logic to enter into debate, because it is a logical thing that minds are going to agree with.
Well, you're wrong, because you're familiar with what recursive outcomes are, right?
No,
and that I hold to regulatory theory, not necessitarianism.
I'm not aware. I'm not aware. Go ahead.
Do you know the difference between necessitarianism and regulatory theory, or what is basically what is referred to as Humeanism and anti-Humeanism?
Yeah. I know about Hume. Yeah.
No. Are you familiar with Humeanism and anti-Humeanism?
Well, like necessitarianism or whatever you're saying sounds like you would need like a cause and effect, and normal whatever seems like you don't have any. You don't need any of that.
No, that's not what that's talking about. Okay, so necessitarianism versus regulatory theory. One is
here we go.
Well, I'm trying to explain it to him. We can't have the conversation if he doesn't understand what I'm talking about.
Go ahead and explain it. Just try to do it as quickly as you.
I will go as long as it takes. If I can't sum this shit up. Okay.
Oh, wait, I may have to.
Wow, bro.
Then I may have to meet you.
Omni, if you
just be concise, I'll grab it. I'll grasp what you're saying.
Okay.
Just go quick.
Okay. So necessitarianism is a begging the question fallacy, because it presumes that there is a thing that basically prescribes the laws of the universe and that they govern how things operate. Regulatory theory does not beg the question, it is most parsimonious, because it uses these things, it takes these things as being descriptive from our frame of reference on the universe.
Okay, no problem. I'm a coherentist, right? So
it has nothing to do with what I just said, because coherence theory is about truth.
Okay, yeah, exactly. Do you believe truth exists?
Oh. See, this is why you have to explain these things, Omni, because he has no idea where I'm going with this.
Well,
I'm perfectly fine. I'm trying. I told you I'm going to engage with you in debate. So we're granting the laws of logic, and what I'm going to do is give you the indirect, proof of God through the transcendentals. Okay,
we're going to go back and forth. So
here's the problem.
Let me make a statement here. Then you guys. So it's not that I want to cut people off, Warren or JL. I'm not sure which would be better to call you, but it's that at a certain point there has to be we have to try to have the conversation where it currently lies, and that may be below a level of formality or your training, rather than where you'd rather have it.
Omni robot in for everybody, or
okay? I'm only concerned about the fact that people are just waiting for their turn to talk. They're not interested in listening. Because what he just did right there was he jumped to something that was completely different. He jumped to philosophy of truth when I'm talking about regulatory theory versus necessitarianism, which the two are not conjoined. The two separate concepts. Okay, he has no idea what he's talking about. So I was going to try and explain it to him, but if he doesn't have the fucking attention span to deal with that, that's not my goddamn problem.
We haven't really gotten that far. You're claiming like I am someone that uses an argument that everything needs a cause, like that. It's necessary. I'm not even arguing from that position at all. So I told you I would.
Never mind. Okay. No.
We're gonna go back and forth with JL.
Fucking hell. That is not what necessitarianism is describing. I don't know where you got that. I'm thinking that you just heard necessary and you just went to causality, which necessitarianism is not talking about. So if you don't know the terminology, just fucking ask, and I will explain it to you.
Fuck, you horrible dude. You're a horrible guy.
You did.
Is this the type of conversation you want to have? He's using logic and reason that the good Lord gave him. He doesn't even realize it. You're a fucking
son of a bitch.
You have got literally no wisdom about you. It's all cleverness.
I don't know why this. I don't know why
here
this
is. I'm a degenerate.
I don't know why Andy's talking. I'm talking to Tora. I don't know why Andy.
Yeah, we get it. You're a degenerate, Warren.
So we're gonna go back and forth.
This is ridiculous, omnivore.
That's not an
argument.
argument.
Back and forth with Tora for a minute, okay? If you think it's ridiculous, just
okay.
Play some music or something for a minute.
Obviously, Tora, you don't understand the difference between necessitarianism and regulatory theory. Okay, there's one position. There's two positions.
There's one way for the world to be, necessitarianism.
No, that's not what it's talking about. Stop trying to assume where I'm going.
Necessitarianism says is a metaphysical principle that denies all mere possibility. There is exactly one way for the world to be. That's the definition.
Okay. But you need to go further than that because it talks about the prescriptive nature of laws. All right? Now, if you actually get into it like via the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy and actually diving into the stuff versus regulatory theory, which, okay, so necessitarianism, the necessitarianism is the position that what we perceive or what we call the laws of physics, the laws of logic, mathematics, and all these things, that these things are prescriptive of the universe. Okay? That the universe is governed by these things. All right? Now,
wait, can you define universe, please?
Reality.
Reality is governed by
universe. The universe is the sum total of everything that exists.
Okay, so not reality. Sum total of everything that exists is governed by
which is
laws.
Reality.
Which is reality, are governed by laws that we see inside of the universe.
So, continuing on.
Okay, so that can't account for itself. So you're saying the universe is accounting for itself?
Yeah, I'm done with this guy. He's not listening.
Yeah. You're done.
Because I can't even get to what regulatory theory is. Okay,
you just want to control the flow of the conversation.
I'm not trying to control the flow of the conversation.
It's all stuff. We know your tactics, dude. We know your You've been here a few days now. You like to control the flow of the conversation.
I'm turning in.
Like nobody else.
You're a sophist, mate. A sophist.
I'm trying to explain.
Guys, this is a dog pile, which means thank you. I have to come in to moderate to mitigate it. All right, which is probably not what you guys all wanted me to do, since I was ready to not do it and move on to some other thing or however we wanted to do this.
That's exactly what I wanted you to do, Omni.
Yeah, no, everybody wanted you to do it, Omni.
No, if you all jumped in, that's a dog pile, and that means I'm going to moderate to mitigate it.
So I'm trying to explain the difference between the two. Okay, so when necessitarianism at its core begs the question, because it is assuming the existence of a thing to do the prescribing, of like something to prescribe what these things are so that they govern the operations of the universe. Regulatory theory works bottom up. It starts from the position that we are agents that are making observations of the universe that we perceive, and that we describe those operations in languages, and those languages we call the language of logic, the language of mathematics, the laws of physics, all these things. We don't hold them to be prescriptive, that the universe that exists must necessarily have these in place in order to operate that way, that we are using them to talk about the universe itself. Okay, so it's the most parsimonious.
How do you know that? Why do you grant all those first presuppositions there?
Well, we're not presupposing anything. No, we're not presupposing anything.
Yeah, you presupposed two items in your statement.
What was presupposed? What was
that we're having an experience?
That's confirmed that's confirmed by Descartes. An experience is being had.
That's just begging the question.
It's not begging the question. It's confirmed.
I think, therefore I am. Yeah, why? The question on the I.
The cogito does no. So if you're taking the Nietzschean response to it, yes, we do presuppose that we do presuppose the I in the cogito, but we can confirm that an experience is being had. So yeah, we do presuppose that everyone does.
Why? Go ahead and give the argument that you can presuppose an experience being had.
We presuppose it to justify the sense of self.
Okay, that's fair enough. So justifying the sense of self, there's some people that believe it's all like one collective consciousness.
Okay, I'm not talking about them. I'm not talking about them, and I don't care about them. That's not a part of this conversation.
Yeah, but it's not a good justification, obviously, if there's an opposing view that's popular in the world.
Okay, but if it's not parsimonious, then we can just toss it.
Is it? Oh, so you're saying it's not coherent?
Do you know what parsimony is?
I would say symmetrical, like having a pattern, like pattern recognition.
No. Parsimonious means making the least amount of assumptions as possible. The most parsimonious. Okay, not multiplying your entity, not multiplying your entities unnecessarily.
So it's kind of like Occamish.
Okay,
yeah,
Occam's razor is Occam's razor.
And you think Occam's razor is a good principle?
Yes, not multiplying your entities unnecessarily.
Wait, what? That makes absolutely no sense because half the time this world doesn't present. No, this world doesn't present itself in a simple way for Occam's razor to apply.
Sure, it does. Okay.
No, it does not. Okay, go ahead and define consciousness. Go ahead and define consciousness.
Wait.
This is just getting. This is.
All he's doing is waiting for his chance. It's just one more question after the next. It's just a shotgun. It's all it is.
Okay,
he's not interested in a conversation.
Don't grant his
position. I want.
You call this a conversation?
Yeah, I'm calling it a conversation. Well, or a dumpster fire, but it could be either one. So, So why?
I definitely go with dumpster fire.
Why do you think that, Toro? Why do you think that the world is not amenable to Occam's razor?
I don't think Occam's razor is a good, especially if you're a heliocentrist. I don't believe Occam's. You would look up at the sun, go, it looks like the sun is moving. So you wouldn't want to invoke dark matter, dark energy. You wouldn't want to invoke any of these things in order to explain it. So it's not, the world isn't always the way it seems simply. So Occam's razor.
Wait.
No, Agent. No. Okay. So we have on the table that because physics is complicated, therefore we cannot be parsimonious, or we should not be parsimonious, or something like that.
So nonetheless,
dark matter is an example of being parsimonious, right? Or whatever. Or forgive me, non-parsimonious, right? Wouldn't dark matter be non-parsimonious?
One of the key indicators of parsimony is to avoid top-down thinking and to work bottom-up. Okay, when you for example, there are presuppositional apologists who rely on the tag. The primary problem with the tag is that it's top-down. It's assuming a metaphysical position is true and then operating as though it is true. Now, that's Necessitarianism. It's assuming the prescriptive nature of these laws. Regulatory theory does not make that assumption. Okay, because one, we can't confirm that there's anything doing the prescribing, and two, if it was prescribed, there's no mechanism by which we could differentiate between something descriptive and prescriptive of this nature. Okay, because the only reference point is human beings, is us, the one that we can confirm actually exists. So that's why it's begging the question at its core. All right, the things you perceive to be transcendentals.
Wait.
No, it doesn't seem.
Let him finish the statement.
The things that you perceive to be transcendental, like the laws of logic, mathematics, like this, we don't hold them to be transcendental because they describe reality from our frame of reference. Mathematics, logic, physics, all these things break down at other stages. Like if you quantumly, the laws of logic break down. In higher order mathematics, math as we understand physics breaks down. Okay, so it depends upon, it's relativistic to where we are, to our frame of reference. We're describing the universe from our singular frame of reference with the laws of logic. But it only holds to that. So we know that these things are not universal and that they are not inviolable, meaning that they are not transcendental. They simply describe the universe from one frame of reference. That's all they do.
Okay. Yeah, we got it. Okay, so
there you go.
What do we say? So, Toro, what do we think about the laws of logic break down quantumly, which it certainly feels like that to me sometimes. Go ahead.
Yeah, I would disagree. I don't think there would be any quantum person that would say, yeah, our physics have broken the laws of logic. And if you do have citations, I'm willing to look at them. However, I would use the transcendental argument, and we can go to uniformity and knowledge. You know, laws of logic, if you don't want to accept that, somehow you can break the law of identity, which just doesn't even make sense on any level. I don't even know what he's talking about when he's saying laws of logic. I'm assuming it's the three laws of logic, right? Law of identity, law of excluded middle, and the law of non-contradiction. is what I would believe he's be saying. So in order to break any of those laws, you would have to use the laws of logic to measure against that.
No,
you broke
quantum superposition is what breaks that. When the thing can both exist in a when a thing can both exist in one hang on a second, where a thing can both exist in one place and another place simultaneously. It is both in that place and not in that place. So quantum superposition.
Go ahead and explain what you think superpositioning the wave collapse function is, because that is also, in my opinion, another proof that consciousness is evidence in order to have the experience. It's a necessary precondition. So then, therefore, since we aren't the ultimate consciousness, it's easily obtainable and coherent to reason through that there would be an ultimate conscious for the experience to happen, as you need the wave collapse function.
No, the wave collapse doesn't require a conscious observer. It only requires another particle.
Can I say something at some point?
Go ahead.
Thank you. I want to address the fact that he keeps saying that.
It just requires
wait. Let him get in. I just said he could get in. Hold on. Go ahead, Line.
So he keeps talking about Christians begging the question for a creator, but in order to beg the question, right? What we would only have? What is the evidence for God creating the universe? Because God said so. That would be begging the question. That's not what Christians are doing. We have multiple lines of evidence that justify our position. Logically speaking, in propositional logic, you're allowed to have a rational inference. It's not begging the question, especially when we had the teleological argument, the cosmological argument, the contingency argument, the causality argument. There's many arguments. That's fine. But it's not begging the question. There's indirect. Hold on. There's indirect evidence for a creator, whether that's persuasive enough for you or not. That's a separate topic. But the point is, it's not begging the question. So stop calling it begging the question.
It is begging the question.
It's very in your worldview. It's very inconsistent, because though you won't allow us a rational inference, you make rational inferences all the time in your own.
No, I will allow you rational inferences. I'll call out irrational ones,
including having premises in your. Go ahead, dude. Go ahead. I can't even talk. I'm losing my train of thought. Go ahead.
You are. Would you like me to break down why it's begging the question?
Yeah, but JL, look, try to let people finish their train of thought before breaking in, please.
He's gish. You realize he's gish galloping, right?
I look. He might be gish galloping. I don't know. I'm not sure. I think what he's saying is
every time I jump is another point. No, every time I pop in with a comment, that's one point he's made. If I wait till the end, wait for him to stop speaking, I have to cover all those points.
You don't have to. Okay, maybe you
want to. To have a coherent conversation, I do.
I'm trying to get this out, dude, but it's like when you interrupt me like that, I lose my train of thought.
Rob, just hang on a second, Rob. Okay, so can you get it out?
Yes, real quick. Okay. Right. So when we bring up evidence lines, right, to show that we have evidence for a creator, we're not saying with 100% proof, right? We're simply providing supporting evidence for our position, right? For it to be begging the question, that at least we would have to assume the conclusion based off of a premise without external evidence, which is not what we're doing at all.
Okay, we got it. So what he's saying is that the evidences that they are bringing up are just making it more likely that the conclusion is valid. That doesn't sound to me like a gish gallop. So, okay, go ahead, Warren.
So, it's not begging the question. Would you like me to explain? Well, it is begging the question. Would you like me to explain how it's begging the question?
Yeah. Go ahead and explain how it's begging. It doesn't sound like. Okay. Go ahead.
All right. Existence is a second order property. Do you understand what I mean when I say that?
I do not. No.
Okay. Existence itself is not existence is not a predicate. Existence is a property. Okay. A thing exists. In order for a thing to do a thing, in order for for X to do Y, the X must first necessarily exist. That's why technically I call it a first order property. Some people say it's a second order property after essence, but nonetheless. But it is a first order. I hold it to be a first order property. All right. Okay. Now, what that means is for something to do something, it must first exist to do the thing. When you say that the universe was created or a reality was created by a god, that assumes that the god exists to do the creating in the first place. In order to make the conclusion that the God created something, or that if you just call everything that exists creation, you are automatically assuming that the thing exists to do the thing you think it does. Now, because you cannot demonstrate,
you have no access to that.
Now,
thing.
hang on. Now, because you can't assume, because you are assuming that existence, and the only thing you have access to is the thing you're calling the evidence, you are assuming that the existence of the thing entails the existence of the thing that you are assuming.
And we can't
Let
know
me respond to that.
anything.
Hold on, let me respond to that. Let me respond to that.
Wait.
That's begging the question. You're assuming the truth of your conclusion in your premises.
I have questions
hold on,
about
let me respond to that.
Okay, go ahead and respond.
Real quick.
I have questions about it too. Go ahead.
All right. So the thing in question, whether there's a creator or not, right, is not the creation. In my worldview, the universe is not the creator. I repeat, the universe is not the creator. I am not a pantheist. In my worldview, the creator is external, right? Just like it doesn't break the laws of physics, it doesn't break the laws of logic at all. I'm not begging the question when I look at nature for evidence of a divine architect. Yes, it's indirect evidence. It's not 100% proof. It's still supporting evidence. Complexity in nature, the DNA helix is supporting evidence for my position. I'm not making a 100% positive claim. Go ahead.
But it's not, because what you're doing is an argument for personal incredulity. That still begs the question of the existence of the thing to do the thing.
So I have a question about this. This is because I'm not as well trained in philosophy as some of the people here. So if I say, I think that so only in the realm of creation. If I say I think the Shroud of Turin is evidence for Jesus. All right, it's from approximately the same time, etc., etc. Therefore, I think it's evidence. I think it's qualified evidence for the existence of Jesus. Is that begging the question?
No, because you have a claim that you're operating off of. Someone comes along and presents a sheet and claims this is the Shroud of Turin, or this is the shroud that covered Jesus. Okay, after his crucifixion. That's the claim that's being made. The question is, why do you believe that it is? Do you believe it simply because somebody claimed it?
I mean, because somebody claimed it, it's been dated to roughly the right time. It kind of looks like what I imagine it would look like. I mean, there could be a lot of things, but I'm not making it as an ultimate truth claim. I'm just saying
that's not begging the question, because you're not assuming the truth of the conclusion. You're not assuming the truth of the conclusion in the premises. Your premises are like, if X is true, if Y is true, then C is true. The conclusion is a deductive argument. It's not a problem. But you can make it. But a deductive argument alone is not evidence for anything, because I can make a deductive argument that young Earth creationists all at some point in their lives have sex with their mothers. Premise 2, Torah for Yah is a young Earth creationist. Conclusion, Torah for Yah has sex with his mother at one point in his life. That's a deductive argument. And it would be up to him to prove it wrong. Okay, so that's why deductive arguments are not evidence for anything.
Okay, J.L. Warren, is it a possibility that God exists in your mind?
It depends upon the God we're talking about.
An ultimate source for intelligibility?
I wouldn't even know, I don't know what definition of intelligibility you're operating off of, so...
For knowledge.
No. What is ultimate? What is ultimate?
For knowledge to exist, and ultimate being like...
What secures the intelligibility? What is it that's ultimate secures the intelligibility for itself?
Well, that it would be ultimate, so it wouldn't require something like that.
Okay, so since I can't demonstrate that it exists, why can't I just say that human minds are currently the ultimate source for intelligibility for our frame of reference in the universe?
So then you're going with collective consciousness?
No, I'm saying that human beings individually, that our subjective experiences, and we need to literally contrast and compare them in order to determine what is most likely to be true about reality.
I'll tell you why. Torah, let me tell him why, but you have to be quiet, Warren. That's the key here. Can you do that?
Stop poisoning the well and get to it.
I don't think I could talk to this dude, Omni.
I know.
Andy, go ahead, Andy, because I think you're going to make a good point. Warren, just please don't interrupt, okay?
I'm not going to. Just don't poison the well and fucking
get to it. Here's the thing, Warren. Here's the thing, douchebag. Right? Either this thing we've got here is guided, right? There's only two options, or it's random, right?
No, false.
Yes.
No, it's a false dichotomy.
How so?
Because random is not what you because you're using random incorrectly here. It doesn't happen at random. These things are determined by prior forces. Okay, so it's not random. Okay, because you don't understand. You don't understand. You don't understand. It's not sophistry. You don't know what you're talking about.
Listen, I feel like
let me clarify this. Let me clarify
by
this.
the way,
you don't have the philosophical acumen for this
I'll
conversation.
just finish my point and go for a drive because you're a fucking arsehole. I can't listen to you anymore.
No, you just don't have the philosophical acumen for the convo.
Let me just finish my point.
Andy, I know you're frustrated with him, but let's stop with the insults, please.
He's difficult to listen to. You need to get off your soapbox, lad. Right. Here's the truth. Here's the truth of it. Either it's guided, right, or it's random.
No,
if it's random.
Wait. Okay, so if that's his dichotomy, you think it's false. Keep going, Andy. Just
you're just gonna let him run with the false dichotomy. There's no point.
If it's random,
you gotta let him get his word out. Okay, get his words out.
How can you trust anything, Warren? How can you trust any of your thoughts if it's random?
Andy, you should change it to guided or not guided.
Okay, so
to whoever said that.
The universe is either guided or not guided, and if it's not guided, how can you trust anything? Is that
yes?
Okay.
You see, Omni, when you use the right terminology, these things begin to fall into place. When he uses the term random, he's using that as loaded terminology to set up his conclusion.
None of your reason,
intellectually dishonest.
It's not grounded in anything. Your morality is grounded in nothing.
No, that's not logically entailed either.
Okay, can you define random?
Let me ask you one more question. Let me ask you one more question, Warren. Is morality objective?
No, there's no evidence and no implication that moral distinctions are that their moral truths exist. I'm a moral relativist.
Is rape always wrong?
I'm a moral relativist. If you don't understand what moral relativism is,
always wrong, Warren.
That means, dumbass.
Warren, is rape always wrong?
For me, subjectively, I hold it to be wrong in the society that I want to live in. Yes.
Why?
Is rape always wrong?
I don't hold it to be universally, mind independently wrong. I subjectively,
Andy,
this
is the dance of the
wait. Hold on a second. So Andy, that question is a pretty bald attempt at just being a gotcha. He's saying,
well, it is. I'm exposing this fucking idiot.
Yeah, I don't.
Will you mute this fucker?
But okay, what he's saying is he thinks it's wrong. He's just basing it on his.
No. He was about to say it's not wrong. It's not wrong.
Okay, here's the problem. So Omni. So here's the issue here. Andy doesn't understand the distinction between moral realism, moral relativism, and moral nihilism, and moral subjectivism. Okay. I hold, by virtue of the evidence, without multiplying my entities unnecessarily, that my naturally evolved capacity for empathy, as is evidenced in social species, as we are a social species, we have the capacity for empathy, although it's not always the same between people, that from that empathy, I can derive moral valuations. And that those moral valuations are influenced by my parents, my peers, my personal experiences, so on and so forth. And then from there, I make my moral determinations. Moral determinations are subjective to me. My moral determinations are not the same as you. This is evidenced in the trolley problem. And my moral my moral distinctions are there, and they are relativistically applied, meaning that I apply a moral distinction relative to something that's external of myself. In other words,
is empathy transcendental?
Shut up.
Is empathy transcendental?
So shut up.
Oh my god.
So the society that I live in is an external referent for my moral distinctions and my moral determinations. That's
how much you still owe for that fucking philosophy degree?
That's subjectivism and moral relativism.
This is a lawyer we're talking now. He's not a philosopher. He's a lawyer.
All right.
Okay. Is empathy? So you're saying empathy came through the process of your society, so that therefore it's
not
transcendental?
That's not what I said.
Okay, so is empathy transcendental?
No, empathy is not transcendental.
No, it is not. Okay, so where does it exist, or how did it come about?
Empathy is a phenomenon that is the result of your limbic system in operation.
What? Your limbic system
It's
is
an intrinsic
attributed to
property of
empathy,
matter.
bro?
Yes.
Because,
You know,
okay, so
yes,
you're
you
saying
know
it's,
what you,
okay,
wait, wait,
so is it so you're saying people without empathy are handicapped?
Yes, they are.
Wow.
There is a limited function.
Dude, they
There's
should probably not pay taxes then, right? Right? But since they're handicapped, they should not pay taxes,
Stop
right?
crashing out. Stop crashing out.
Can you please stop?
Individuals who lack the capacity, for empathy, or they interpret or experience empathy in different ways, in like what we would call atypical ways instead of the typical like portions of the population. Yes, these individuals do exist because empathy is a phenomenon that we describe. Okay, we describe the operations of the limbic system and the bonding experience between people and the ability for social animals to internalize the emotional experiences of other ones that they observe. That's what we call empathy.
That's what the Bible says. That's what the Bible says. It says it's written on your insides. Yeah, it's very interesting that you take that position. So if you do take the position that it's something that's inside the body and you could do a direct link, how many cases and like how are you testing for that? What is the deficiency in the limbic system? Like what physical component is messed up?
There's a lot. There could be a variety of different things. Your inability to produce vasopressin, your inability to produce norepinephrine, and your inability to produce oxytocin. Your an extreme like affection of like adrenal responses, cortisol responses. There's a number of factors.
More important,
like people that are empathetic. Are there people?
There's a more important thing there. Do disabled people not pay taxes?
No, I know. I was just kidding about that. And that empathetic,
and it's not just that. Your limbic system.
That empathetic thing though that you're saying, is it possible that someone could have those deficiencies and still feel empathy?
Okay, so some people some people experience like what they describe experiencing no empathy whatsoever. They cannot internalize another person's experience. Some people describe it as being able to internalize it only after the fact. They can't say they don't have no experience of, if I do a harmful thing, that person will feel bad and I don't want to feel bad. So they don't have that preemptive effect. They only feel it after they do it and they see the person in pain or whatever they've done. And then some people
studies on this. You have studies on this and citations.
Yes, this is literally
this is crazy. So it backs up the Bible that it's written on your inside.
Shut up. This is literally the field of abnormal and forensic psychology, which is my background.
Yeah, okay. And it backs the Bible. It's amazing. Thank you.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't back the Bible for shit.
It says your morals are written on your insides.
Will you tell exactly?
What does that even mean?
It means what he just explained, bro.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't, because the people who wrote the Bible had no conceptualization of like what brain function was and what different structures did. The limbic system of the limbic system.
How do you know that? How do you know any of that?
Because you'd think that somebody back then...
levels of medicine or levels of knowledge are shown in the writings that they have.
If you're granting the Bible worldview, then you have to grant 900-year-old.
I don't remember any second-century writers like writing about the hippocampus, okay, or the corpus callosum, or the cingulate gyrus. All right. And the roles these things play in the limbic system.
They could have called it something different. It doesn't have to be called what you call it in order for them to be talking about what you're saying they're talking about. So if there's text that you've read and you've not understood, maybe it's the fact that they name those things.
But Torah, the onus is on you then to provide those texts that describe the same phenomena, right?
Right. Show me the biblical text that describes what the cingulate gyrus does.
Even if it's not using the same words,
I don't think that's part of the requirement, because what you're saying is that moral compass is written inside of you.
No, I'm not. That's not what I said at all.
You're saying it's a part of you. And
what language was grafted on your organs? What language? The way I understand it is somebody literally grafts a language physically with a scalpel, writes a language on your internal organs. In a language, right?
There is a language inside of you. Isn't there? What, like DNA and stuff?
No. That's not how I understand it. That's not how I understand it.
He's talking about a system that's inside of your body that actually gives you a moral compass.
That's not what I said at all.
The way they talk about it in the Bible is that literally in godly letters, in the godly language, God with a pen writes on your internal organ, which is in this case is your heart, right? So do you think that's the same as talking about DNA?
A ballpoint? You think it's a ballpoint pen?
Hey, Tora just trolling. Tora knows he's cooked. That's why he's trolling at this point.
That's not a troll, bro. I still haven't heard your argument for the possibility of knowledge. You're saying it doesn't actually exist. It's just a consensus-based idea. So therefore, we don't know anything.
Why are you putting words in my mouth?
If that is
Tora, why are you putting words in my mouth?
You don't know what you're talking about.
I'm turning it down. Why are you putting words in my mouth?
Because you do not have a justification for knowledge.
I never said that, and that's not even implied or entailed by what I said.
Why aren't you correcting yourself?
Excuse me. Why is everyone interrupt when I talk?
Because you keep fucking misrepresenting people. You misrepresented me. I never said those words. Those words never came out of my mouth, and it's not even implied or even entailed by what I said.
I don't have to say exactly what you said. I think it was the gist of what you said, and the knowledge claim that you said knowledge is possible because of society, and we all have brains. No, it's not what I said at all. And therefore, we've developed a cultural
he's just
form of this.
I can't deal with him anymore. I'm not going to feed the troll anymore.
Boy, hang on, Warren. You interrupt everybody, no matter what they say. It's just something that you do. It doesn't matter.
Me, yes.
Omnivore is just modding you. Like he's just trying to control the conversation, and you interrupt him. He makes simple points, and you're trying to interrupt him. You just interrupt people. Like that is just who you are. It doesn't matter about people misrepresenting you. You just like
if you misrepresent me, I'm going to fucking interrupt you. Deal with it.
Yeah. Okay. So
you just demonstrated Yasuke's point the whole time Yasuke was talking.
Yeah, awesome. You talked all through Yasuke. It was fucking hilarious. I don't know why we are even talking to this guy anymore.
I don't think he can know things. I think he's a complete solipsist and he's lost.
Like an interesting conversation, but okay, maybe it's not. So
now Tora knows he's cooked. That's why he's doing what he's doing because he knows that there's no defense for the tag.
Well, because I can't be 100% sure of things. I'm not sure if this is an interesting conversation or not.
I'm telling you, the interesting part is I never even gave the argument for the tag.
I think it's not fruitful. Interesting or not, it is not fruitful because, in my view, Warren is not capable of having conversations.
Well,
I am, just like I have with Omni and other individuals. But if you misrepresent what I'm saying, I'm going to stop you. Because when you misrepresent me, you're going to come to a conclusion that I'm not expressing.
Okay, so what I really want to do, because I think that there may be, I like the high level, the knowledgeable philosophy discussion, even though I'm not really probably qualified to have it or to know who's knowledgeable and who's not, but I do find that interesting. But I think that there is going to be a problem with misrepresentation. When someone misrepresents me, I usually want to get in there and correct the record. That is that so I am sympathetic to that. However, it's also the case that people may not think they're misrepresenting me when they say something, and as a result, they may be trying to paraphrase me in good faith, and I just decide they're misrepresenting me because of some nuance. So I guess what I'd like to do is try to have the conversation in a more even-handed manner that doesn't involve so much yelling.
Right. So all they have to do is not misrepresent me.
Yeah, can I say something real quick?
Go ahead.
Okay.
Or I just want to say, what happens is, dude, even though you don't like that you align with what Tora was saying, the fact of what you said is interesting in light of the way the Bible puts it. You guys may not like that and want to disassociate yourself with it, but the idea of all the names of the science and the internal shit you were talking about does comport with what my brother was saying. So whether you like that or not, you're upset because what you said makes sense to those of us who recognize what's going on in the Bible.
That's because you're post hoc, right? It's a post hoc.
No, you're just mad about it.
Wait. So I get that you say it's post hoc. However, I'm going to say I think it could be a matter open for interpretation. I don't.
It's not. It's not. It's literally a post hoc rationalization by definition.
No, it's just interesting. The funny part, Omni, is I don't think he thought I was going to go that route. I think he thought I was going to try to refute it, but instead I just went with the agreement route, and still I got yelled at for agreeing with it.
Yeah, well, I'm curious. I'm curious why it can't be a matter of interpretation.
Because it's a post hoc. Because it's a post hoc rationalization.
Well,
you're using new information now in order to reinterpret the stuff in the past.
Hold on. So I believe that humans have a generally consistent, but not entirely consistent, sense of moral intuitions, right? So you have, you can show babies pictures of some injustice that they can understand, and they react negatively to it. So I think we do have an inherent sense of moral intuition, and I think that although I wouldn't claim it's universal, and certainly society seems to be able to override it, if we do have an innate sense of moral intuitions, and that is one of the reasons why both theists and non-theists have a pretty similar view on how society should be run for the most part. Certainly not in the fine issues, in some cases very different. But, for example, both theists and non-theists think you should be able to kill somebody just because they interrupted you on Discord. Except me. So, that could be, the reason for that could be a shared set of moral intuitions that if somebody used poetic language, say it's written on your heart, I don't think that that's a post hoc thing. I also think that, if we have empathy through mirror cells, right? That's one of the things that allow for empathy, mirror neurons. Then
they play a role.
That does seem to be a kind of it's not a morality, but a moral tool that is built into us, biologically. So. I don't know that I understand that you're saying that if we assume that this new information goes back to try to reinterpret what was said, I see how you could say that, yes, that's a post hoc justification. But if I take what's said in the Bible as poetic language, and I see evidence for that, for for humans having a kind of innate moral compass, some more than others, definitely overridable, and not in all situations, but in writ large. I don't think that's
Right. What's your justification for taking it as poetic? Because that was the big if that kind of undermined you.
Well, okay, so because they say written on your heart, and I don't think that they mean literally written on your heart in like Aramaic or something.
Why?
Yeah, of course not.
I have a feeling we would have discovered it by now.
Yeah,
how do you know? But how do you know the author didn't know that, and they were just writing that? How do you know? Omni. How can you justify that particular? Okay, what we're getting into is called the problem of hermeneutics. It's your hermeneutical interpretation of the text. There is no solution to the problem of hermeneutics. Okay, there isn't. So you need to be able to justify how you are interpreting a thing. Until you have that justification, all you can do is take the words on the page to mean what the words on the page mean.
You're talking about a book. He's talking omnivore. He's talking about a book which we know authors use what's called literary devices. So it's not far-fetched to understand when it says written on your inside, it doesn't mean literally written there. We all get the concept that you have the moral.
Can I ask a question? So earlier you said if we're to accept the Christian worldview, then we have to accept 900-year-old people. Why can't that not be? Why is that literal, and why are these other things figurative?
Are you trying to compare apples and oranges here? You're talking about a person's age. A person's age versus. Okay, it says Methuselah was 969 years old. That's the sentence, right? And then this is the other sentence, right? The law or the morality is written on your heart.
Okay.
And you're like, I should just read both of those the same for sure, right? Because it sounds to me like, because if you read a book, you have to understand there are literary devices and authors use artistic devices in order to make the text sound more pleasing to read or whatnot.
So calling them 900. So calling him 936, that couldn't be like a hyperbole, maybe even a joke that we don't even know. That could be
the most easy way of understanding this is something that you can do right now in real time. When you translate other languages, if you try to translate them literally, they become completely incomprehensible because different languages have different ways of explaining things, and often they use more flowery language, more metaphorical devices, like Chinese especially. If you try to translate Chinese literally, like word for word, it is actually impossible for you to understand because translating the meaning is a completely different thing. So for
mama hoo hoo is one of those things. In Chinese, if you translate mama hoo hoo, what you're saying is I'm okay. If someone asks you like ni hao ma, say mama hoo hoo, that means like I'm okay. But if you literally translate it, it means horse, tiger.
Well, that's what I say when people ask if I'm okay.
Yeah, so in that same sense, if you're trying to understand, what is literal and what is figurative with this specific language of like ancient Hebrew or the Greek or whatever, you would have to understand what is the way in which those languages try to communicate these concepts. Because you would be able to see extra biblical sources and see, okay, like they had a very flowery way of saying things. So like this style of language is very clearly not literal. And then this style of language is when they're trying to say something that is matter of fact. Which is something that you can do.
So so I would take. I don't think that there is a good argument for saying that it's written on their heart is meant literally. What's
funny is if it was the God, if it's this God that's all powerful and knows all everything, you'd think it would tell them that it was in their brains because that's where it all originates from.
No, that's not typically the case. I mean, you could say the mind transcends the brain, but I don't think you have adequate enough.
On Valentine's Day, we give people these cards with these strange symbols on them that don't look anything like a brain.
Do you understand why the heart is invoked?
It says innermost being.
Like the history behind why the heart is invoked for emotions.
Egypt.
Dude, it says innermost being first off. Okay, so that has been translated to heart. That has been translated to kidneys. That has been translated to many things. So you're really getting too like stuck up in like something that I don't even think you've ever read it or even looked at the original language.
Can I say something?
Out for the kidney stones I had that one time.
Recently, they've discovered that the heart actually contains a neural network that communicates with the brain. It has neurotransmitters and everything.
Everything does.
Not in the way
it's called the central nervous system and the peripheral nervous system.
Come on, guys, you guys are trying to reduce it, dude. The heart contains neurons, dude.
Everything contains neurons.
Don't be so quick to reduce it to nothing, dude. Come on.
Everything contains neurons, bud.
Everything contains neurons in the body. It's called the central and peripheral nervous systems.
Yeah, but now in anatomy, they're studying the heart and they're actually referring to it as the little brain.
Yeah, but they also your gut.
And there's also gut. Yeah, and then the gut plays into it too. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, but I mean,
so not everything's in the brain, dude.
I wouldn't say I love you from the bottom of my bowels.
Thank you, J.L. Warren, for that wonderful evidence of the scripture being true.
It wasn't evidence. I'm sorry. I don't know why you keep misrepresenting me and trying to troll me, but it's not
awesome,
because Tora, will you shut up? You have nothing to contribute. So it's not because we know that these things don't operate from the heart. They're not written on the heart. It's easily understood from the historical record as to why feelings are associated with hearts and why that was kind of a cultural thing that was passed down. Okay, because high emotions do influence your blood pressure, makes your heart go pitter patter, makes your heart beat faster. Fear makes your heart beat faster. That's why feelings. Shut up, Tora. That's why feelings are associated with the heart because of the physiological response that emotions can have on the body. But they don't know that these things do originate in the brain. Okay, through sensory perception. Okay, as your body intakes stimuli, the stimuli is interpreted by the brain and then sent out to the body for the physiological response. They didn't know that, but apparently the God that's all powerful and knows everything did know that, but didn't choose to communicate it in that way. which is interesting.
Okay.
Because that, of course, assumes that the thing exists to do the thing, and it assumes that, hey, isn't it possible that human beings just didn't have an understanding, a full understanding of human physiology, and so they they assumed conclusions based upon what they were able to observe?
Dude, it's silly, okay? It
there
came
you go.
through divine revelation, right? These were men writing it down anyways. So what
Humans
is interesting... Dude, chill out for a second, okay? What's interesting
I just turned you down to one, Tora, because you have nothing to do.
It's good.
You just made an entire case of how the heart was attributed to the emotions and all this stuff. So when you read that passage, you would never take it literally. You just debunked your literalist argument.
No, I didn't.
No, you didn't.
I don't think, I will just say this. Very often I choose to hold back some of my vast knowledge from the people who are listening to me. So, sometimes you just got to do it.
I just want a theist to demonstrate that their God exists as a concrete thing that exists external of minds and context without begging the question. That's all I want.
Well, that's an unreasonable request. You'd have to abandon reason to come to that understanding. Honestly,
that's not going to happen on the server. So, at least
can we give you?
But I doubt it.
Then as long as the theists can admit that they don't know this thing exists, that it exists only as an abstracta in their mind, we're good to go. Because at least that's intellectually honest.
Well, what we do is it's an indirect evidence, and because there isn't evidence to the contrary. So that's why I said I think it has to be coherent. The worldview should be coherent.
No, your reasoning is still fallacious. You're still begging the question.
In your opinion, the universe wasn't acting.
Necessitarianism is begging the question at its core.
Hold on, because I just want to make this point. In your opinion, before there were any human minds, you say the universe could have acted in an illogical way.
No, that's not what I'm saying at all.
No.
Okay, then where do the laws of logic come from?
They come from us. They are descriptive languages, not prescriptive. I'm a regulatory theorist. I hold to that because it's more parsimonious and it doesn't beg the question.
Did they exist before humans?
Okay, the language itself, no.
Okay, that's
the laws of logic are not a thing that exists beyond abstracta. It is a language that is descriptive of the universe.
They're transcendental then.
They're not.
They're transcendental.
They're not. Your claim that they're transcendental, I've already explained, is begging the question.
The laws of logic.
That's Necessitarianism, and that's begging the question. Sorry.
It's not begging the question.
Your reasoning is fallacious.
It's not begging the question.
It is. Would you like me to describe again why?
Listen,
do I sound like this guy when I'm arguing? Because if I do, I'm going to stop arguing.
Not that bad.
Okay.
Would you like me to explain again why it's begging the question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Because I did it once before. I can do it again.
So logic exists before any mind came about. Okay, go ahead.
No, that's not what it's saying. What? Tora, I can't with you. I can't. God, fuck, you're done.
You're done.
How do you walk? How do you walk and breathe simultaneously? Like, how is it possible?
Dude, we're not talking about the language of logic, right? We're talking about logic itself. It's computational. It's arithmetic.
No, it's not. Mathematics is computational.
It doesn't necessitate language. English.
That's not what necessitarianism means.
Greek. It doesn't necessitate what?
That's not what necessitarianism is talking about.
Aristotle discovered logic, and he made a comprehensive list of it.
No, he didn't create it. He didn't create it. I can't with these guys, so I gotta go. I'm gonna go have a smoke.
He's saying that logic necessitates language. Therefore, logic was created by human beings because human beings use language.
I've already explained like twice before why necessitarianism is begging the question at the core. It's logically fallacious and it's not parsimonious. I've already explained that why we hold the regulatory theory because it's more parsimonious. I've already explained it like twice, so I don't need to do it again.
Rob.
Well then,
okay.
Can I say something?
Parsimonious. The language
of trying to get in,
but so. I have a question about the laws of logic per se and their potential existence. So I would have said that the laws of logic are pretty universal. That would have been, that is my intuitive sense. That, A is generally going to be A. Things are generally going to be what they are. They can't be what they're not. And, we all like excluding the middle. So, so why would we say that? So I understand that the language is there, but accepting the quantum realm, which is actually a pretty good point that I hadn't thought about. In the macroatomic realm, it does seem that A is A, seems to hold up. So
it's describing it from one frame of reference. You are correct.
Okay, so what's the other frames of reference other than quantum mechanics, which I get is
imagine perceiving time as a three-dimensional structure.
Okay, I'm
okay. Time ceases to be a line. It now becomes a point.
Okay.
Okay. So in that, this is higher order. This is like higher dimensional mathematics.
All right.
All right. So in that respect, you then change the perspectives of these things. Time has a very specific linear deal. Time moves in one direction, and one event precedes the other one. But in like fifth dimensional mathematics, that's not the case because it operates with time being a singular point, which means all points in time exist simultaneously. So if all points in time exist simultaneously, then all events occur simultaneously. Now that's for mathematics. Okay? Sets of infinite within sets of infinite. All right? So, but these are all conceptualizations. Okay, mathematically, in biological reality, we're grounded in this particular frame of reference, the third dimension. All right, so we perceive things in a very specific way, limited to our frame of reference on the universe. But that doesn't say that the way that we perceive things is the way the universe is meant to be perceived, or is the only way to perceive the universe. We're putting the cart before the horse. You assume that humans are special, that we're meant to view the universe in a specific way, that the universe was made to be observed by humans in this way. These are the things that are assumed at the core of Necessitarianism, that everything is specifically done for a specific reason. They are prescribed to elicit an intended outcome. But if you don't assume any of that, don't multiply your entities unnecessarily, you start from a very basic observation. We exist. We perceive the universe. Okay, we don't assume that we're intended. We don't assume that we have the God's eye view, that this is the only way to perceive it, and then we operate from there. This tells us that how we describe the universe, when we see like objects operating in space, when we describe them utilizing the laws of logic. We quantify them logically using mathematics. We describe their operations with the laws of physics, so on and so forth. Okay? It was us describing the operations without assuming that those things are made to be described in this way. So it's bottom up thinking, not top down. There you go.
Let me know when I can get in.
Quantum does not violate the law of non-contradiction, Omni. I don't know what you're going off of here. Okay? Because you have to make a proposition that's well defined. Okay? And that's like the whole point. So many propositions that we would take for granted to be well defined, example, the electron is inside the circle, is not well defined in the framework of quantum mechanics. However, all propositions that are well defined within the framework of quantum mechanics satisfy the law of non-contradiction.
Are you reading that from somewhere?
Yes.
Where? I'm curious.
Yeah, I don't know where I got this from. It was from a paper that I was reading because when you mentioned that this breaks the law of non-contradiction, I could never imagine a field of study that is claiming we have broken the laws of logic and people are just like accepting of it. There would never be that case because quantum is pivotal to all of our electronics, everything. And for you to say it's breaking the laws of logic would mean it wouldn't have predictive capabilities.
Are you talking about superpositions?
Yeah.
So it does break the laws of logic.
No, it does not. That's a misunderstanding because you have to have the proposition well defined.
So you're saying that within the realm of
define
quantum,
an electron.
You're saying within the realm of quantum, it fits the laws of logic in that realm, correct?
Correct.
Well, what he's saying is that
all the laws of
logic. The logic are subjective. They're not of nature of the universe. Like you just said.
They're not. That's not correct. The laws of logic are not subjective. They're objective throughout the quantum, the macro, everything. They apply to all aspects. They're universal laws, dude.
It's not.
There's not evidence
You
to
just
the
admitted. You
contrary.
just admitted that the quantum has different logic than the non. Correct?
No,
You
I
said
did
that.
not. The laws of logic are this: the law of identity, the law of non-excluded middle, and the law of non-contradiction. Those apply universally from the
In
quantum to the macro
superposition,
scale. All of it.
superposition defies the laws of logic.
No, it
It
does
does.
not. You don't have an argument for it. I just
Yes, I do.
explained to you.
Can I explain?
The proposition has to be well defined. I'll read it again for you. Many propositions that we would take for granted to be well defined. Example, the electron is inside the circle is not well defined in the framework of quantum mechanics.
Inside the circle, right? You're talking about the orbit?
Yes.
He's saying what he's saying is that I understand what he's saying. He's saying that if you define a proposition correctly in quantum mechanics using quantum mechanics terms, then it will be logical
across the board from
Can I get in real quick?
Yeah.
I'm gonna build a bridge here, right? I'm gonna merge it together. So in logic, right? God, the creator is logical, right? He's computational. He's not illogical. That's not in his nature, right? And the best way I can describe this to make it make sense is that you can either have a constructive frequency or a destructive frequency, right? Destructive would tear down, would be the opposite of computational. Now, if you have a resonant frequency or constructive frequency, it's harmonious. It can actually resonate and actually grow, right? Well, with arithmetic, we have computational logic, like calculus, like if P then Q. And in quantum mechanics, it has to be computational, because if it wasn't computational, it wouldn't be predictable, and it wouldn't be pragmatic or usable in any way. If it was destructive, or you wouldn't have any computational capability to it. But it does have computational capability.
So yes. Well, the Heisenberg uncertainty principle actually does it, because the closer we get to the velocity of the thing, the further away we get from its position, and vice versa. So there's always going to be an unknown.
Also, in science,
go ahead. Anyway, Torah. I think it was reading that. That's interesting. So.
It's incredibly interesting, because it's just like there's another I copied a bunch of things, and it says if you measure the position of the electron, then it will be either in the circle or is not in the circle. It's totally correct and has no conflict on the law of non-contradiction. See, it's a misunderstanding of the interpretation of the results when we use the colloquial terms.
I would say yours is more of that.
Well,
no, it's not, dude. There's no way quantum physicists are out here telling us they broke the law of non-contradiction. Go find me one and bring them here. Or
no, they're saying that they don't apply.
He didn't say that.
We have a working atomic physicist who is a friend of the server, Tapioca Weasel. He actually works in quantum physics, so we will ask him. But he's not here right now.
I have a paper here on orbital spins in quantum mechanics. I'll post it I'll post it right now. It's very interesting. And what Tor's saying is right.
Specifically about orbits, but yeah, okay.
But yeah, no, it's in the circle or outside the circle. It's more described as the wave function. That's how it's well defined. Once you get into the particle description, it doesn't even really have any practical usage here.
Omni, look at the paper I posted.
But can I?
Yeah, go ahead.
Science doesn't necessarily require logic. Like we have Schrodinger's cats breaking logic, and paradoxes in math that break logic, and we still use them.
Yes.
I have something I have to do, so I have to duck out of here. I will be around later. Don't miss the celestial theodolite thing. It promises to be interesting. All right.
Yay, Jesse.
Yeah, I agree.
What time?
All right. I have to step away. All right.
What time's that out?
I think 8.
Okay, Eastern.
Central, I'm not sure.
Also, there is a thing called Gödel's incompleteness theorem, which breaks logic.
And the halting problem. The halting problem as well.
So
kind of shit.
Torah, no, it doesn't require logic.
You're saying because you have come up with things in your mind that you don't see in reality that have broken the laws of logic, therefore
we see them in reality.
You see Schrodinger's cat in reality, bro?
How do you think we manage to design stuff and rely on those principles?
Can you explain Schrodinger's cat to the audience, please, to know that you understand?
Why do you think dialetheism and paraconsistent logic exist? Or do you not know what dialetheism and paraconsistent logic are?
Yeah, of course. Those things do exist. It doesn't make them logical or true.
I don't know what they are. What are they? I don't know what they are. I'd like to know.
Paraconsistent logic is that two logical statements that are contradictory can both be true simultaneously. Dialetheism is the position that holds that these things that appear to be logical contradictions are not. So that these things can be both true and not true simultaneously.
At the same time, yeah.
Yeah, so there's a lot of pushback against it, but there's still a lot of argumentation for it. I am not a dialetheist. I think it's silly, but there's some justification for holding to it. But I don't.
Well, then it's not well justified.
We have wave particle duality.
Wave particle duality is good. Thank you.
I already explained that to you.
A wave is a wave, and a wave is not a particle. A particle is a particle. A particle is not a wave. But photons are both waves and particles.
Is the result is it in the circle or out of the circle? Huh? Go ahead.
What are you talking about when you say that? Even
maybe because you guys don't even understand the experiment at all.
That's the best Dunning-Kruger I've heard all day. Thank you. I love
then present to me. Go ahead and present the quantum mechanics.
I think we need to switch this, Tora.
Go ahead and present a quantum physicist. No, dude, check it out. Go present. No, listen, dude. Go get a quantum physicist that tells you they've broken the law of non-quantum. Why is this guy talking?
Why are you talking,
bro? Shut the fuck up.
He's gonna find him and ask him.
Exactly. How about but you're making the argument that it is a breaking of the law of non-contradiction. Where did you read that? Why do you think that? Do you even understand it?
Okay,
because if you understand the dual, if you understand the dual, the particle wave duality, go ahead and explain it for all of us.
So from what my understanding of it is that light cannot act like a particle in a wave, but that's going to be answered by an expert. The thing is like you've asked a lot of questions, and I have a question for you.
Wait, that was your explanation?
That light can.
I just said the light wave particle duality, and you're like, that particle could be like light could be a particle or a wave. I already said that, bro.
I said
so go ahead and explain the experiment and the results.
So they shot something through a split, and then it hit in different spots.
A split?
Yeah.
The double split experiment.
Wait. Smarter than you and me.
Shut up, Renee. You suck at this. You suck.
These questions. The question.
I have a question. You bought in for no reason.
I have a question for Torah. Like this is the thing. You have a million questions. I'm trying to just understand your frame of reference. Like what? Like how old is the Earth? Like how long has?
I don't know. I can't know the answer to that. Neither can you.
Yes, you can.
Okay.
We can confirm it.
Okay, so this gentleman is claiming absolute knowledge that he can know for certain 100% how old the Earth is down to the very second. That's what this gentleman is saying. That's what your claim was. We can know the exact age of the Earth. This gentleman asked me what the age of the Earth is. So that would be a precise number.
No, it wouldn't. You can get a range.
You didn't ask me for a range.
You didn't ask me for a range. Yeah, we know that the Earth is approximately 4.534. I think 4.534 4 billion years old.
Yeah, how do you know
4.5
that?
billion years old.
How do you know that?
Okay, so are you familiar with uranium-238 to lead-206 dating?
No. So are you saying by half-life? So do you make the assumption? So are you making the assumption that the half-lives of these things is the same as it was in the past and will be tomorrow?
Do you understand how we calculate decay rates and how we can? Do you understand how we calculate decay rates and how we can understand
in your worldview? So what are you doing?
Oh my God, Torah! There's an actual science behind calculating decay rates into the past when we don't have access to the parent material.
You can't do science. You have a problem of induction in your worldview.
No,
Wait, let me say something, Warren. Before you continue, just for the demonstration, I want Torah to explain the difference between level and flat.
Also, Tor, how old is the Earth, and what's the difference between level and flat, and how is a particle not a wave? What is my favorite color?
Just tell me what is the difference between level and flat.
Stupid Flurf, you can't answer everything. The Earth must be a globe. We gotcha.
Flat, but that would be like a sheen. Like that would be a sheen that I paint my wall with, right? So it's not as shiny as normal. And level would be like, perpendicular to plumb.
Anyway, there's an entire science behind calculating the amount of parent material and going backwards like that. There's an entire field of the science that's dedicated to that, and the novel testable predictions that we make off of that, they come true. So it confirms our interpretation. So decay dating
cool. Like
is decay dating and its relationship,
right?
like especially uranium and zircon, their relationship, uranium and lead, their relationship to zircon, how zircon forms, and how the samples taken from the Apollo missions and the samples taken from the Jack Hills area of Australia, how these line up, and it's independent confirmation for how old the Earth is. So, especially given the law of geographic superposition.
And how many is that parsimonious? Was that parsimonious when you came to that conclusion?
Yes, it's parsimonious because it's based upon the law of geographic superposition or geological superposition.
Did I hear that?
Yeah, he thinks he could go to the moon, bro.
Oh my goodness, bro. So you have
in that case, I'm just going to turn you down to 1 because if you're just going to deny reality, there's no point in talking with you at all.
Yeah, because you saw it on TV, bro. Okay.
See, this is how far they have to go. They have to go to the point of denying reality to try and justify holding to their stupid God presupposition. That's how hilarious it is.
I'm sorry, sir, but there are plenty of people that deny the moon landing in the world, and if you're going to call every single one of those people crazy or reality deniers, we've got reality deniers in our lives today that adults are playing dress up, bro. That's a real problem. But the way that you think allows for that, bro.
Yeah,
let me contradict that.
Such a broad what are you talking about?
Wait. Are you putting forth the correlation that anybody who denies the moon landing is a Christian? Because the Christians are running the show then.
Wait, he made a claim which is worse, and I will take flat earther that doesn't understand the term flat in any day. I don't know how you function, Torah.
It seems you like that game. What the game was it? Dress up? Man, are you Jewish? Are you Jewish?
No.
Guys, don't ever believe a Jewish.
Irrelevant. Irrelevant and against terms of soldiers.
Careful, I think it's a server violation.
Don't ever listen to a Jewish.
No, I'm not a Jewish, bro.
Ali, hang on, sorry, mod here. Ali.
Are you begging to go?
Hello? 1 second, Ali.
Okay, I see someone is triggered. Are you triggered, Hamad Said?
I'm not triggered. It's against the server rules. Do not do it, please.
If you want to get banned from the server, that's your goal. Please persist. We'll ban you from the server.
Yeah. Yes, please don't do it, Ali. Thank you.
It seems you guys. Don't be
Why are you saying we? Why are you saying we like you're a mod?
That was interesting.
Rule. Thank you.
Well, JL, do you just do that all the time? Like you think of collective consciousness or something? Because it seems like you're in the realm of collective consciousness, the way you talk, the way you portray. But it is interesting that you can act one way and speak another.
If anybody wants to talk about what they believe and why.
You have Hamad Rise. Hamad Rise, who are you? And why are you defending Jews?
Well, something interesting happened. There was a collective moment across different perspectives that what was said was improper, and it was wished not to be said again. Some people may have wanted.
It's just the Discord rules and the YouTube rules, bro. It's nothing personal. They will ban you for it. That's all.
I completely understand that. I completely understand that. But what I'm saying is, across different perspectives, across people that don't think God exists, across people think that God exists, people think the Earth is round, people think it's flat. That was something that was a community of consciousness that people spoke up and said something about. What I'm like no, we've been.
Are you making the case that God wrote morality on all of our hearts? Is that what you're saying? Like God actually must have given, there must be something external to ourselves that we're all connected to, that we all vibe when, you know, bad things happen. We can all see the bad thing happen because it's not obviously not our preferences, right?
So I would not disagree, but I disagree similar to what he's trying to tell you. I disagree to your presupposition that God wrote that in us. That's my disagreement to your statement. But we're speaking of
he said empathy though is actually a function of an organ inside of your body or a function of a system inside of your body.
That's fine. That's fine to be truth and reality. But I still disagree with the first part of your presupposition.
Well, the interesting part, if I was going to write that literarily in a book, right? Like I want to use an artistic form, I don't see the issue with saying, yeah, God wrote this on your inside parts.
And I honestly, like, to me, I don't see the issue of it other than the problems that lead down the road from accepting that type of thought process. But what I'm saying is about accepting that type of thought process.
Yeah.
Define good.
Oh, it's the Ten Commandments. It's in the
relative to what?
The Bible, bro. You could just go in the Bible and it gives you a list of what is good and what isn't.
Okay, so it is always good not to murder, always good, or is it sometimes? Is it?
Well, no, it's justified murder, right? You would have to. It'd be unjustified murder, right?
It doesn't say that though. It doesn't say that.
It does.
Yes, it does.
It says unjustified murder. It does.
It goes deeper
into dude. Bro, but hold on.
So it doesn't say that though. It doesn't say that.
It actually makes it even stricter. It says that murder is even having hatred in your heart towards a brother.
Okay. Yeah, so that would be a great world to live in if people followed that. But like, what I'm saying is, yeah, but like I said, what I'm saying is, it doesn't say what.
Yes, it does, dude. It talks about it, bro. But besides that, you asked, how do we know what's morally good? You can see the destruction, right? We can see the degradation of society if you don't follow God's law, right? We can see it. It manifests. So how do you know what's good?
That's so silly. Like determining what is destructive is so entirely subjective.
Hold on, bro. So you have to understand that there's harmony, right? There's harmonious living and then there's destructive living. It doesn't take a prophet to dictate to you what's good. When you can discern using the reason that God gave you to see what type of behavior is destructive to yourself, to your family, and to your society.
Can't
even point out all the problems in the reasoning there, but nonetheless, the qualification for whatever qualification you're using to determine what is destructive and what is not is completely entirely subjective.
So would you simplify your entire statement and say what good is what God says?
Absolutely. What God says, he's all about love and harmony, right? So his laws are it's for harmonious living.
Okay.
So good in relation to what? What is it that is not? What is it that is no way? If God is the only thing, if God is the only thing that exists, and God makes the statement, "I am good," what is good? What is not good in reference to give the coherency for what good is?
So I'm trying to explain to you on a rational, physical level, things that are destructive. Like I brought up earlier, destructive frequencies. Things that are destructive are inherently evil, right?
Subjective.
Things that are constructive, things that are harmonious are inherently good. So harmonious living equals good, destructive living equals bad.
He can't
Okay,
deal with he can't deal with the actual point.
No. So here it is.
But says who?
No. Do you like you use like very like you know like
reality.
like thick and thin terms in metaphysics? So when you say the term harmonious, when you say the term disruptive, you are saying this relative to what is the question that was asked?
Relative. What are you talking about? What do you mean by relative?
Destructive relative to what?
It's self-evident.
It's not. It's evident to you because you feel a certain way. The determination of being destructive is subjectively determined by you, by the prior conditions you were applying to it. But it's not universal.
No, harm, injure, right? If you harm somebody, you're hurting somebody, whether it's emotionally or physically, that's destructive.
Is it? Right? Is it always destructive? 100%? Always? No. Is it always destructive?
When I bring up frequencies as an analogy, so that we can all understand, resonant frequencies, harmonious living, right? Is good. It's constructive. I don't know why
the repetition of the repetition of the occurrence of a wavelength over a certain given time that has a bearing on this. Stop using terminology that you don't know what it means.
Also, just to point out, South Korea is majorly atheist, and they're pretty much fine.
So the determination of what is destructive and constructive are entirely subjective to the individual. There is no mind-independent standard for what these things are. And the answer to the question that I asked you was, literally the question I asked you was, if God is in the worldview, God necessarily pre-exists the not God set. You have the God set and the not God set. God necessarily pre-exists it because it's the one that created everything. So that's logically entailed. If the God makes the statement, I am good, what is it that is not good that exists external of the God as a reference point to give the coherency for what good is? Because if nothing exists external of it, there's nothing to tell you what good is other than the God existing. So therefore, all you're saying is, when you say God is good, all you're saying is God is God. It doesn't actually tell you why a thing is good or in relationship, or how it's good in relationship to something else.
It does, dude. That's why he gave us the law. He told us what would happen. If we don't follow his laws, it's destructive. It degrades society. It's self-evident. You can see the degradation of society.
These are subjectively determined.
In just one generation. No, it's not, dude.
Hold on, let me address his point. Let me address his point. His point is
what is one thing you see as destructive as a result of not being in a Christian society?
Okay, wait. What is the requirement for God to be good before anything exists?
So name one destructive
you don't have a justification. You don't have a justification for your argument. Why is it logically entailed that God has to be good before anything exists?
That's not what was said. That wasn't what was said. What was said was good has to be relative to something. If God is
therefore, if there is absolutely nothing in existence, then there would be no reason that God would say, I am good.
If there's absolutely nothing.
So his whole entire hypothetical that he built is just fallacious and incoherent.
No. It's very logical and straightforward.
You don't understand what he just said. He said, before anything existed and it was just God, did God say, I am good?
I'm going to ask the person. Did you say that? I don't think you said that. I thought you said.
I didn't. It's not what I said at all. Tor is a troll. Tor is a troll.
Go ahead and repeat it.
Everything I say is why I stopped engaging with him.
Go ahead, repeat it again.
So what I thought he said was, how do you measure good relative to just one thing? It's very similar to how do you
measure nothing in existence, though. Remember the part. Nothing is in existence.
And so listen. So if nothing.
Okay. So what is the requirement? Why does God have to say he's good? What is the requirement for God to say he's good?
Here's a math problem. If nothing is in existence at zero, now let's add one. Let's say that's God. Now what he's saying is, from that one thing that is in existence, what's relative to compare good to? So if nothing's in existence, that's zero. Now we have a plus sign. Now that could be a cross. And that leads to a one, and that could be God. So now we have a
right,
one.
yeah,
we
nothing,
have
yeah, nothing. So therefore, now we know.
Now we have
now we know that nothing.
What
yeah,
are we
now
comparing that?
Now we
one?
know that not.
We have a
now
set
we know that,
of one.
Holy shit!
What is that set of one compared to?
Yeah, these fucking guys are
nothing. It's compared to nothing.
So the thing, the thing with
is better than non-existence.
Existence is better than non-existence.
Yeah,
so
go ahead. Do you agree?
The prime, dude.
Selfishly, I would say
I don't know
yes.
if you
I
guys
don't know what
understand what God
non-existence
is.
feels like.
God, as defined biblically, is non-contingent. So when you're trying to compare it to something before it, there's nothing that came before it. If there was,
it doesn't even address what we're talking about. That's completely no.
So
That's completely in no way addresses what we're talking about.
It's just a malformed question.
Okay, but do you guys agree that
Lion,
nothing,
it's not a malformed question. It's logically entailed by the worldview. Okay, the worldview logically entails that the God set pre-exists the not God set. If at one point in the eternity of its existence, the God existed before the not God set, ignoring the infinite regress issue. If the God if the God is the only thing that exists, because it hasn't actualized anything else, if it's the only thing that exists, and it makes the statement, I am good, what is it talking about when it says I am good?
What's the reason
good in
for
reference
that?
to
Why
what?
would it make that
what
statement?
Makes a thing
If
good?
nothing exists, why would it make that statement? I don't understand.
Okay, the question is not for you, Tora, it's for Lion. So if the God is the only thing that exists to be a referent, and the God says, I am good, well then the only thing it's referencing is itself. But good becomes incoherent because you understand because good is a qualitative statement.
I get it, dude.
In reference to nothing
the reason it's a malformed question is because God is already speaking to somebody for him to say, I am good.
Who? If God's the only thing that exists, who is he talking to?
Why would he? Exactly.
That's what I'm saying, dude. It's a malformed question. He's clearly speaking to somebody, something.
Who?
If he's saying I am good,
you, I would probably say you, man. You, the guy who doesn't know what's good and bad. He's probably
he's not
contingent.
So God is good relative to us.
Yeah,
I got to
relative to us.
I got to turn that idiot down too. So the issue being is this: you're not operating with the hypothetical. Okay, the whole point is good being a qualifying binary statement, okay? That the thing is good.
Nobody.
For good to have its identity is describing the quality of a thing.
Everybody
a thing is good because it is not good.
You know what's funny is
understanding what good is. Understanding what good is requires an understanding of what good is not to know what good is. It's the law of identity. Good equals good. Good is not equal to not good. That which is good cannot be not good.
Guy, I understand what you're saying, but I can't compute. You can't compute it. It's illogical. The question that you're forming
that's the point. It's incoherent.
Is illogical. It does not compute. It's not computational.
Okay, Lion. That's no Lion. That's the problem. It results in incoherency.
Yeah, what evidence do you have that God said I am good before existence?
Because the worldview results in incoherency. If you start with the thing that God exists, and nothing else exists but the God, and the God states it itself is good, good becomes an incoherent statement. Good becomes an incoherent statement that doesn't actually mean anything because there's nothing external of the God to reference to indicate what good is not, so that we can know coherently what good is.
That's a malformed question on a faulty premise.
It's
First
not.
Of all,
It's logically entailed by your goddamn worldview.
Why do you do that, dude? You
Lion,
always do
stop
this.
talking to him, dude.
Because you're fucking wrong.
Don't even respond to him.
You're asking questions. I go to answer. I can't even get the answer out. You do this to everybody.
It's
like a tactic,
you're trying to run the
because you're not addressing the fucking question.
When you feel threatened, you control the flow of the conversation. You never let the other person speak. It's the truth, bro.
Yeah, whatever, dude.
Lion, tell him you're turning him down, and then just continue talking.
Whinge about the meta war.
No, I just want to say it again.
Conversation.
Rob, I just want to state again, thank you, JL, for that ultimate
with a
proof
double-digit
of God,
IQ, please.
for the Bible, about it written on our insides. I just want to thank you for that.
He did have, that was a good one. And then he did recognize what is true, that we need an objective outside of ourselves standard. in order to make any type of truth claims. He was even stating it in that hypothetical that was incoherent, that in order for us to make any type of claims of what's good or bad, that we need something external to ourselves to reference. And that would just be God. I mean, that's another proof.
I know.
Just put it out there.
Amazing, isn't it? He even accepts the fact that you need something external to yourself to know what is good. It's beautiful.
Yeah.
Y'all think this world is
Unchanging.
good with everything eating everything else? This whole predator-prey system, micro to macro, everything's just suffering in a state
Nobody,
of
nobody said that,
suffering.
dude. I think you're on
And
the
God
wrong book.
declared that was
Hold on.
good. My ass.
I just want to say something real quick. That he
kind of
keeps saying if there was nobody external to him, right? I never believed that. Right?
he's
I don't
saying-
believe that.
he-
That's not
dude.
part of
That's
my
why.
worldview.
That's the part though. He's saying in order to measure good or bad, you need something external to something. So he just refuted his whole argument, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't.
So
I'm not a pantheist. I don't believe in pantheism. I don't believe that we are God. Like collectively, the whole universe, the cosmos is God. I don't believe that. So when he starts off the premise, well, there's nothing external to God. If he says I'm good, who's in relation to what? He's starting off
Lion,
the
right?
question with the premise that there's nothing that exists outside of God, that the cosmos and collectively is God. I don't believe that, dude.
Yeah, this is the thing
I
about
believe that.
Christianity.
Well, hold
Can
on.
you hear me, dude?
Let me just finish it. Let me finish it with
Wow.
this. In my worldview, God is external. He's the creator. He created the creation. He created the cosmos and the heavens. He's external to that. And theoretically, even if in the globe model with the Big Bang theory, right, something had to set that motion, right? The first domino effect that led a whole sequence of events to unravel. Something had to start that sequence, right? And that something had to exist external to the realm itself. So like and I bring up Newton's first law of motion all the time. An object at rest must remain at rest until an external force acts upon it.
Hold on,
Go ahead.
Okay. I don't want to lose my
Why
spot
does it
because
have
it took
to be
so
an
long.
external?
I knew it.
Oh man, no tanks.
I mean, I was talking and you started talking.
No,
Lion.
next, bro.
He
Lion.
was next. He was in line.
Lion. I just wanted to
go ahead.
clarify on your one point why it has to be external. That's all.
Because the creation has to have a creator. Logically, deductively, and inductively, the creator created the creation. So the creation cannot be the creator.
It would be like, well, listen, I want to give two. I mean, maybe I can help with that, but I did want to give another great point that JL kind of brought up there was that there needs to be a mutual reference point. Now, in why so many like theologians and philosophers have adopted the Christian worldview is because within the Trinity, see, a lot of people it doesn't make sense to. Like, how come three be one? But within the Trinity, the three in one, you got Father, Son, Holy Spirit allows the same thing that JL was calling for to be a mutual reference point that we see in reality. The thing that's required to have like an objective good would be like I can give like a scenario. Imagine you're looking at a television, but that's all that exists is you and the television, 1 and 2, but the television is just a black screen. You would never know. Everything would just be black. So now you need the background, right? Like the sky. So now imagine you have the sky, you have you, the sky, and then the television. Now you can perceive a third point in relation. So now you have the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit, three reference points in order to understand anything, in order to make any kind of claim. That's why so many adopt that worldview. And then the second part then would be from Mudworm or Mordwand, it would be to avoid an infinite regression. So you have to terminate. Like things must terminate, either if it's a cup on a table or if it's a physical cause and effect. They have to terminate at something in order for us to have the cup on the table or the present moment. And that moment has to, or that thing that it terminates has to be responsible for all the things that it's contingent upon. Yeah.
That's a misunderstanding of the concept of infinite.
Yeah, and so, some people will bring in like, well, I could have two infinite lines going from a point, but we're talking about the point. And
you can have an infinite set within a contained. You can have an infinite set that's contained.
Yeah, but for the starting point, you still need something. So yeah.
You can also have tenseless states. So
Dude,
trying to
you
appeal
have like
to
every ad hoc
as being
nonsense.
like a logical
Dude, you
fallacy.
cannot
No.
get to point. You cannot get to the present unless you start
doesn't
at a
work that way.
point, bro.
It's
Yeah.
not the problem that people think it is.
Potential states, yeah. I mean, listen, it'll be true that I'm sitting down, and it'll always be true that I'm sitting. That statement is true because I am sitting down, but now I'm standing up. Yeah, I get it. So, but yeah, so that would be what's necessary to provide the so a point, right? Like again, is something to us might be arbitrary, right? Like, well, at this point in time and that point in time, it took, between those 2 points, it took an hour or whatever. But this is what is needed is a context or a framework. You need these positions to make any sense of a situation. You need at least 3 points. Yeah, Father, Son, Holy Spirit is what gives the mutual reference point for any type of claim. 3 points are required.
It doesn't. So
unless you have listen, maybe I'd be willing to listen to it if you have a different singular, a concrete position that accounts for all of the particulars in the world in a coherent fashion. Yeah.
Wait, is the Earth, no tanks, is the Earth a level plane?
The Earth, a level plane? No, immeasurably not. Yeah.
Wait, it's not a level plane.
Immeasurably not.
Oh, so what is it then?
The Earth, it goes up, down, left, right. There's all sorts of stuff.
Wouldn't the shape of the Earth change your argument about how many points are required for reference?
No, you're talking about the water level. So the great thing about the water level tool, the 2 points, is that then you can move the water level again to any other third point. Well, I would talk about it. Yeah, you can move that water level to a third point. That's the thing that proves it. The 3 dimensions. That's what proves it. Yeah.
Okay,
like when you're thinking flat Earth, what proves flat Earth? 3 dimensions.
I don't think you get the troll that I was going for. That's okay.
I missed it. Yeah.
No, but
can I try another troll?
Aren't you just establishing a false idol right now of your water level, and isn't that against the 10 Commandments? Because now you're placing water level above God in determining position.
I take the position that the water level is arbitrary. Some people in the it's arbitrary.
Get him more one.
So I want one.
But some people, they'll say, no, the water level. Listen. Some people in the community, they'll say, oh, but the water level conforms to sea level, like as if one thing dictates to the other thing. These are all just arbitrary points.
You're not addressing.
Wait.
You said
my point is that these are.
You said the Trinity was needed, but now you're saying that a water level can establish the shape of the Earth, and that would be a false idol against God. You're placing the water level above God as a false idol. That's a violation of the 10 Commandments.
Okay, maybe
water level doesn't mean flat Earth.
Yeah.
Also,
I don't know what he's talking about exactly. But it is a great kind of point, right? Like you could go into it. Is in order to know like a shape, you have to go into 3 dimensions. So 3 is required to know shape. Yeah. So another proof of the 3 being the minimal.
Also, you said something about God. How do you know between the hundreds of gods that yours is the best? And he is in charge of your level plane.
This is some top-notch smooth brain thinking here. 3. Oh, it's the power of 3. It's the Trinity. I
guess so, but yeah, you can know what like elevation something is in a third dimension. That would be from a third point of view. Like a lot of people in this argument, like early on, like maybe probably
the Earth is 3-dimensional.
I've heard Agent do it before, where he was like, "Listen, 3 dimensions. Welcome to the globe." He thinks that flat Earth are stuck in 2 dimensions, but reality is 3 dimensions. He's in 2 dimensions, literally. Well,
right. So you want to talk to me about what is flat?
Yeah, what is flat? And would you know it if you couldn't get into a third dimension to measure it?
A glass door is flat.
A glass door? Yeah, but you wouldn't know that if you were contained.
I'm asking you, a glass door is flat?
Yeah, a glass door can be flat. Yep, in any plane. Yeah, it can be flat in any plane.
It's not.
Okay, I guess you win.
It's not.
All right, you win.
This is where we don't agree about flat.
Yeah. Glass door can be flat if it lies within a plane.
Because you still think 2-dimensional.
No, you think two-dimensional, bro. You have to get outside of the glass.
His argument was literally, I know you are, but what am I? His argument was literally, I know you are, but what am I? That's hilarious.
Listen, I'm just pointing out, you guys are stuck in two dimensions. You're like, listen, you're saying, look, a glass door, it can lie within this plane, but there's little bumps on it. But that can only be perceived from a third dimension. That's necessary to measure those little bumps you're talking about.
No, I can literally draw a line of a glass material and it wouldn't be flat.
All right, you win. You got it. Whatever that means.
Flat means length and width. The glass door also has height as well.
Correct.
So I'm sorry, what's the shape of the Earth again?
Anyway, anybody else got anything to say?
Oblate spheroid is the answer you're looking for.
With the slight pear shape at the bottom.
No thanks. No thanks. What's the shape of the Earth?
Dude, you don't know what you don't know. You don't know what flat is.
Try not to use flat in the description.
Yeah,
remember, this is an adult who has children and pays taxes that you're talking to.
Hey, listen,
and he can't even answer this question.
I'm aware.
I'm aware.
Really out of context.
It's like it's disturbing. This individual goes out and casts a vote in the league, in our political system. That's terrifying to me.
Anyway, listen, I don't know. If you want to measure Earth, right, you just go out and measure it, right? The way you're going to measure it is you're going to establish like a reference to measure it from, and then you'll measure that the Earth from that reference. If you want to set yourself up like some sort of vertical datum, and then carry a straight line over to the Earth, and be like, all right, that tree is 4 feet tall. That's growing pretty well. These plants are 1 foot tall, and then you measure the Earth. You tell me what you come up with.
No thanks. Is the room that you are sitting in flat?
Yep.
No, what's the shape of the room?
The shape of the room? Oh, that's different than the surface of the room. Yeah, and those are two things that you're messing up, dude.
That's what I asked. Together. What's the shape of the room?
Overall, it's a rectangle. I have I framed out a wall around the chimney here. So I mean that's another, I guess, rectangle in the middle of the room.
Okay, rectangle is 2D or 3D shape?
That's 2D.
Okay, so give me a 3D description of your room.
More cube
Are you
shape.
capable?
Have you been in rooms? What's wrong with you? Have you been in rooms?
You said it. You said it's a cube. It's a cube. You said it. So why can't you say it about the Earth? Why can't you name the shape of the Earth?
I can. We can go measure Earth. I don't know where the confusion is, dude. We can measure Earth.
He's asking you what it is.
Dirt, rocks, trees, flowers, grass.
No, what shape is it? What shape is it? Is the Earth a sphere? Is the Earth a cube? What shape is the Earth?
Yeah, the Earth when we measure it is measurably not a consistent shape of cube. Sphere.
Wait, Warren.
Wait, Warren. He's a voter. He's a voter. He's a fucking voter.
Warren, wait. Let me.
This guy.
I mean, Warren, if I do this with you, right? If we go out together, I offered to do it with Omni. Maybe I could do it with. Maybe you too, M Agent, and
Can
Warren. So Warren, if we went out together, and I grabbed my auto level, right?
No, thanks.
And then you grabbed you and Agent, maybe both. You guys could grab the measuring rod, and you went to the north, and he went to the south. And I put the auto level. I just spun it around 180 degrees, and you both read, say 4 feet on the measuring rod. I just call out the number 4 feet. As you walk away, right? As you walk away with the measuring rod,
wait.
I'm measuring Earth right now with you both.
No,
right?
no.
When you walk
I
away
want
with
to
the
stay
measuring
on topic.
rod, I'm on topic. When you walk away with the measuring rod.
No, the topic was
if
your
you start to read a new number, if I start to read a new number on the measuring rod, would that be a change in elevation of the Earth? Would it be going up or down?
I think the question is,
wait, Tyler, wait.
He was asking somebody in particular a question.
Yeah, they're interrogating.
I'm talking to No Tanks. Wait.
Has anybody seen the whole Earth?
Wait. Don't.
No Tanks is ignoring you, Agent. No Tanks is ignoring you. When they ignore you, you just got to back out.
And kindly, I included you as well.
No thanks. Did you admit that your room is cubical shape?
Bro, I don't know, dude. I don't know what's wrong with you. So that's why, I mean, if you're okay, let me blink twice.
What's wrong with you? Can you be honest and say that your room has a cubicle?
Yeah, right.
Space-like shape.
I have vertical walls, right, on the perimeter of the home, and then going into the bedrooms, right, and they're in the vertical. And I would say that's where the room.
That's where
cubicle.
the room.
I mean, I'll tell you how I measure it. That's where the room terminates.
Say cubicle. I don't want your
Agent, this is not good, man. This is not good.
This guy's procreated. Like he's passed these genes on to others.
Listen, Warren, are you going to answer the question or not? Did I ask you, Warren, or are you out on it?
Yeah, no thanks. Go for it.
Well, I mean, I gave him the situation. If we had the auto level, right? Say he's looking through the auto level, and I got the stick, or we could switch around. And you're reading, let's say you're reading what's equivalent to 4 feet, right? When you hold the auto level next to the stick, right? Can you imagine this scenario, Warren? You know, you just got a stick, and you got an auto level, both at 4 feet.
But you're engaging with me? No, thank you. I'm good. I don't engage with flat earthers.
Yeah, it's not. I mean, it's not.
Why are you here?
We could prove it.
I'm here to divest people of their God beliefs.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
Yeah,
anyway.
but you have.
Yeah, there's
But
things.
do you think you have
there's things that we can
difference
prove on,
here between flat earthers and religious people?
I say there's good, strong overlap, but it's not logically entailed.
Yeah, there's things that we can prove, Warren. There's things that we can know. Like knowledge is possible.
I can show
and we
you
can know
a Venn
things.
diagram of.
Knowledge is just is literally just statements that have been confirmed, statements about reality, or statements that have been confirmed to be true. That's what knowledge is.
Yeah. And we can know things, about the world.
Truth is that which corresponds with reality, is consistent with other statements about it, and is the most pragmatic and parsimonious. So
yeah, no problem. Yeah, there's a unity and a diversity, and there is a relationship or a framework that things can be known. We can only know things within a framework that's coherent. Yeah.
Okay, so essentially, without multiplying our entities unnecessarily, the statements we make about reality are probabilistic in nature. That we can determine their likelihood to be true to a degree that it would be irrational to doubt them without evidence to warrant that doubt. That's basic analytic philosophy. That's Wittgenstein. So in that respect, we can make probabilistic assertions that are probabilistically true, that are confirmed by like predictive modeling and recursive outcomes. So we can do that, like the successes of those things. But I don't hold that we have access to what we would call objective reality or absolute truth, because we don't have a mechanism to differentiate it from our subjective experience yet. I'm not saying it's going to be an absolute forever. I'm saying that could change, but it's within the realm of logical possibility that it won't. So
can we know the absolute of the Earth?
Do what?
Can we know the absolute truth about the shape of the Earth?
Well, okay, so any statement is going to be probabilistic, like any statement. Even the statement I'm making is probabilistically true. Like the evidence indicates the likelihood of the probability that what I'm saying is true about reality. Okay, I'm not saying anything is absolute, because we simply don't have access to that. We don't currently have access to that. Maybe one day we will, but who knows? That's neither here nor there. Currently,
is it absolutely true that you said that, and that will never change?
No, it's probabilistically true.
In the tense.
It's probabilistically true. You know that.
Okay, so then the Earth could not. It's not absolute truth that it's a globe.
It's 99.99 repeating likely that it is true that it is an oblate spheroid.
And based on scientific evidence, what's the chance of life forming on its own based on everything we've seen and observed?
Well, okay, based on what we've observed, it's guaranteed. It just needs the right conditions. We just don't know what those conditions
without
are.
any intervention, what's the chances?
Oh, as far as we can tell, with the evidence we have, without assuming the existence of something, that to intervene, that we can't demonstrate does exist, with just the evidence that we have, it's guaranteed. It's guaranteed given the right 100%. Conditions. We just don't know what those conditions specifically. We just don't know what this. No. Given the evidence we have, you can have a planet that doesn't have life, like Earth once was, and then have a planet that has life on it, like Earth is now. So obviously, without assuming the existence of an intervening agent, life can come about of natural processes unguided. We just don't know what that process specifically was or what the conditions were. So yes.
Is there any evidence that would present that life could not naturally come about without intervention?
We would have to show the logical contradiction. We'd have to like show how it is logically impossible. Show the logical contradiction in life coming about by unguided processes. We'd have to show how that's logically contradictory.
So we need like a substitute.
No, you just have to show. You just have to show the logical contradiction. Like the state of A and the state of B indicate that C, life coming about by unguided processes, is impossible. Because for it to be possible, you have to violate A and B. Okay, there has to be a logical contradiction there. So if there's no logical contradiction, then it is logically possible for life to come about by unguided processes through natural chemical interactions.
All life comes from other life.
The what?
The law of biogenesis, that all life comes from other life.
So biogenesis is not really a law. It's an observation that applies to evolution and evolutionary studies, but not to origin of life research. That's why it's not really a law. It's more of just an observation of life operating in the realm, kind of like an evolutionary biology. But it's not like a set law. It's not like the law of thermodynamics, okay?
Even though it's
or the law of geological superposition. So
it's not really a law, even though it's called a law, based on everything we can actually
it's not referred. Creationists, I've dealt with creationists that do this. They refer to it as the law of biogenesis. It's not actually a law. But this is something that you learn like when you're in college studying this stuff. Like what are the actual laws? It's not an actual like ascribed law, like the law of thermodynamics. Okay, like the first law of thermodynamics, second law of thermodynamics, or like the like law of geological superposition. Okay, the principles and stuff like that. It's not a principle. It's not a law. Biogenesis describes life coming from life. It's an observation of what happens in reality. The field that it's related to is biology.
I did learn about it in biology.
Okay, so then you know it doesn't apply to abiogenesis, which is origin of life research, which deals with organic chemistry, right?
Yeah, I know because I said that I said that life, it could come from non-life because I was thinking about abiogenesis and I got the question wrong.
Cool, we're good.
So yeah, the law of biogenesis is absolutely a real thing.
It's an observation. Yes, it's an observation, but it's not a law.
I was considering abiogenesis. Just saying.
Not a law.
Well, technically,
this comes from the PhDs that work in the field. Okay, I'm not like making it up.
We can't demonstrate life coming from non-life, but yeah, I guess that's still possible.
Okay, well, so it's logically possible. There's no contradiction there, and it's given the evidence we have without the most parsimonious conclusion, without multiplying entities unnecessarily, would be that life can arise from natural processes. Done.
Is it logically possible that the Earth could be flat?
Logically possible? Well, so logically possible. Given the law of gravity, no.
I literally just said the law of biogenesis, and you
law
said
of universal gravitation.
Gravity.
No,
but now gravity is a law, but biogenesis isn't.
Yes, because biology doesn't function like fucking physics does. God damn it!
All we see is life coming from non-life.
No, actually, we don't see that. We do see amino acids, which are required for life to exist, coming about naturally with no intervention.
They don't form life.
Yeah, okay, that's because they require the right conditions, duh. Which is what I said previously. You're not listening. You want your God to exist. So you're starting with a conclusion, and you're asking a question to validate your conclusion.
Dude, you just contradicted yourself.
No, I didn't.
Why is the law of gravity a law then?
Do you know how we formulate laws, principles, and theorems?
Why is the law of gravity a law?
Describe for me how we define.
I asked you a question first.
I don't think you know what the fuck you're talking about.
I don't care. I asked you a question. If you want me to answer your question,
so if you can't tell me that if you can't guarantee for me that you know what the fuck you're talking about, there's no point in me.
So you're just not going to answer. You're scared.
I don't need to because you don't know how laws are. You don't know how laws are developed.
In the Bible, it said that God created man out of dirt, right?
This is such a non sequitur.
No, you asked me for an example of life coming from non-life.
Okay, let me answer his question first.
Give him a break, Taylor. He's not the sharpest tool in the shed.
Yeah.
Please.
Natural organic chemical interactions.
The answer to his question so we can establish.
Yeah,
she had to fucking Google it. She had to Google this shit. That's hilarious.
Mathematical that
Get the
describes
fuck
a
out of
consistent
here.
and universal relationship observed in nature based on repeated experiments and observations. So this is what makes the law, and this is exactly what we observe in biology. That life only comes from other life. Okay, so as much as the law of gravity is the law of biogenesis is the law, because we actually only see life coming from non-life from all experimentation and observation. In the same way that gravity.
But from a Christian worldview, it says in that book that God created man from dust.
Yeah, the question was without intervention. Does this happen in a natural process?
Oh, okay, but you can accept that that process is life from non-life is possible. Then, correct? Even like intervention, but life, it's possible, right? There's a possibility that life from non-life is possible.
Not without intervention.
Not without intervention. Okay. So you okay. Okay. So your worldview is essentially
and I was still talking to the other guy.
I understand that.
So why would the law of gravity even make it impossible for the Earth to be flat?
Because things entropy. It's about energy and how things form.
Did he leave?
How things form. It's about how things form is why he says gravity. It's about how things form.
Are you taking over for J.L. Warren?
I guess. So like if you drop like when rain falls, it doesn't fall flat. It falls in a certain form. That is a function of gravity. Gravity.
We can evidence gravity with recent events. Look at that Cosmos craft that crashed.
Yeah, like gravity makes things in the universe form in a circular. I don't want to get like specific, but in a globular type fashion. Yeah, that's why he said gravity.
It's a function of minimal energy. There's a principle about it.
The law of entropy.
So in the same way that he's saying that abiogenesis is possible because we don't understand the processes, you could still say that the flat Earth is possible because we don't understand all the processes yet.
Well, if you accept gravity as a reality, flat Earth is not possible. Just accepted gravity as a reality.
Well,
because
also,
then abiogenesis is impossible too because we cannot demonstrate it.
Okay, let's just for a second.
Everything that is demonstrated.
Okay, hold on. Let's for a second. Yeah. Let's say the Earth was created and it was flat. The problem is, currently today we can measure it and it's not. So did it transform somewhere along the line? Did it transform somewhere along the line? I don't know. But right now we can measure it. We can tread upon it. We can photograph it from afar. It is a sphere now.
We can show it. We can show it through flights as well.
That actually is the Tolkien cosmology, in that the Earth was created flat and then later became round.
Yeah, you had a creation. Yeah, you had the accretion disk, and then it formed into a sphere because of gravitation, which all celestial bodies above a certain mass adopt spherical shape.
We don't even understand gravity on the small scale.
We don't need to understand.
Stop.
We don't need to understand its root cause. Well, we do have a good understanding of it.
We don't need to understand either.
We do have. We do have a good grasp on its net effect.
Okay, great. So your proof that the Earth can't be flat is something that you don't even understand.
No, we measure it. We photograph it. What do you mean? What do you mean? We measure it and photograph it. We have orbiting satellites, polar orbiting satellites, all this technology around us, which is revolving around the Earth every single fucking hour of every day.
Something that you don't understand fundamentally. No,
I understand. I understand. Satellites are in orbit.
That does not matter, dude. Non sequitur.
Something you don't understand.
Oh, that's exactly. It's exactly on point. We have satellites orbiting the planet.
Claim to not understand.
We have satellites orbiting the planet.
And their equations fall off in outer space. Fall out. Yeah, their equations fall off completely whenever you get into outer space. They don't even work.
Did you do them?
Hello, you do it every day.
Hello.
Did you?
You don't have to interrupt me.
Did you do the math? Did you do the math?
We do have to interrupt you.
No, you don't.
Because you do it every day.
I want to see
you pretend each time that you never heard it. You pretend.
None of that is mutually exclusive either, by the way.
You're pretending every time that you didn't heard it, and you pretend.
Yeah, I was in the middle of talking to JL Warren.
That you
Great question.
He doesn't want to talk to
I
a
can't even understand what you're saying.
An injustice. Because you're a stupid bitch. Yes.
Yeah, I know you're projecting.
Always,
all the voters have evidence.
I'm allowed to say
We're not gonna go
whatever the fuck I want.
Your agent's he always flips out on the females, but he never flips out on the dudes. I don't get it.
Yeah, he has some sort of complex.
He's afraid, bro.
Oh, good, he's gone. Let him leave.
So back to
we're not going to do that at all.
Thank you, Leslie.
I timed them out for an hour for that, so that's not going to be allowed. Just be aware of that. Respect.
Yeah, it's exactly. But so the main question that is kind of being posed to you is so you don't accept gravity, and therefore we should not accept abiogenesis.
No, he was saying, is there a logical contradiction? Okay, so I was asking, is there a logical contradiction for abiogenesis? Is abiogenesis impossible in his philosophical model? And he said, no, we don't fully understand the conditions, yada, yada. And I brought the law of biogenesis or whatever, and he said, whatever. And then I said, is it possible that the earth is flat in that same manner? And he said, no. And I said, why? And he said, because the law of gravity.
Yes,
and the law of gravity is based on what we can observe here. And then I said, okay, well then abiogenesis, the law of biogenesis is based on everything we can observe. Is that life only comes from non-life? And then he went silent from there.
Okay,
yeah, but the laws of gravitation, we understand more, we can see more than what we can see in biogenesis. Difference as well.
You said we can see abiogenesis? Where?
No, I said there's a difference between law of gravity and law of biogenesis. We have more information for the law of gravity compared to the law of abiogenesis or whatever. We have more.
The law of biogenesis, that life only comes from non-life. I think we have the opposite. We only see life coming from non-life. However, the law of gravity, I would say that law breaks down in outer space. But whatever.
I think you're saying it wrong. You're saying life only comes from life. Because if you're saying life only comes from non-life, then you're in agreement with abiogenesis.
No, life only comes from life. That's everything we can observe here.
Okay.
I want to hear more about how gravitation fails in outer space. We do have the orbit of the moon. We do have the orbit of our satellites. We do have the shape of the Earth by measurement and by photography. We do have the shape of the Earth by orbiting satellites. All these things are working.
All these things are non sequiturs.
We did predict. They're not.
How is that a non sequitur? How is that a non sequitur?
How we have pictures of the Earth
in
its shape has nothing to do with it right now.
By utilizing our understanding of gravity.
Yeah, it doesn't relate to abiogenesis. You just said that. You just said gravitation fails in outer space, and I was saying, by what evidence do you get off saying that?
Our understanding of gravity is what led us to develop orbital mechanics models, and those orbital mechanics models led us to predict the existence of Neptune by observing perturbations in Uranus's orbit. And so we predicted the existence of a planet when we hadn't seen before. And so we didn't know that Neptune existed. And so we predicted its existence by observing Neptune, by observing Uranus's orbit. And so when we looked in a way, it says if orbital mechanics is correct, which means is our understanding of gravity correct, we should look in this particular time at this time and place in space, and we'll see another planet. Some people were like, I don't think we will. We would have seen it before. Other people were like, sure, maybe we will. They looked, and there it was, and a new planet was discovered. Welcome, model confirmed.
Model confirmed. Well, guess what? We only see in the lab. We only see life coming from other life.
Yeah,
model confirmed.
Our understanding of gravity gives rise to orbital mechanics.
She was trying to respond.
Law of biogenesis has been.
So the understanding of gravity gives rise to orbital mechanics models that make predictions that come true.
Hang on. Why are we bouncing between abiogenesis and gravity? Why are we doing that?
Because he's saying one can be possible. Okay, like the law of gravity could invalidate flat Earth. Okay, because he's saying that something about discovering a new planet or whatever. And then I'm saying, well, then in that same sense, like, can the law of biogenesis be confirmed as well because of everything that we've been able to observe?
Not even the same thing.
Okay, well,
I don't think it's a different topic
because
altogether.
If he's going to say that what we can observe
two different things with different amounts of evidence. I don't know why you compare them.
Okay, maybe y'all didn't catch the whole conversation.
They're not both.
So I say
Biogenesis is not a law.
would that exclude abiogenesis? No. Would the law of gravity exclude the flat Earth? Yes. Okay, and there's serious contradictions here because first of all, the law of biogenesis has been confirmed with every observation that we've seen, just like y'all are saying with gravity. However, I disagree with gravity
Biogenesis is not a
because of
law.
dark matter. So it's actually even worse than the outside.
But you're having to ignore the experiments that have gone on that show that it's possible. This spontaneous molecular arrangement, where they get the precursors and stuff, the mRNA and all that stuff.
All that, first of all, anything like getting RNA required heavy intervention, which if anything would give evidence that there was intervention. But we've never formed life from non-life.
We may not ever do that. It may not ever happen.
Okay, so why is that a law? But then why can't that be a law and applied into logic? But gravity can, even though we actually have observations that contradict our laws of gravity, like what we have to invoke for dark matter.
No.
Yeah. It's actually even worse.
No, it's not. It doesn't. It doesn't.
He's obviously just biased in his philosophy.
I mean, how much has it got to be talked about? I don't understand why y'all don't understand that dark matter is just there's something out there that they don't see when they look. They see the effect of it, but can't see it. That doesn't violate the law of gravity.
And we don't even know how gravity works on a small scale. So to use that as evidence that the Earth cannot be flat, that's ridiculous. So what other law
scales?
Yeah, I'm not surprised it doesn't work on subatomic. I'm not surprised that it doesn't work on the subatomic scale. I mean, it doesn't bother me that it doesn't. I'm not surprised that it doesn't.
Macro scale in space.
It does.
Gravity works very well on macro scale in space.
It doesn't work on the quantum scale, and it doesn't work in outer space. We have to invoke.
It does work in outer space.
It does work in outer space.
Very well in outer space. Can you be more specific?
Imaginary things.
Can you be more specific, Taylor?
Y'all hate us doing.
You just keep saying it.
Taylor, can you be very specific?
Wait. Taylor, in your model, how did we discover Neptune then?
I don't think discovering Neptune would be mutually exclusive to either model.
It's not mutually exclusive.
Whoa.
We used Uranus to predict when Neptune.
What does that have to do with the shape of the Earth?
Predict it
because gravity exists.
Yeah, it's about gravity.
Even
you keep shifting.
So what?
You keep
what
shifting though. You're deflecting.
Because gravity exists.
Dude,
if gravity didn't
totally
exist,
deflected from our conversation. I had to get all you guys to come white knight form and jump in.
No, it's just you're saying the same thing and you're not accepting the facts.
He's not being logically consistent with his theories. That's all I'm saying.
According to
that's projection.
Okay, so if he wants to say that because we can observe something consistently happening and it's a law, then he has to admit the same thing for the law of biogenesis.
There is not a law of biogenesis.
There is a law of abiogenesis.
There's a law of biogenesis.
What's life to you?
What is the law of biogenesis? No, I'm sorry. What is the law of biogenesis?
Maybe you should just look it up, as JL told me to do. That life only comes from other life.
You're claiming the law of biogenesis, which does not exist. I would like you to actually tell me what the law of biogenesis says. What variables are included?
Life only comes from non-life. So life arises only from pre-existing life, not from non-living matter.
That is not a law.
It's a theory.
According to who?
According to scientists. Do you understand what a scientific law is? Do you understand what a scientific law is?
No.
I have just
yes, it's something that's repeatedly observed.
Searched for law of biogenesis. All I got was theory of biogenesis. Not a single one mentioned a law of biogenesis. Only theories of biogenesis.
Yeah, I've seen it called a law, but there's some historical context missing here. That this was devised when they still thought that maggots spontaneously
came from meat.
Yeah, so it
doesn't matter because
contrast to the notion of spontaneous generation.
We haven't had anything contradict the law of biogenesis.
And abiogenesis doesn't actually contradict biogenesis either.
Yeah, that's life arising from non-living components, which is literally what the law of biogenesis says. It does not happen.
Certain conditions, there are ways that energy and non-living chemistry can interact to form simple building blocks that would lead to living organisms.
We'll prove it.
Isn't life a chemical construct of non-living components?
The law of biogenesis that life arises from only pre-existing life, not non-living matter.
The question is, like, how do you define life a bit? Because are you thinking
There's
like
parameters like reproduction, metabolism?
Okay, and so so if we were to define it based upon just a cell, would you accept that to be life?
How long until this grain of sand becomes alive? Does somebody tell me?
It depends. I don't know. But like you were saying, it doesn't happen in nature. But you have these like sulfur.
I'll give you the characteristics of life.
Okay.
Energy processing, homeostasis, regulation, growth and development, reproduction, sensitivity or response to stimuli, order, and cellular organization. At least being made of one or more cells.
According to
According to biology.
Webster or something. Yeah.
So some people.
You guys want us to believe that a grain of sand, like dead earth, like just grains of sand, a bunch of them are going to come to life.
So through the process I was talking about, you have these sulfur flats, and they get energy from the sun, and they evaporate. Then more water comes in, and then it comes up, and it evaporates. And that process forms those non-living chemicals to react to one another, and then those chemicals form, and they react to other chemicals, and they start forming systems based upon basic science of those chemical reactions. You know, if you look at the cell wall, it's basically just lipids. And then inside of it, you have these things hiding in it. Like life is a function of non-life that is connected chemically, essentially. And those chemical connections.
Yeah, it just did all that shit because it felt like it, right?
No,
that's not considered life.
So we're not, so like when you're saying like the term felt like it's a function of the universe. And then everybody's trying to describe that, but the term felt like it, you can say that, but it's a function of the universe. Can you say God wrote the rules of that? Maybe. Don't care. It doesn't matter. But the thing is, it's the actual logic that we're
talking about. It's not life, dude. Whatever you just described is not even life, so it doesn't matter.
What you described is also contested. A lot of people don't agree on what life even is. Specifically, virologists don't necessarily agree on whether viruses are alive or not.
No, they know that they're non-living because they don't.
No, what he said does matter, Taylor. Exactly matters. Directly applicable. Talking about no, don't talk over me. It's talking about spontaneous chemical reactions that occur with or without influence. I mean, it's things that just happen by themselves, and it is like at the core of importance of abiogenesis, the theory.
Then my tree is going to become a dog.
Left lane.
It's even worse.
Left lane. No, hang on, guys.
It is evolution.
Left lane. Billions of years. So you got to have a level of space for that. Thank you.
I didn't hear what she said. I'm sorry.
Say it again, Rob.
Rob, your mic shit.
Yeah, these things to occur.
I say that out of love.
It takes billions of years. That requires a level of faith. Thank you.
Yeah, the billions of years requires a level of faith. Well, yeah, I mean, there's just no proof of it. So then,
there's no proof of billions
by
of
his
years.
by his own standards on what's logically impossible, that should be one of the.
You're saying there's no proof of billions of years? That's what you're saying?
Yeah, the proof. There's definitely is proof.
No, I'm talking about life forming from non-life.
The proof of billions of years is that we need billions of years for life to occur naturally without any kind of intervention. We have life here, therefore there must have been billions of years because that's what we need for it to come about.
No, I would say the billions of years is done other like not to try to prove the premise. It's based upon like multiple other fields of study and results.
Chemistry and physics.
Leading
formation of lead is a major example.
Yeah, like leading to the same outcome, within a range of variation.
Yeah, name one.
Name one. Name one what? Field of study that verifies that the Earth is billions of years old?
Radioactivity.
Yes. Thank you for following the conversation.
Okay, yeah. So radio. So whoever radioactivity, you have geologists would be another field of study that would confirm that.
You're gonna have to elaborate on your vague answer.
Geologist is a vague answer.
Formation of lead.
How do geologists prove that the Earth is billions of years old?
Formation of lead.
There you go. There's one. They can study rock layers to see ages. They can do crystals that form.
You're gonna need a flat Earth.
Mutually exclusive, right? Those strata layers are mutually exclusive to billions of years, right? Not just a worldwide flood that could have happened.
It didn't happen. Where'd the water come from?
The formation of lead as well is another major example. It requires millions of years of decay.
They say the early Earth was a water world. So in terms of where the water come from,
Where'd it go?
Who are they? Who are they?
No, where'd it go?
Oh, I have a paper on that.
There was
early. How early?
There was that documentary about the Earth being a
Don't
water.
worry about it. I'll
world,
find it.
Snowball Earth.
It was a movie.
Yeah.
No. Where did the water go?
The movie, the one.
Here, you can go read the paper whenever I post it.
Okay.
What was it before that?
The evidence suggests that early Earth, around 3 to 4 billion years ago, may have been almost entirely covered by a vast ocean.
Yes, that is possible. Yes. And then there was an ice Earth. There was many things, but we were talking about a global. We were talking about a global flood and where that water came from, and you answered it with. You answered it speaking to billions of years.
They say in their model that there was enough water to cover the Earth in early Earth.
Yes.
And is there less water now?
Yeah, but life wasn't around then, was it?
That's a good question. Maybe it was the ice caps were melted. I don't know. Whatever they say in their stupid model. I'll post it.
But in that, what you're posting is someone saying, "Hey, the Earth is billions of years old, and this is one condition." No, I'm responding to someone's claim that there wasn't. I understand that, and in your response, that what science that's built upon is someone saying the Earth is billions of years old, and this is one condition in which the Earth existed in.
The point was, they said there's not enough water, or where did the water come from? And I say, in your own model, I'm not using it as proof of my model. I'm saying in your own model there was enough water because they say the Earth was covered in water 3 to 4 billion years ago.
The Earth was covered with water because there was no land. There was no land yet.
And then tectonics raised and lowered portions. Yeah.
Yes.
There you go.
Sensation, formation of clouds.
And it says God separated the waters from the waters. So another coincidence.
I didn't see a byline that says God. So sorry. Professor Parks, are you there?
Yes, but I think I'm having audio issues.
No, you're calm.
Is there an issue with the mathematics of orbital mechanics? Because somebody said that orbital mechanics fails when you get to space.
Oh, that's incorrect.
By the way.
That's not
I tried to push Taylor on that earlier.
That's not what she said directly. She said gravity fails in space. That was her direct quote.
Yes, and I wanted to know exactly from her what she means by that. I suspect I do know, but I want her to say it.
Did you catch the whole conversation? Because that would be the only relevant.
No, you did. What the portion of the conversation I referred to is when you said the formula for orbits fails.
I never said that, dude.
That is an exact word for word.
No, she said gravity fails.
You said
that's what she said. But what he's saying, what he's implying is true. You're saying that orbital mechanics fails by saying gravity fails.
You said the math fails, and I said, have you done the math?
Great. Okay, so basically what happened was we were talking about something being logically inconsistent in J.L. Warren's worldview, and then I said, is abiogenesis possible? He said yes, and I said, what about the law of biogenesis? And he said, whatever. And then I said, is flat Earth possible? And he said no, and I said why? And he said because of the law of gravity. And I say, okay, well that's funny because the law of biogenesis, based on all our observations, shows that it's true, just like the laws of gravity, even though the gravitational model seems to not work in outer space or on the subatomic level. That was my
question. When you say outer space, can you please be more specific?
Yeah, other galaxy systems.
Are you talking about dark matter?
Yeah.
That is not conclusive as to whether or not our understanding of gravity is incorrect or not. That has yet to be answered.
And
even
and,
if
and I'm curious
the point of
because
the
I'm
conversation
curious.
wasn't that. Even if gravity was consistent, then the law of biogenesis is still consistent.
It's not a law.
Still stand.
But wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, but
if I may interject 1 second, your citation states that our stupid model, as you put it, the flood was 70, 80, or even 90% of the early continents. It was not a global flood in the sense that all land was covered, in which is what I believe is the suggestion because of fossils on Mount Everest. So this is drastically different than what you're saying. This is not a water world as the biblical flood would indicate.
Well, Harvard said little or no land exposed.
I'm reading your article. It says 70 to 90%. Did you read the article?
Yeah, like, can you explain your answer for why there's
It doesn't matter. We're jumping. We're literally jumping points.
Yeah, we've been doing that all day.
Okay, let me post this paper for
on Mount Everest.
And I'm curious about another point where we're talking about the shape of the Earth and gravitation, and in our solar system, discovery of Neptune, and then you said, oh, the orbits of or the rotation of galaxies. What kind of a divert is that?
Dude, the whole point was that if the law of gravity is true, even if it was true and consistent, then the law of biogenesis is also.
It's not a law.
Therefore, yes, it is.
No, it's not.
I'm interested in that. Let me
but you're bringing in chemistry and mixing it with physics.
That's not the point. The point is that he's being logically inconsistent.
Well, they're not on equal footing, so you can't say if gravitation is true, then abiogenesis must be true. No, you can't just if gravitation is true, doesn't mean anything about a different division of reality.
It doesn't matter if something's proved to be demonstrably true consistently. Now, if in his paradigm, like with gravity, that would make it a law. The same thing with biogenesis. Therefore, you can't say that one's possible and one isn't.
That's not what makes things laws.
Okay, based on the repeated observations, likely seen the law of biogenesis. We have never seen anything other than the law of biogenesis.
You know what's crazy? People will pick apart the term theory on your side all the time. And biogenesis is a theory. And just as I grant that the flat Earth is possible, it's possible. It's very, 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 very highly, highly billion% not probable, but it's still possible. You have to understand that biogenesis is a theory. It is not a law.
It's based on everything we've ever observed.
Okay.
Based on everything we've ever observed, the Earth is a sphere.
No.
I was going to say.
If that was true, you wouldn't have any flat earthers around.
Yes, you would, because you'd have people that would just fundamentally reject something for the case, just for the sake of rejection. People do that all the time. Do you have this type of deviation in thought all throughout society? But you still would.
Remember that dress that broke the internet a few years ago, where people were deciding what color was it, whether it was blue and black or gold and white or whatever it was. People disagree on basic things. Even after it was shown to be blue and black, people still disagree on what color it was.
I mean, it was also a question of the lighting of the computer.
Oh, that's a great question.
The device that you were watching on.
Sorry, go
ahead.
Are
you guys talking about the law of rejection?
No, when it's talking about the law of biogenesis, which the origins of that are back to Louis Pasteur and talking about maggots, like maggots being spontaneously generated from rotten meat. And it is carried back to, as it pertains to the origins, it's a separate conversation from abiogenesis. It's not really exactly the same thing, and it doesn't say that this is where we came from. It just says that, this is what we observed.
It is everything we've observed. Right.
The law of rejection was just brought up. That one's different because that's the study that was run on my Tinder profile. But
Renee, I have a quick question for you.
Yes.
You said that there would be some segments of society that would reject whatever's being shared. So with that in mind, if the government came out tomorrow, you turned on the television while you're making breakfast, and you see that there's a public release, a disclosure about Earth being flat, would you then accept it, or would you become a conspiracy theorist?
So I would speak from personal experience. Government came out and said, get COVID shot. I said, I'm not getting COVID shot. I don't do generation 1 technology in my life. I'm not getting it. I don't have.
We're not going to do medical stuff, please. No medical stuff.
I get that, but what I'm saying is, what I'm saying.
Did you hear what I said?
Yes,
Did you hear what I said?
Yes, yes. But what I'm saying, what I'm saying is, just if I see something, I will apply my thoughts, and then I would take facts and evidence that I can confirm multiple times over and over again, and then I would come to a conclusion. And if my conclusion is wrong, I would like to hear the evidence to disprove me. And I truly believe the highest form of intelligence is to be able to have a position, because you have to form it, but the ability to see the truth and the ability to accept facts. And that's the problem with these conversations. There's a question asked, there is a direct answer, and there is no acceptance of that answer because of what you're talking about, just a complete distrust of things. And I get it.
So you have that level of distrust too, it seems like, because like I said, if the government was rolling out a disclosure, right, they're providing evidence around the clock, 24/7, would that lead you to the conclusion that the government is right, or would you still question them and become a conspiracy theorist?
There's multiple things that's happened in my 42 years of life that I still question the government on. And on those questions, I've been given evidence, and then I've said, maybe, but I see it this way. Can we talk about that? But when I make those statements of my conspiracy, I have an exact reason why I disbelieve this set of facts. That's the difference between these conversations. We say gravity does this. You say nothing to those set of facts of your disbelief of what's said.
So I take it you're not going to. Let's just cut to the chase. It's a yes or no. I take it it's a no. You're not going to believe the government right off.
Why is this guy making
face value? Because you've already found evidence that's counter to that narrative. I know it's just a hypothetical, but thank you for your time.
What was your question?
If the government came out tomorrow, if the government came out tomorrow and was disclosing that the Earth is indeed flat, they were lying, it was a cover-up from previous administration to previous administration, would you then accept what they're telling you, or would you consider yourself a conspiracy theorist?
I would consider that's just a splintered term. You know what I mean? But I would look at the evidence that they present to further claims, and I would then look at the evidence I have, and if that evidence that I have counteracts the evidence that they've presented, I wouldn't change my mind. The government doesn't tell me how to think. They make suggestions, but they don't tell me how to think.
Okay, thank you for your answer. I really appreciate it.
Also, the globe model is kind of older than a lot of countries as well, so it can't have just been previous administrations. It's way older than that.
What does the government have to do with the shape of the Earth?
Power and control.
Nothing.
Yep. Power, knowledge is potential power, right? So you don't want to give your power to the enemy nations or nations you're vying for against for resources, right? Domination.
Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Back that up. So I'm going to ask the question again, just so that I can hear your response again. What does flat Earth have to do with government? Or what does the government have to do with flat Earth?
Power. Information is power. So, potential power, rather.
Okay. So explain that to me.
So you're unfamiliar with the term knowledge is power? Or knowledge is
I'm familiar with the term knowledge is power, but I'm very fuzzy on a couple of different things. So I'm assuming and please correct me if I'm wrong if this is the case, I'm assuming that you believe there is some form that the government, and effectively this would apply to all world governments, that the government is perpetuating a global lie, and they are doing so for power, correct?
That's on the surface level, but as a Christian, it goes much deeper. It goes all the way to Satan. Satan is literally trying to undermine creation and drive people away from the Creator and truth.
Okay. That makes no sense. That makes no sense because in the Bible, Satan is the one that wants Adam to figure out the truth.
Wait, hold on.
I asked a simple question.
You're contradicting yourself, saying Satan wants to keep the truth from people. He's the one that in the Bible wants people to learn the truth.
That makes no sense.
So I'm not talking about
Yahweh is the one that
Satanists or anything of that nature. I'm talking about government and flat Earth. So how are they gaining power by perpetuating a globe lie?
Again, knowledge is power or potential power. So what you'll do is you don't give this knowledge to your enemy states, enemy nations. You send them in the wrong direction.
So wait. I can kind of take over this, and that I understand what you're trying to get at, Parks, a little bit, which is that yes, if it was a lie, it would have to be a lie between all governments. Any big enough conspiracy would not be something to where it's only the US in on it. Yes, China would have to be in on it, the EU would have to be in on it. And then so the question of power that you're trying to ask is how is the US gaining power if, they're perpetrating a lie, but then, China also has to perpetrate the lie. The question would be, it's not, China versus the US, it would be these governments, this sort of one world government entity, and whoever comprises those groups against the normal everyday Joe. And that would be where the battle lines are drawn.
That is not what Eden the Waterman is saying. Eden the Waterman is next sentence was knowledge is power to be used against other nation states, which would indicate that there are nation states that do not believe that the Earth is a globe, which is demonstrably, or as far as I'm aware, demonstrably false.
Yes, which is why I was trying to take over, because I think that's just a silly argument, and I think that could be a more productive one.
If I could reformulate it, I would actually align that with. I would agree with Jesko. That's probably far more accurate.
But again, I'm specifically referring to you, and I don't really want someone else to put words in your mouth. I specifically want to know what your belief is that somehow governments are using that the Earth is a globe as a lie to fight other governments who also believe the Earth is being a globe is a lie. How does that work?
Argument to debate.
How does that work?
So essentially, before the globe was supposedly confirmed with the moon landings, right? They were still having enemies.
Not quite sure. Go ahead.
Yeah. They, when the UK and the US were trying to become world leaders or become the world superpower, right? They're not just going to share their maps with enemy nations. So if you just continue on that timeline, I think what Jesko got to the point was saying that these governments, a lot of them are atheists, it looks like they're joining forces against the common man, and you can control man through information.
So what? So you were saying that the United States and England were attempting to be superpowers. Presumably, they were the ones who were perpetuating the globe lie, which means the other nations thought the Earth was flat. So, at what point are you talking? Well, really, just at what point in history is this that you are saying that?
I think Germany.
No.
Was one of
I don't want to hear what anyone else thinks. I want to hear what Waterman thinks.
I have a quick thing to point out.
Yeah, I relinquished my time, but I guess I would say that essentially the monarchy, the US, they would have presumed that the Earth was flat, right? And then they would have just told enemy nations that it was a globe. If I'm not mistaken, the Reformation
in history.
Yeah, well, in the 1500s, right, the Jesuits were telling
the United States that the Earth was not around during the 1500s.
Yeah, I know this is a long timeline. That's why I think this is
no.
Spiritual. But
you
UK was around.
The United States and England basically what I'm doing here, Eden the Waterman, is that you are not only full of shit, but you are perpetuating this idea that globalists are Satanists, and I want to demonstrate to everyone that you are full of shit who does not know what they're talking about.
Talk about missing matter. What an interesting comment coming from someone who talks about missing matter. I think you're making it up all the time. Your presentation, I'm so glad I missed it.
Eden,
because it was full of garbage.
1 second.
Story
Eden,
tales.
you said,
But
Eden,
you can continue doing what you do. Thank you. Kiwak, did you have something to add? Or I think maybe someone else had some input.
It was me. I had something to add. Eden said that most of these governments are majority atheist, yet only 3 countries in the world are majority 4 countries, sorry. China, North Korea, South Korea, and Japan. 4 countries.
The question here, like, if you're trying to take it in a good faith, would be that the leaders are atheists, and that's separate from the population, because the population of a country and the leaders are not the same entity.
I'm pretty sure a lot of leaders publicly go and worship as well.
In fact, yes, I think you summed it up much more eloquently than I did. I think that was a better way to look at the situation.
Yeah, because it's also no secret that, like, especially in America, you know, it's a common refrain that, you know, politicians will have to, you know, pretend to be Christian or pay lip service to Christianity in order to get elected. So a lot of politicians can, you know, fake being Christians. At least that is a common perspective among atheists, that many politicians are actually atheists and just pay lip service to Christianity to get elected.
Yeah.
So
in fact, that would be a very clever thing to do.
To a no true Scotsman argument, Yasuke? Like, how would you know if they're really Christians or not?
I'm just saying that is a common argument that is given by atheists.
I can address that more, one, if you'd like to hear it.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead. No pressure.
Okay. Thank you. Yes. Okay. So take someone, he's going to study for an exam. So someone gives him the wrong material. So let's say someone wants to become a brain surgeon or a lawyer or get their driver's license. Someone gives them the complete wrong material. They study it. They memorize it to the T. Come time for the exam, they fail terribly, right? Because they didn't have the proper information. Now let's take that same individual, give him the correct information, right? And he passes with flying colors. But then as soon as he stops following these rules, like imagine a doctor, they stop following the rules. Or a driver, he stops following the rules, he doesn't want to follow the rules, his license is going to be revoked. So it's the same thing. You're going to have people claiming to be Christian, but once you get into the details, you can find out maybe they're not. That's just my opinion. Thank you.
Fair enough, but how would you determine that on a mass scale?
Hold on.
Yeah. Well, that's a great question. So essentially, you could probably from my interactions with a lot of the Christians today, a lot of them just don't know the 10 Commandments or parables of Jesus. They don't believe in the creation story. So essentially, I think there's a lot of Christians out there that are, they take some of the axioms, like the 4 axioms that I believe are creation, rules, judgment, and mercy. We have a lot of Christians there that already accept the mercy of God, but they don't understand they don't know how to share the other axioms with non-believers.
So to summarize that, it would be doctrinal, but I want to change the topic. Because I think there was some discussion earlier about. Well, 1 sec though. I have something I just prepared. So, there was a question earlier about atheism and birth rates. Is that right?
Yeah, I did want to get into that. Yeah.
Cool. So I actually ran a linear regression, and you might be interested in the results. It does not appear that atheism is associated with birth rate.
Huzzah!
So give me 1 sec. Let me actually show you the plot. I'm just have to do the plot real quick. So GG plot.
Yeah, because as a simple thing, there's not a single, at least from what I could tell, a single atheist population in any country that has above replacement birth rate. There's not a single atheist country that has above replacement birth rate. Yet there are a ton of, you know, Christian, Muslim, et cetera, countries that have above replacement birth rate.
So let me take a look. 1 sec. So let me
1 second.
Yeah, if I want to catch people up on essentially the argument is that we can agree as humans that we have a biological imperative to reproduce, evolutionarily, whatever. the sustainability of humans is something that is a very important thing. You can say just from a biological purpose, but that is something that is important to humans. It's something that's inbuilt into us. And for anything to be a new thing that comes into a society, it needs to be able to justify itself. As in, there's these things that have worked over time, and then any new thing that comes in has to, since it is breaking an established order, it needs to be able to justify itself as something that is valid. And so one of the most important things that shows whether or not a society is sustainable is replacement birth rates. And so there is not a single atheist population or atheist country that has above replacement birth rates, as in 2.1 births per woman.
I'm looking at the data right now, and I mean, granted, I'm only looking at 50 countries, but except at the extreme end, perhaps. So this is kind of interesting. So let me show you this. Let me just let me share my screen, actually.
Yeah, and this is also why in secular countries, the solution to below replacement birth rates is to import religious folk, which is to say that that alone is kind of defeating of atheism. If the only solution to atheism's low birth rate problem is to use religious folk to
Hold on one sec. Hold on one sec. So this is a 50 country study that I just did. Are you able to see my screen?
It's still loading. 1 second. Okay.
All right.
Yes.
All right. So this is the left, the y-axis. 1 sec. So let's. What is it? Sorry, I'm doing this on the fly, so it takes a minute. X lab is atheism rate, and Y lab. Now, granted, this is only 50 countries. This is just what I found data for. So we can look at the actual countries and see if there's bias in the sample. But let's look at the and so this is atheism versus birth rate. And now to that, I'm going to show you the. So you see that there's not really much of a relationship unless you look at like these three extremely high atheist countries all have low birth rates. But when you look at the distribution, excluding those outliers, you can see that there's not really any pattern. Like there's not a correlation between how atheist a country is, at least in this sample, and hold on 1 second.
Can you check how many of them are Muslim? Because I'm willing to wager over 70%.
Sure, 1 sec, Essie. Let me just grab this because I wanted to also plot the regression line.
Yeah, because also the just a quick question is like, is this data set, like when it's saying the atheism rate, does this mean people that are like confident atheists? Like that is a term that is used in these sort of statistics.
This is just, yeah, it's hard to distinguish. I could grab data from a Likert scale and then do a threshold of higher tier atheism versus like casual atheism. That's not this is just the first two data sets I could find. And for reference, the two data sets are from the World Bank group here, which is the birth rate crude, and then this one is I don't know if this is a reliable source. Atheism.
Yeah, because with this, like, there's only 3 countries that are above a 0.2% atheism rate. Yet there are so many more countries that have significantly higher rates of secular or non-religious populations. Sure. Like there are countries like China. I forgot exactly what it was, but it was something like 98% secularism rate.
Yeah, but dude, I think you're missing a point a little bit that there are many Buddhist countries which are atheists, and they're probably not counted in this. And I just Googled Laos, Cambodia, and Myanmar, and they're all above replacement rate.
Oh, that's a great point. Yeah. Yeah, so let's see. We have we got Afghanistan, Azerbaijan, Cameroon, Fiji, Ghana, Italy, Malaysia, Peru, Serbia, Switzerland, Argentina, Belgium, Canada, Finland, Iceland, Japan, Moldova, Poland, South Africa, Tunisia, Armenia, Bosnia and Herzegovina, China, France, India, Kenya, Netherlands, Romania, South Sudan. It's a pretty diverse sample. Like this controls for a lot of factors like income, religion, like type of religion, etc. And when you look at the actual, this is the actual trend line.
Yeah, it's just like if I'm looking at that data set though, like it seems grossly wrong on the atheism numbers because there's so many countries that are more than 0.1% non-religious, non-practicing, secular countries. Like there are so many countries that are higher than 0.1%.
Find me a different data set and I'll rerun it. It's easy to just plug in a different data set. This is just the one I could find. But like if you look at the linear model here, the R squared. So okay, the p-value is low, which is good. But that's if you look at the adjusted R squared, the adjusted R squared is the percentage of variation in the rate of the birth explainable by the number of atheists, and the value is 0.1263.
Yeah. I'm just like the. I don't think anybody like
according to this model, like a 0.01 increase in atheism corresponds to minus 0.386 in the birth rate. So it's not a very strong effect, and I'd argue that the entire effect here is driven by these 3 leverage points as a statistician. So if you have better data, then for sure provide it, but this doesn't seem to.
Yeah, because I mean, just on a basic sniff test, I don't think that anybody believes there's only 3 countries that have more than like a 0.15% or 15% atheism rate.
Real quick, let me add to this. Biblically speaking, if you include some of the deuterocanonical works, even in the canon, Cain's descendants, right, were the first ones to actually build like metropolises, to build cities, and also, according to the scriptures, they grew more rapidly than in Cain's line were like, you know, atheists, bro. Like it's not that they were technically atheists, but they were rebellious. They fornicated. They populated rapidly compared to Seth's line. I'm just saying, like, we can do statistical analysis on countries around the world, but what do the scriptures say? The scriptures show that Cain's line grew more rapidly than Seth's line.
But what does that got to do with today's statistics?
Well, we're comparing atheist countries versus Christian countries or theist countries to see if there's some type of
2025.
Yeah, 2025 to see even historically. Pagan nations grew more rapidly, in my opinion, than Christian nations. Christian nations are more conservative in their reproduction. They're, you know, rearranged marriages, or arranged marriages and all that.
Yeah, but like in Sweden, right? According to Eurostat 2023, they have a 78% non-religious / atheist population. And then yeah.
Think about baby mamas, dude. And you think about baby mamas with 8 children and 3 baby daddies. Like, it's really hard to discern which country is going to grow faster based on belief or non-belief, dude. I don't think it's a good measure to just, you know, random analysis.
I mean, the data that I'm looking at doesn't support the conclusion that there's any relationship.
I think economics would be a better correlation.
Yeah, but the data set seems
I can add it in. It's not even going to get better. This is the best case scenario for you because this is not including any other cofactors. As soon as I add in additional cofactors, it will control and remove even the small relationship that's shown here. This is like best case scenario for you, for your argument.
It seems like your data is looking at people that actively declare as atheist, maybe, and it does not include non-religious folk in that. So people who don't have any religious affiliation whatsoever, they don't claim to have anything. If anything, they're more or less agnostic. Like, those populations are not included in your numbers. Yet when you look at those numbers,
better data, then I give you the list of countries. Give me better data to work with because I'm not married to any particular conclusion here. I can see an argument for it both ways, but I'm just looking at these are the countries that I have. If you think that there's some better data set to have a better atheism rate, then just provide it and I'll slot it in and rerun the analysis.
What about abortions? You included that?
Huh?
You included abortions?
No, this is a univariate. Well, actually, I don't know. I'd have to look at the data set for the source of whether it counts as. I think these are live birth rates, though. Let's see. Let me look. It's birth rate crude per 100,000 people. I don't know what the difference is. It's a good question if it includes like babies that died immediately after being born, or even like abortions potentially that involved partial birth or whatever. I don't know.
Is there an unspoken assumption in all of this that it's a bad thing for the population of the world to reduce?
Well, yes, I think that's
I mean,
the direct argument is
the argument is that a society that cannot sustain itself is inherently against our biological imperative to reproduce and to sustain ourselves.
Well, the reason why people don't, I would say the main reason why people don't reproduce these days is money. So money's our God. I mean,
choosing lifestyle over reproduction. Yeah.
No,
I mean, richer countries that are more atheistic, like Sweden, have lower birth rates than poorer countries like Uganda that are like 78% Christian.
Well, that's what you claim. That's what you claim, but you're not showing that with any sort of data. I'm saying, give me the data, because I've done the work. I found 2 data sets. Now, maybe they're not a perfect data set, but find me a different one and support your conclusion, or post something to that effect. Because the problem with the numbers that you're quoting are that you're making sort of arbitrary cutoffs, whereas I'm looking at a continuous spectrum of how the two things are related linearly. Now, maybe it's not a linear relationship. We could try a different model, but if you look at the actual data, it doesn't look like it's correlated. So I don't understand where you're deriving your argument from, because the data that I'm looking at suggests that there isn't a correlation, or if there is a correlation, it's very small.
Yeah, it's just that the problem is that like you're asking for a very specific thing of like.
I'm just asking for evidence. Okay, let's see. So you've got this. I mean, I can go and pull the data. I don't necessarily expect being able to find a CSV, but like.
Cool, yeah, like that's essentially what I'm like trying to find is more like, is there any place that can give me a little bit more raw data?
Yeah, if you could just give me a CSV, I'm happy to rerun the analysis, and if it comes out on your side, I'll admit that. It's just I don't see the correlation in the data that I'm looking at. And if you look at the sample of the countries, I mean, there's Muslim countries, there's Christian countries, there's developing countries, there's developed countries, there's middle incomes, there's high incomes, like, you know, everything from Belgium to Afghanistan, Kenya, like. There's a huge, that doesn't seem like a biased sample to me. So looking at this would seem to be a representative sample of the world's countries. So I don't necessarily see how we're going to get a different conclusion.
I mean, we could most simply look at the list of countries by your religion, just the Wikipedia page, and I believe that also just has data set.
Could you correlate that to where you have the wealthy nations versus the less wealthy nations?
Yeah,
and show the birth rates there.
I was thinking that was the next thing I would do, is I would add a variable for the ones that I was thinking I would add in are GDP per capita, literacy, Gini coefficient.
And then just with those variables, I'll make an assumption that the higher GDP, the higher literacy rate, the lower birth rates are going to be.
Yeah, I think that's the real correlation. To be honest,
that is the common argument, is that like urbanization, education, etc., are the things that.
Can somebody who's more tech savvy download the CSV data from the page source for me?
Do you think quality of life could also play a factor, like the quality of the life of people that are being born?
The other factor that could be huge is also economic opportunity. And one thing you also look at is societal cohesion and hope. And that's a little bit harder to quantify, but what I would look at is deaths of despair, because so-called deaths of despair are indication of stress on a society, and that would also have a role, right? Like people that are like addicted to drugs, you know, are less likely to have families, or certainly less likely to have stable families. But I think in general, I don't know how that affects the birth rate, but that would be one thing that I would look at, right? And you can just add.
There's so many other things that could affect the birth rate, but if we're only looking at this one thing, is that of all of the countries that have above replacement birth rates are majority religious, and then all of the countries that are majority irreligious have below replacement birth rates.
Could you point me to where you have a source for that?
There is the Pew data. See,
like, I'm not saying you're wrong. I can even see an argument for it because birth rates are also, in some sense, could be tied to traditionalism. And in most religions, the idea of giving birth is seen to be like a moral good, whereas in like secular morality, it's a bit more complicated and there's more of a utilitarianism involved, I would argue. So
is there a biological driver too that ultimately we reproduce? And if you know your children aren't going to survive for whatever reason, then having more children gives you a higher probability that one might get through, right? And that's one factor. You certainly see that in third world countries, very high birth rates, but also very high death rate.
Mortality. Yeah, that's a great point as well, and that also relates to like the conflation between, because that's the other problem you're going to have here, Yasuke, is that like do you disagree that more educated countries or more advanced countries, like if you look at Human Development Index, are more likely to be atheist?
Yeah, I wouldn't disagree with that.
So then it becomes difficult, right? And in social science, that's what we use like tools like regression for, is to separate out and figure out what is the true cause, right? Is it the irreligiosity? Is one of the is it a cause? Because I know you're not saying it's the only cause either, for sure. But I'm saying, is it a cause, or is the cause something else that is correlated with the thing that you think is the cause? Does that make sense?
Yeah, yeah, and that's
kind of why we do data analysis, is to suss those things out. Okay,
yeah,
cool.
so I actually did find a PDF of like raw data. So the thing that you would be looking at is percent unaffiliated.
Cool. I can rerun it. I just need to get it in a CSV format, but let me try to do that.
Yeah, no rush.
This is a lot better of a data set, and Pew is a better source. So thank you for providing this for me. And again, I'm not trying to like hate on your I don't necessarily think you're incorrect. I could just see that it's difficult to separate those things out.
Yeah. It just goes back into the point of like any significant change has to justify itself, and that there is the thing that is consistent and the thing that works. And with any new variable or new factor that you try to introduce into any system, it needs to be able to justify its own existence versus just not doing it. There's a higher bar for things that are being introduced versus things that have proven to have been able to exist in a sustainable system.
Okay, does anyone have a response to that? Because I've been kind of responding a good amount. I can keep going back and forth with you, Yasuke, but I want to give other people opportunity to respond.
For sure. But yeah, like as an example in this data set, like the Czech Republic in here is 76% unaffiliated. Hong Kong is 56% unaffiliated.
So what is unaffiliated defined as, though? Let me look at that. Sorry, where did the link go?
Yeah. So if anything, this would be more sort of relevant to the.
There it is.
Like you could make the argument that it's like, but unaffiliated doesn't necessarily mean atheist. But it would be more in the sense that.
But it might be a better, Steelmanning your side. It might be a better capturing of all of the people that, like, for example, if you grew up as Christian, you might celebrate Christmas, you might even go to like Ash Wednesday or something, but you're not regularly going to church and you're not really involved in church doctrine or reading the Bible or religious activities. So you might show up as unaffiliated, but you wouldn't count yourself as an atheist. And I think you're
commonly a lot of those people are actually brought up into the Christian side of like people who would on their census say to be Christian, but they're not practicing. Statistically, from what I have seen, it seems to be like those people would more count towards the Christian side. Because obviously, America is said to be 61% Christian, but 61% of Americans are not practicing.
Right. Well, let me rerun the analysis with the data you just provided, and let's see with we can run the different columns, and I can see, but I don't have time to do that right now, but I'll rerun it and see, because I think your data is much better and Pew is a better source, so I would trust that more as well. I just pulled a random source, right?
Yeah, for sure. And the reason why unaffiliated.
Sorry, you said something though that kind of getting more towards the content of something you just said. You said that a new system in the social sense, perhaps, or religious or cultural or whatever, has more to prove than an existing system. Why do you think that's the case?
I mean, you could go in the opposite of like Chesterton's fence, like that kind of thing, to where there's something that has. I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead. Explain that to me because I've never heard of that. What you're bringing up?
Yeah, so let me make sure that I'm not getting any sort of detail out of it. So essentially, Chesterton's fence is the idea that you come across a random fence and you have no idea why it was there. You don't take the fence down, assuming that it has no value. You should by default assume that the fence is there for a purpose, unless sort of like proven otherwise. I feel like I'm butchering that a little bit, but it's essentially just like blindly removing something that is has existed forever without understanding why it's put there in the first place. So like, there might be a certain rule or law which, you don't necessarily understand why it's there. You get rid of it.
Yeah.
And then, later on, the reason why the law is there, or the reason why the law was put there in the first place, eventually comes to like rear its ugly head.
Got it. Yeah, but so I'm curious though, like in the context, obviously we don't get into the medical stuff, right? I know we've talked about the medical stuff before, so but just as a content guardrail, we can't talk about that. But
yep.
I think there's other aspects of modernity that are generally seen as positive that you don't see as positive. Could you clarify what your view is on the topic? Like, for example, there's also like the principle of reformation in religion as well, right?
Mm-hmm.
And in some sense, co-commitment with a rise of irreligiosity. Prior to that, things like the Reformation and the Renaissance reformed religion from more of orthodoxy.
Yeah. So it's in that sense of like, it's not being unapologetic or dogmatically against change with no sort of wiggle room. It's that change is perfectly fine. It just has a higher bar for justification. Like when adding something new to the system, there needs to be more confidence in it than the confidence of, maintaining something that's already there.
But what if what it was replacing already was objectively bad? Or seen as objectively bad even by, or like at what point does that become the case, right? Because one could make the argument, I mean, obviously I'm going to a moral extreme, right? But one like southern plantation owners might make a similar argument that to replace slavery, which going off of the Articles of Confederation, they described as the greatest material interest of the South and the greatest engine of human progress, or something along those lines. Your argument might also apply, but in that case, I think we would all generally recognize that what was replacing it, which was, freeholding, or even like before, there wasn't 100% freeholding, but a movement towards that, which eventually has mostly completed. Yeah, I guess how do you, like, in that case, it would seem to be fairly evident to us now that replacement was a good thing, but it certainly wasn't evident to all of the people in the US at that time.
Yeah, so there is like the argument that I could get into that I won't, because it would just be like a little bit too much of a diversion. But just taking that as sort of a principle at face value, it is in that sense of there's a couple things, right? In that one, it is the question of like, how long has this institution existed? In that, something that's only existed for 100 years is a lot different than something that's existed for 2,000 years. In the sense that.
Oh, sorry, I'll let you finish because you were going to clarify.
Yeah, there's just a lot of points that I could go to. I mean, I guess I would just bring it back to this whole sort of like Chesterton's fence thing. in that like something may appear to be bad in certain aspects, but there might not be an understanding that you know, people of the past have had the exact same question, the exact same moral quandary. I'm speaking in generalities here, not about any specific point. That people have had the exact same questions, the exact same moral quandaries, and they have come to the conclusion that yes, while these things are bad, the alternative is like worse. And so that's why, you know, the system hasn't been changed forever.
Sure, but isn't that akin to a naturalistic fallacy or a fallacy of consensus, that just because it has been found to be effective in the past, that somehow privileges it? And I'm just like saying, because like it reminds me of like, you know, arguments to human nature when it comes to diet, and ignoring the fact that there's, you know, a diverse, as I'm sure you know, a diverse range of Paleolithic human diets. The other aspect of it is just because it worked for humanity for a long period doesn't necessarily mean it's an optimal basis for making decisions. Like, I don't necessarily see, I mean, on one hand, I do get what you're saying, because we've had, for example, like there are certain principles that are fairly universal, even among cultures that had very different stances on things like murder, which are things like temperance, some degree of like stoicism, you know, not being like excessive, being honorable, not lying, not stealing, you know, things of that nature, right? But on the other hand, there's also societies where those have not been practiced, right? And to my mind, I don't see an easy way on the basis of just like, well, this many societies did it, or it existed for this long, to establish that that makes it a good per se.
Yeah,
because,
which just goes into that, like, it's not that you can't ever have change. It's just that the change needs to have a strong basis for justifying itself. And there also needs to be the ability to say, okay, we tried to change this thing. This unintended consequence was there. Now we understand why this thing was there in the first place, so let's put it back. You could make an analogy of like, you know, you have a house, you have some kind of building, and then there's like one little, like, what's it called? Ringy-dingy. Yeah, like ringy-dingy support wall or ringy-dingy, like Band-Aid solution to something. And you're like, whoa, like this random Band-Aid solution doesn't need to be there. And then, you know, the house collapses. Or like some issue happens.
Yeah, I'm just curious because, like, I guess it maybe comes down to a difference of view on society, and then it becomes a question of ought versus should, right? Potentially. And I'm kind of seeing it both ways, because I understand your sort of conservatism in the sense that, you know, there's that which has worked for a long period of time, that which forms a cohesion for society. But I wonder if, like, your standard would definitely privilege existing structures of power and power relations. And that's when those in power have an interest in preserving a certain power relation, a system that is more conservative gives them more ability to do so. Disagree with that?
Yeah. So I can definitely see like your sort of point and how like there's a negative manifestation in this. A great example that I would give is that like this is essentially the sort of argumentation that is given for the justification of the current, or like the current government structure that you see in countries like America. Of, you know, you have so many checks and balances to make it really hard to make a new law or something. So that, you know, if a change is there, it has to have like large justification that, you know, all these different branches and people agree on it. Whereas, you know, a king can just change something on a whim, and like
right,
there's
but
less.
Also, but at the same time, on the flip side of that, monarchist dictator type societies tend to be more traditional and conservative in their views. So while you're correct that checks and balances in some sense provide an inertia to the current system, on the other hand, they also give legal and other protections for progressive movements to be able to affect change more effectively as well. So I think you also have to look at like the nature of the judiciary. It's more complicated as well because depending on the country, the judiciary could be, in our case, it's a mix of conservative and liberal, but there's also like different aspects to the judiciary. I just wonder, like, in that regard, if you're taking that into consideration, right? Because on one hand, yes, a dictator can do things on a whim, and they do.
I mean, a good example would just a better example. I'm sorry for interrupting, but would be like China, in that like China like very quickly can rapidly like do a thing on a dime, and if they want to get something done, like they can move much faster than when you have to have 50 different people signing off.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's true. Definitely.
But yeah, so I would agree that there's sort of the negative manifestation of this as an idea in the sense of, you have the current, like just say the current government right now, right?
Hold on one sec, I'll be right back.
Okay. But yeah, essentially.
Run away, Mord. Run away.
Yeah,
I'm teasing. Go ahead.
That's not his job to run away. That's Warren's job to run away.
Anyway, yeah, sorry, I just had to get a delivery. But I guess, yeah, the flip side of it, right, is that while they could, it doesn't mean they will either, right? And when you look at a society like China, so in some sense it was anti-traditional, and there were sweeping social changes that were enacted very quickly with, very little regard for any sort of like judiciary process or anything. Like the Cultural Revolution comes to mind, for example, or the Five Pets campaign, which is less cultural and more economic, I guess. And in those cases, the results were sort of disastrous. But at this point in time, when you look at a country like China, I'm not sure that they can affect change that they will affect change faster than a country like the United States necessarily, because the apparatus of the state and the certain inertia and conservatism means that they're less likely to want to change things, even if they could do it very efficiently and quickly. In theory.
Yeah, I mean, for the China example, it would be that like there is the current sort of system, like Xi Jinping is like kind of a gangster, like grew up in like some communist place, had to like essentially kill a bunch of people who were trying to like attack him and his family structure.
In fairness, all communists are gangsters, and that they steal from those that produce, but that's another matter.
Yeah, but in the sense of like he's like built different. In the way of like being more of like a classical like Italian mobster, in that sense of like the sort of power struggles to where he sort of came out on top of that. But in that sense of when the current structure came into power, they were very able to sort of like instantly go towards the manifestation of their own will, whereas to have the dramatic shift from what was previously there to a proportionate dramatic shift in America would take way longer to do.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah. So I guess, I see what you're saying for sure.
But yeah, so I would agree in the sort of like the negative manifestation of this trait of, things have to justify themselves to be changed. If you're just taking that as a blanket thing without having any sort of additional context, you would get into a situation to where, the American government, or like the current American structure, which has really only existed since like 1945 or whatever date you want to say, is very recent, but it's what's currently in power right now. So if you tried to say like, everything else that comes after this exact moment right now needs to justify itself, that would be sort of operating on things that didn't justify themselves in the first place, if that makes any sense. Like you can't just take the current system and then blanket say, and now every new change has to justify itself.
Yeah, no, I hear you. Sorry, I don't mean, this is a good conversation. I don't mean to cut it off, but Jesse is about to start his event in 6 minutes. Jesse, do you need anything as far as setting up? Are there any perms that you have that you need?
Give me just a sec. I'm gonna see if my screen sharing works, but it should. Otherwise, I think I got image perms and screen share perms.
Cool. And can Earth is life? Are you there? Earth is live. He's probably like on a beach in Hawaii or something. Can somebody check that has the link if the stream is up, and once Jesse is sharing, if his screen can be seen?
Yeah, I think Earth is life would need to specifically press watch screen on Jesse's screen.
Okay, let's see what he has set up as far as the stream goes. Okay. But yeah, good talk, Jessica. I'll rerun the analysis because I'm curious if changing the definition of irreligiosity would change the results as well. Because I definitely see, like, it's certainly the case that the more conservative societies are more religious, right?
There was the point that I, like, on that specific point, it would be the idea that it's not necessarily like somebody being staunchly an atheist, as in actively saying, you know, God is not real, and I affirm that as an absolute truth, as like a thing that is sort of in contention as like the correlation with damages in society. It would be more that religion is important for birth rate. So, like, it's not just, strictly religious people versus strictly atheist people. The irreligious people who are not practicing anything would be firmly in the not actively religious side.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. And then I can also add in other variables. So the cool thing, I don't know if you are familiar with multiple regression, Yasuke, but the cool thing about multiple regression is that if you take your data and you regress it against multiple variables, which really just means to see how they're related, if they are related to each other and how. And the assumption is they're related in a linear way, which is just kind of like a one-to-one sense. You can actually see which variables, the effect size of each variable that contributes to the total multiple input model. So if we add in, like, that's a good way to control. So we could add in like inequality in society, for example, or income or human development index.
Yeah. So this is where you could look at things of like, an argument could be that the population becoming more urbanized or more educated is a cause of lower birth rates. And then so you can look at, but what about, you know, Christian and Muslim societies that are highly educated? And that's where you can sort of like see if that actually stands.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I feel you. Jesse, how are we doing on your screen share?
Oh, let me try that.
Yeah, let's try that.
B-ball is up and sounds good.
Okay.
All right.
Cool.
Is my screen sharing? Is my password list or the other thing?
We see a list of all of your theodolites and their pet names and how many times you've had tea with them in the backyard. Is that what you're trying to share? Looks like we have like Lucille, Veronica, Paige. No, I'm just kidding. I see your screen. It's not coming through on Earth is Life stream, and I haven't been able to ping him. So, I don't know if you want to just like, Yeah, I mean, we can go certainly, and then it will just be anyone who's watching on YouTube just won't be able to see your screen.
Okay,
but
I'm gonna turn off press to talk too.
Okay, sounds good. And guys, just for the sake of presentation, Jesse is pretty gregarious with answering questions, or accommodating, I would say, answering questions during the presentation, I think, right, Jesse? So if people want to get in, I think that's fine, but let's just try to, if people are going to jump in during the presentation, I just ask that you keep it to a short question or clarifying point, and then we'll keep that one-on-one and back and forth discussions to later. Sound good?
Let's do it this way. If someone is confused by what I'm saying, then ask a couple quick clarifying questions, but no monologues and no countering what I'm saying. We can do the countering later after the event. Just let's keep it based on, so you guys are understanding me during the presentation, then after the presentation, then you can counter me and tell me how you think I'm wrong. Does that sound good?
Sounds good to me.
Okay.
All opposed, say nay.
I'll oppose leave.
No, I'm just kidding. All right, the yays have it. I think we can go ahead and get started. I did ping Earth is Life to see if he could get the screen share up, but if not, we could always yeah, I'm not sure what to do there otherwise.
I think
but
Alan said he might send someone to record it.
all right, well, let me quickly ping.
Which is cool.
Let me quickly ping Alan.
Well, he's busy with his over and you know where.
Right.
Oh no, he's not yet. Huh. Oh, he just pinged me on, or someone just pinged on Disc or on Telegram. Oh, Alan. Oh, okay, yeah, he just okay. I'll get him an invite.
Okay. All right, cool. Alan's gonna see if he can get someone over.
Did you respond to him yet, or did he respond to you?
He said he doesn't know anyone right now. So.
Oh, okay. So he responded to you then.
Yeah. But let's give it like a few minutes, and then just because I think if we could get it, I would record it, but my laptop is completely full. Like the memory has gotten to the point. I have so much stuff downloaded from my flat Earth folder that my literally have like less than 1% of my hard drive left, and it's causing.
It's okay. I really didn't prepare very much for this, so it's going to be pretty informal and pretty impromptu kind of.
All right. Well, we can get started whenever you want, Jesse. Up to you. I don't think that we're going to be able to get your screen recorded, so I think we can just go ahead and get started. And if people have questions, they can look at your Desmos link after as well. I'm assuming.
Yeah. I just need to save a couple more pictures to my slideshow folder. Save as. Of course, it doesn't remember where I saved the last one. Okay.
Jesse, I'm a little disappointed that you're not drawing your diagrams out on that tractor paper, though.
I could throw one. I might be able to find one tractor diagram to throw in there.
Well, you better. That's your signature.
Yeah. Okay. So let's see here. And
so we are ready for you whenever you're ready to take it away, Jesse, but no pressure. So.
Will there be an FBI disclaimer about copyright and or NDA? I mean, I have a security clearance, but I don't know if the room does.
Well, yeah. There's that, and then there's also like I would like everyone to sign a form, confirming that they're not going to use the presentation to provide material aid to ISIS-K, because that would be bad.
It would be bad if ISIS started using the celestial theodolite.
Yeah, I don't think that they would stick with it very long. They're more practical than that.
When they found out it didn't work.
Yeah. All right. Cool. Yeah. So whenever you're ready.
Okay. All right, I am just about ready here. Since everyone has seen Alan's intros 100 times, I'm not going to go over too much over his side of it because I think everyone knows it, but I'll go briefly over it. Let's see if I can change my screen share to something else right now. Change stream to this. All right, did it change? Yes, it changed. All right. So for those of you who don't know, the basic is my audio level good?
Yeah, you're fine.
Oh, good.
As clear as an unmuddied lake.
Oh, wonderful. So the basic method of the Heffron method is you have an observer who times the occlusion of a star over a mountain, and you then set stellarium as if you were on the mountain. You give it the coordinates of the mountain, but the same date and time and the same star, and you then turn off atmosphere, which turns off the refraction correction, and then you read the altitude angle of the star, and then they claim that is the true elevation angle to that mountain from that original observer location indicated by the Great Pyrenees dog here. So what we want to know is, are their claims true that it works at any mountain at any distance within reason? And does it always support the flat Earth, or does it also support the globe? And they also claim that it is not affected by refraction. And so here's a few slides. The odd thing, obviously, if we had two mountains at two distances. Oh, I'm going to go back one. One of their key claims is that when you put stellarium at the coordinates of this mountain peak and turn off atmospheric refraction correction, then it gives the true geometric physical angle to that star. In this case, 2 degrees, 32 minutes, and 55 seconds. The problem is, if you put it at the location of the observer, which should be along the same line, it gives a drastically different angle with all the same settings, just a different location. So they cherry pick when stellarium is considered to give infallible true physical angles and when it just gives bogus data. So I was unable to get clarification from them on that. Another interesting thing is, if you've got a peak that's twice as far and twice as high, you'd think it ought to occlude it at the same time, but it doesn't. It occludes it at a different time, and it gives a different angle using the Heffron method. And later, you'll see in the simulator what's going on. Another big contention I have with this is whether or not refraction would affect the occlusion time. They say it does not. But clearly, if this star is setting, and it will allow the light, if there's refraction, you can see that this star would be visible much lower than it would without the refraction. And since the star is moving at a constant, rate down the sky, refraction would have to affect the occlusion time, which means the method, even if it was valid otherwise, would still be affected by refraction. Okay, so the most recent data set we have was from March 23rd of 2025, where Dr. Heffron went out again and got some really good footage with showing lots and lots of stars occluding over Greenhorn Mountain. So this is Greenhorn Mountain on the left, and then there's a little bump on the right that's kind of part of that ridge line. And then the stars occlude anywhere along here. You see two ridge lines, and that's because when he started out, it was still dusk, and you could see the mountain skyline, but the strobe lights hadn't kicked on the power lines or something out there yet. And then after it got dark, the strobe lights kicked on and was messing up his film, so he told the camera, the telescope, to move up a little bit. So that's why there's two horizon lines. But the lower one is what gets used for all the occlusions. So you can see this is an overlay. Is this coming through clear? Or is it too small? There, that's better.
No, looks good.
Okay, so you can see I've overlaid, see here's stellarium down here, March 23rd at 21:08 and 0 seconds. And then here's a timestamp from Dr. Heffron's time lapse, 21:08 and 0 seconds. And you can see here's our three stars. I've offset it slightly so that you can see that it's two different entities. And the reason I'm showing you this is because all of these stars that I checked using the Heffron method for the the March 23rd Greenhorn data set, they all showed Greenhorn Mountain to be about 2,000 feet taller than published. And I do have a question for Left Lane there. If a mountain was 2,000 feet taller than published, do you suppose a lot of small planes would be finding it?
Oh, that would be trouble.
So anyway, naturally, this is a problem for the Heffron method. So then Alan was and Dr. Mike were arguing that he had accidentally pointed the camera in the wrong direction, or something was blocking the view, or whatever. Somehow, it wasn't Greenhorn Mountain that we were looking at. But as you can see, I've gone into Google Earth and found the profile and matched it up to what we see in the video. But what's more is, because this is a 3-star pattern, I can match it with a high confidence level in Stellarium, and since we know the exact point in time that this picture was taken, we know the azimuth, the right to left angle of each star, because Stellarium gives us that with great precision. So we know without any doubt that this is Greenhorn Mountain Peak right here, this is the Greenhorn Mountain Ridge, and this is the little bump that we see right here. This little bump's about 1 mile closer. So I checked, for example, the star I7 and IPUP, and their azimuth angles at time of occlusion coincided to right around here and right around here. So there's really no possibility that the telescope was not pointed at with Greenhorn Mountain Peak on the left and the little bump on the right. And the other thing is, you can see I've got this rotated. Alan and Dr. Heffron were arguing that because, let's see, yeah, because you'll notice it's in their video, it's higher on the right here and lower on the left, when in reality, Greenhorn Mountain Peak on the left should be higher than the bump on the right. But it turns out that Dr. Mike had his telescope rotated clockwise 3.81 degrees, and you can see that even the telephone poles are tilting 3.81 degrees. So once that was figured out, you can see now I rotated his footage, and now the higher peak is indeed higher. Is that making sense so far? So we've addressed.
Yeah, that made sense, but I didn't see the telephone poles.
Oh, let me go here. There you go. See right here on the right, near the red line, it is the. Can you see that?
Got it.
Okay, good. Yeah, I just drew that red line in there parallel to the telephone pole to illustrate the slanting of it. So it's basically indisputable that his camera was simply rotated. So what I've done here, in this case, I rotated the screenshot from Stellarium. Now let me go back and see these 3 stars here, these 3 really bright stars. These are going to be in the next picture, but I'm going to include a lot more of the surrounding area. So down here are these 3 bright stars. But you can see up here, there's a bunch more stars. So the bright white dots are from Stellarium. I overlaid it. But you can see that there's these glowing trails from the time lapse, from the long exposures of all this star, this star, this star, this star, this star, and a little bit this star. So we can see that there is a whole bunch of stars that match up to Stellarium perfectly. So there's no doubt whatsoever that the telescope was in fact pointing at Greenhorn Mountain like Mike had originally intended. It was just rotated, tilted to the right a little bit, 3.81 degrees. But there's no doubt that there was that was Greenhorn Mountain, and because there were so many stars and so many occlusions, it's very high quality data. I checked 6 of them, and they all 6 gave about 2,000 extra feet. So now let's understand why. Let me change my screen share. Actually, I am going to show you some of the occlusions. Give me a second to change to here. It's about, okay, change stream. All right, now you should see a YouTube player with some red lines. This is a crop of Dr. Heffron's time lapse, but I overlaid a timestamp, a real-time timestamp, here in the right bottom corner, and put in the red horizon lines based on the beginning. I just basically I just traced out the horizon line, or the skyline when I could see it, and then copied it down because that's later where it ended up moving to. Let's see, it says it gets interesting at 4:08. So I'll go there, 4:07. So I'm playing this, and so you can see here's those same 3 stars coming in that I was basing my previous pictures at. So you can see there they are. This one actually started occlude at the tip of this bump and then slid down the side and then finally occluded in the V there. So you can see we've got really good data here. We've got a lot of stars occluding all along here, including some right here on the corner of Greenhorn Mountain. Some of those were fainter, but you could still see them. So we've got really good data, and we've got a lot of it for this particular time lapse. So now let's look at what's really going on. Let's see. Let me change my window. Change stream to here. All right, this is kind of a cluttered slideshow, but basically, at a given point in time, a mountain, this is the basic description of the formula that underlies the Heffron method. So basically, this, at a given point in time, a mountain will have an apparent angle. In this example, for Blodgett Peak, the apparent angle is 1 degree, 9 minutes, and a second. So this little puppy dog will be seeing that mountain at 1 degree, 9, and 1. Now, as the star is setting here, the point that it gets occluded, its apparent angle will equal the mountain's apparent angle. It and the mountain peak, at that moment that it clips behind the mountain, its last light, it'll appear at the exact same elevation angle as the mountain. And Stellarium can predict that. If we tell Stellarium here, it's here at the location of the puppy dog, and we give it the date and the time and the star, it will tell us an elevation angle to that star, and we find that when that star occludes, we put that time into Stellarium, it will give the same if we turn on atmosphere and astronomical refraction correction, then it will give the actual apparent angle to the mountain because it gives it also to the star, and they're at the same angle. So let's say we do that, but we then turn off astronomic refraction in Stellarium. The angle it gives will then drop from 1 degree, 9 minutes, and a second down to 0 degrees, 51 minutes, and 42 seconds. So it will give this lower angle. Now, obviously, that's too low to match the flat Earth expected angle. So we then move Stellarium. We tell it it's out at the distance of this mountain, and because stars, the angle to a star rises at the rate of 1 degree per 69 miles or 60 nautical miles by telling stellarium that it's closer. That then adds to this elevation angle because Earth is curved at 1 degree per 60 nautical miles. So that then compensates and gives, if the mountain is the right height and at the right angle, that gives the Heffron angle. So it just happened to work for certain mountains that they tried, or sort of close for certain mountains, but not very well for other mountains. So you can see I got the math up here. If you take and add on the 1 degree per 60 nautical miles, you end up with the same number. Here, using the Heffron method, we got 1 degree 11 minutes and 4 seconds. Using my method of taking the apparent angle, subtracting astronomical refraction, and then adding 1 degree per 60 nautical miles, we got 1 degree 11 minutes and 5 seconds, 1 second off. So some rounding error in there, but the point being that the formula is correct and it does match the results of the Heffron method. So knowing this, Pink Floyd and I created, well, he did all the hard work, but created a simulator for it on Desmos. And let me change to that. Change stream. This one. All right. Have we got Desmos up? All right. So, this zero line down here is just zero elevation. The height of this green rectangle is our observer height above sea level. And then these are mountains. And we can set the mountain height and stuff up over here with the sliders and stuff. The purple one is flat Earth mountain. It's referenced from a flat level plane. The green one is the globe Earth mountain, which drops at 8 inches per mile squared. So you can see in this particular situation, oh, and the red line represents the Heffron angle. So in this case, I've got this set up for the Blodgett Peak one, which was slightly closer to globe, but halfway between approximately, but slightly closer to globe. So you can see I've got the absolute mountain height set, the observer height set, and then the distance of 22 miles. And you can see the Heffron angle is about halfway between flat and globe, but a little bit closer to globe, the globe peak down here. Now, if Dr. Heffron were to get, say, 42 miles away, you can see that he would have gotten spot on to that mountain. Very close to spot on. There, 41 and a half miles or so. Or, if he had gotten about 16 miles away, then he would have gotten globe results. So, and this, oh, and here's the formula right down here. The Heffron angle is equal to the apparent angle minus astronomic refraction plus the distance in miles, basically 1 degree per 69 miles. But that's the actual value of 1 degree per 60 nautical miles. So, as you can see, depending on your distance to the mountain, you can make it match globe Earth. You could even get closer and make it match tiny Earth. See, now it would be giving you a globe but smaller than the globe. Or if you go too far, like let's say you go 82 miles, like he did for Greenhorn, Of course, Greenhorn was taller, but you can see now it's a couple thousand feet too high, even for flat Earth, which is almost an inside-out concave Earth. So, anyway, that's about it. You can take and just control for distance and get any result you want, whether you want globe or flat. And so, like, 42 miles matches flat. 100 miles, you got concave, pretty almost inside out concave. And then real close gives you a globe Earth, but smaller than the globe Earth. So it's like a perfect cherry picking method. All you have to do here is enter, like I could pick, all kinds of different mountain heights. So observer heights, I could set the observer height to whatever I wanted. I could set the mountain height to whatever I wanted. And then I could just slide the distance until, okay, right there we match the globe. Because I changed all the observer height and all that. And now we go farther, and right there we match the flat Earth. So literally for any mountain, you can just get the needed distance to make it match flat Earth using the Heffron method, or match the globe Earth using the Heffron method. So I think that's about it, and that explains why. So let me actually go to the Greenhorn here. Just give me a minute, and I will put in the specifics for Greenhorn Mountain. Oh, by the way, they did an earlier attempt at Greenhorn on the 16th of March. They only got 2, but it was real hazy out, and they misidentified both stars, and so those readings are wonky. But all of their other readings that I checked against the simulator matched up very well. So Greenhorn Mountain, the observer was 6808. So I'll put in 6808. The mountain was 12363. 12363. And the distance was 82.15 miles. So you can see, we can make that mountain a little wider. That's just for aesthetics there. I can change the mountain width. You can see the Heffron angle was quite a bit above. Let's see, these are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. These are, each of these light lines is 1,000 feet. So it is just about 2,000 feet over the top of the flat Earth mountain. So that's why the Heffron angle for Greenhorn Mountain was 2,000 feet too high, because that's just the way the geometry all works out. If he were to get himself a little closer, like 31 miles, maybe 28 miles, then the Heffron method would have worked out good for him. Or if one were to get a lot closer, that one might not converge. That's a pretty high mountain. There it converges, I think. Yeah, to make that one converge, get closer to globe, that's still kind of halfway between. But anyway, that's the story. Does anybody have any questions, or did I miss anything?
So just to wrap up how this relates to the null hypothesis thing that Alan is putting together now, or Heffron kind of mentored them, I would say, in putting together as well. Their big thing is that this is somehow exclusive to flat Earth. So if I'm hearing you correctly, what you're saying is that not only is Heffron's method not providing exclusive results to flat Earth, but it isn't even applying exclusive results to globe Earth either, and could even be used to show concave Earth potentially.
Yeah, it's totally useless. It can be by controlling your distance to the mountain peak, you can get any results you like, from tiny Earth to flat Earth to globe Earth to concave Earth.
Okay, does anyone else have any response or questions? Anyone? Bueller?
Thank you for the presentation. I mean, it explained a lot, showing with facts and science.
Oh, you're very welcome. And I'm going to drop a link to the Desmos in the chat in case anyone wants to play with that. It's helpful if you want to go out and get these kind of measurements yourself. That way you can choose whether you want globe results or flat Earth results. Or for gatebreaker, concave results.
So Jesse, it looks like he just kind of made a particular observation and built the math around that one observation and called it good, maybe.
It's almost like that. They started with one observation. They didn't really build the math. They just, I figured out the math based on their method. But they never presented the formula for it. They just says, oh, look, here's the procedure. We time the occlusion, we put stellarium on the mountain, we turn off refraction, and it was sort of close to that first one. Let me show you what that first one was like.
Right. A diagonal line?
Yeah, the first one was Pike's Peak. The observer was 6808. The mountain was 14107. 14107. And the distance was 31.4. 31.4. So you can see this was their first one, and it was pretty close to the flat Earth prediction for Pike's Peak. So they're like, oh, this must work. And so then they did some more, and some of them landed kind of halfway between. A couple of them landed halfway between. One of them landed spot on. That was Mount Rosa. Let me show you Mount Rosa. It was 11509.
A straight line?
11509.
I can see Mount Rosa right now.
Yeah, but is it curved?
The distance was 29.65. 29.65. Like, this is their very best one they've got so far. Look how that goes through the peak of there. It just happened to be that one, they were at the right distance for that to work out perfectly.
So that's a horizontal line to space?
Is that D-Mock I'm hearing? How's it going, buddy?
That is D-Mock. Jesse, it's up to you whether you want to leave him off the leash or not. Your presentation.
Okay, ask one question there, D-Mock, and then we'll go on to someone else, if there is someone else.
Is that a horizontal line increasing elevation to space?
No, that is not a horizontal line. That's why it's sloped.
So it's a chord, it's a diagonal?
It's called the Heffron angle.
Yeah, but where's the curve?
Have you kept up with the Heffron method?
Well, I'm just wondering where these curved lines are we're looking for.
Oh, this is a different topic, D-Mock. Okay, who's next?
Jesse, I just wanted to draw something back to a conversation we had in DMs a couple days ago, where it kind of seems like to me this whole idea of turning off refraction and that being justified, we kind of discussed it being a variation on the Canigou refraction argument. Could you discuss that, just what the Canigou argument was with respect to refraction, and if it's if I'm correct that it's similar to this, or if this is kind of different?
Oh, the idea that, or the claim they make that because you can't see the star once it's occluded, there is no
Right. Yeah. And I remember Austin used to always say that the absence of light can't refract. Now, I'm not trying to say that that's what they're arguing here, but it does seem to me to be a very similar logic if they're not making the same argument.
Yeah, it's kind of a cheap trick. Let me switch to, let's see. Where did what I'm looking for go? Oh, I am also going to drop a link to my worksheet where I've tested a whole bunch of Dr. Heffron's readings, star occlusion times. And let me switch to that screen as well. Okay, and then, all right, we were looking at these. Where's a nice star occluding? Nice bright one.
They didn't clean the things.
That was an airplane. Okay.
Fridge that are downstairs.
There we go.
Oh. I didn't think about that, sorry.
Well, those are the things that need to be cleaned more so than this.
Well.
All right, so can you all see? Let's see. Let me see where this other bright star occludes. I'm
Did you
trying to find
mention
it.
that a little before?
Fridge.
Yeah, but did you say the parts that were in the basement? Well, my bad. I didn't realize.
Hi, Mike Mordway.
I know there's a lot.
Oh, sorry.
All right, so you can see that star that's over here above in the right bottom corner above the 34. It's just about to occlude. Each frame is 1 second. So you can see it kind of has a pretty good brightness as it's going along. And then just before it occludes, it gets faded for 1 second, and then it's basically almost gone, and then it's gone. So at that point that it's half occluded, there is light. We are seeing it. And if that light is being refracted, it is being refracted. So, and then 1 second later, it's gone. So I really don't, the whole idea that there's no refraction once it's gone, it doesn't change the fact that that refraction may have changed the time that it got occluded, which I illustrate in. Okay, let me change screens. There, in this one, you can see if the timing isn't changed. If the timing is changed, if the light is taking a curved path, then the time of occlusion will have to be changed, and you will see that star until the moment of occlusion, and if that light is changed, then the moment of occlusion will be delayed. I'm not sure if that really answered your question, Ward 1.
I have a question.
Uh-huh.
So is this the light ray that's being refracted up?
Refracted down, yeah.
Oh, it's being refracted down?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, because that was a little confusing because in this path, yeah. I see.
Yeah, because the light would be curving towards the more dense region. But regardless, even if it was refracting the other way, it would still affect the occlusion timing because it affects its location between the two endpoints at the middle point where it's getting occluded.
I've had this question asked to me, and maybe you can describe it better than I can about how does the light being refracted down make it look taller, just for the audience's sake?
Well, okay. In this case, it would make the star look higher, right, than it was?
Well, the answer, if you look at the arc of the path of the refraction, the angle that's measured is tangent to that arc at the observer. So if you bend that, if the arc of refraction were more severe, and the star even lower, then the angle of tangent at the observer actually climbs.
Jesse, were you going to attempt to describe it?
Yeah.
It is kind of a... Yeah, go ahead.
Can you see? Let's see here. Let me get my drawing pencil.
The tangent climbs so you can fall along sea level. That's awesome.
All right. I have gone into editor mode on this. So let's say this little dog took a pipe and held it up and looked at the star through the pipe. Use the pipe as kind of like a crude sighting device. The light has to travel down the center of the pipe for the dog to see the star, right? So this pipe is pointing at the true angle, because that's a straight line, so that would be the path of light without any refraction. It would be straight from the source to the observer. But let's say that the light from the star was curving down. See, it's going down towards the more dense region all along here. That wasn't a very good arrow. Let's say the dog held up a pipe and looked through the star. Now, the pipe is at a higher angle, right?
Yep.
Okay. That's why things that are taller have a higher angle. Things that are lower have a lower angle. So because the refraction causes the light to have a higher angle as it enters your eye or telescope or theodolite or whatever, that's what makes it look taller. Does that did that answer your question?
That's a good way to describe it. Yeah, okay, yeah. Well, I kind of understood it, but I'm not good at describing. So I think that's a really good analogy with the pipeline.
Yeah,
I did have another question. So whenever they first made the star positions, they were just using like ground-based observations, right? Weren't they using some database basically to input like that, the positions in which they actually see the stars?
Sure, what you're
and then
asking.
so like whenever they originally like the star catalogs.
Who are they? Dr. Heffron?
No. Like I'm talking about the stars' positions being mapped out in the sky. They have like a position in the sky.
Oh,
So,
okay.
So like those go way back, but basically they were just like they weren't accounting for refraction originally, were they?
Yes, they were.
My guess is they started that practice up pretty quick. As soon as angle measuring instruments were good enough to resolve, arc seconds or even arc minutes, they were like, "Whoa, something's not right here." And then they're like, "Oh, refraction probably."
So what happens is, so they know it's refracting basically, like without doing atmospheric measurements because of the way that it moves through the sky. Like it's not moving consistent. Like it starts to move slower as they approach the horizon or something.
Right. Yeah. If star rotation or if star motion is a result of Earth rotation, and the Earth's rotation rate is not changing, then they would logically conclude that the star itself must actually be appearing to move, or physically the angle is constant, but when it slows down near the horizon, then it must be something changing the apparent position.
Okay, so star catalogs already like in whatever original catalog Stellarium pulled from and then refined later with like more precise satellite data. Are you saying there was already refraction accounted?
I don't know. All I know is that Stellarium has all of the stars in the or the database that Stellarium and all those things, all those softwares draw from, just have the coordinates of the stars, and then they apply the refraction correction at the time of rendering them if you turn that on. But the actual locations of the stars are their true location or their true angle, not refracted, because the refraction changes depending on conditions and and elevation angle.
So this is something that we should figure out, because if they did apply refraction to like these catalogs, then wouldn't they already be considering its refracted position, like with at the baseline of Stellarium's database?
Well, Stellarium is not necessarily even based on the ancient original star catalogs. There's astronomers, numerous astronomers, every night all over the world, tracking and recording and documenting and measuring the positions of stars every day, even now.
No, I agree. I'm just saying, like, so if they're pulling from Hipparchus in the late 17th and early 18th century, like if they were just documenting like where they were at, not including refraction, and then wouldn't that be what we're seeing anyway, like with the refraction off?
Refraction in star catalogs has been known for a couple of centuries. So when the star catalogs at the high technical level are reporting the the sidereal hour angle and declination, every observer will have a different value of refraction. So they don't quote the refracted value, they quote the sidereal hour angle and declination angle. And refraction has been modeled since Tycho Brahe. So as Jesse pointed out, the rate of the stars passing through the high sky as it approaches the horizon is slowing down. They knew, or they, by hundreds of observations by hundreds of people over a very long period of time, could see it was the effect of the increased atmosphere that it was looking through, and then they modeled it mathematically by measurement. So it was figured out heuristically and then modeled into formulary, and then as more modern technology came along, slight revisions.
Right.
There's a link in text chat to a book called Atmospheric Refraction: A History by Lenin and Sibrin de Ver, which talks about atmospheric refraction in the Hellenistic period, Ptolemaic period with the first proposed models, the first accurate evaluations of it by Tycho Brahe, and then going through from there.
And they knew for a very long time that even though the star was slowing down at the horizon for one observer, that same star being observed by somebody else directly, nearly under it, it wasn't slowing down for them. So they knew that the star itself wasn't actually slowing down.
But there's been a long-established branch of astronomy which evaluates atmospheric refraction just by that very mechanism of looking at stars' transits to the horizon.
Some of the highest level of science in astronomy has been poured into this for centuries.
Yep.
Let's see.
So So the star catalogs, what about like stars that are lower on the horizon whenever they were originally taking the observation to like map them out?
Well, every star that can get near the horizon also has a time when it's high. So yeah, just because a star is near the horizon doesn't mean it's near the horizon for every observer or even through the whole night.
Exactly. If you're on the equator, the vast catalogue of stars are never on the horizon.
And
they're never always on the horizon, shall I say?
And navigation tables quite often quote they limit themselves to stars between the 60th parallels, and tropical stars are really the superior navigation stars because you can see the tropical stars, those stars between the tropics. You can see them from the southern hemisphere and the northern hemisphere. So one table satisfies a whole lot of utility. So that's why they talk about 60 navigation stars. The star catalog I have has 600 stars in it. So yeah, the refraction is based on your location and the zenith angle at the time of observation, and any one star can be at a different zenith angle for other people, so they are quoted against sidereal hour angle and declination, and you go through the spherical trig, and then you apply the formulary, which has been refined over these centuries to deal with the angle of the vertical angle and the pressure and temperature, all modeled in, because the atmosphere, when you get in astronomical refraction, most of the atmosphere that you're dealing with is very stable day or night. So,
I mean, I'll ask you this, Taylor. Do you seriously think that, like even the last 3 or 4 centuries, a whole cohort of people with passion and desire studying physics and astronomy haven't looked at what's been written and haven't looked at where the information is propagated through to the modern times and thought to themselves, you know what? No one's actually taking any consideration of refraction here, but sod it, we don't need to. Why do you think there's something you can reveal about a shortfalling and how we look at the stars?
Well, regardless, yeah, the major observatories deal with all aspects of star positions to publish the catalogs. And when new celestial observations like a comet, they can determine the comet's orbit based on its neighboring fiducial stars, which have been cataloged. Yeah, refraction is at the highest level of science for a very long period of time, and can still continue to be modeled.
And if you don't even think for a second that astronomers or the branch of astronomy doesn't try and counter or at least understand refraction and try and deal with it, ask yourself why a lot of the observatories on top of fucking mountains.
Here, could I say something? Can you see my screen share, Taylor?
Yep.
Okay, so this, I think I showed you this before, but naturally, when we're talking about, the stars slowing down, the question might legitimately be asked, well, is that due to the geometry of it? Is it just, the apparent angle slowing down even though light is straight, or is it due to light bending? And this is some very good evidence that it's due to light bending, because we know that blue light refracts more than red light. And this is a picture of the sun low on the horizon, and we can see that the bottom is lifted up more than the top. See how it's squished up? It's lifted up more than the top, but we can see that even on the top there's this blue, is the blue fringe coming through? The blue-green fringe. See, the blue is lifted up the most because it's the shortest wavelength. Then the yellows and the greens, and then finally the reds. So what this is showing is that if you were to take a blue filter and look at just the blue part of the sun, it would appear higher than if you took a red filter and looked at just the red part of the red component of the sun. So this is showing that the apparent position of something has to be being changed by refraction, by bending of light, because it's bending the different colors different amounts. Does that sort of make sense?
Absolutely. I was just wondering if the original, because I read that the stellarium got from Hippocrates, which did not do refraction, and I was just trying to clear up, like, when did they incorporate the refraction? How did that happen?
Yeah, 500 years ago. Because even in that image there, it's very interesting because that's very near sunset, and the sun is not changing its dimension.
Hold on, I'm getting a phone call.
And the refraction at the top of the sun versus the bottom of the sun is distinctly different, and the width is still a half a degree.
Right, and if it was just that something about the position, the trig of the sun was just making it change angles more slowly, that wouldn't deform the shape of it.
It's great to learn about this stuff, but it is kind of difficult when someone who hasn't learned about this stuff thinks that they have an aha moment. They've thought of something nobody else has.
Oh, well, happens to the best of us. All right. Well, I guess that about wraps it up. If no one else has any other questions.
Well, thank you so much, Jesse. We really appreciate you dropping in. Thanks everyone for participating. Thanks for keeping the conversation civil and on the content rather than the person. We always appreciate that. And hope everyone else has a wonderful rest of your day.
All right, and thank you for moderating there, Mordwan.
Absolutely, my pleasure.
Where's 3959? And what would happen if you went 1 foot past it? When you be past the globe, and then you look forward and not see any dirt and earth and water in front of you. So let's just find that spot. It's the only spot we're looking for. Where's 3959 from you to where, or from where to you? Where's that at?
Have you heard of something called the horizon, Emil?
Have you heard of 3959?
Yes.
So where's that at? Show us from point A to point B where that exists.
Well, that's what I'm asking if you know what the horizon is.
No, it wouldn't be a horizon. It would be beyond that. So if you went 3959,
wait.
3959 is the edge of your globe, brother. Stop saying wait. The edge of your circle is 3959, right? So go 1 foot past it is my question. Now what are you looking at? No earth in front of you. Let's hit that spot. Let's hit that goal.
Yeah, but you're saying, correct me if I'm wrong, but you're talking about
3959. Let's fall at sea level. Let's fall along sea level. Come on, boys. Kamikaze. 3959, 1 foot.
Can I just steel man your argument there, Demok? Because I think you said something pretty profound. If I'm not wrong, what you said was that you're looking for beyond the horizon to the place we lived where we were young, and maybe it was a world of magnets and miracles. In fact.
Yeah, maybe 3959 can't be reached. Maybe 1 foot past 3959 doesn't exist anywhere.
Do you think that beyond the horizon, the grass is greener?
No, I said beyond 3959. Repeat this. 3959.
Okay.
3,959 kilometers. 1 foot past it. What are you looking at forward?
Miles, not kilometers, Demok.
Yeah, whatever you want, brother.
Okay, there's the difference, but I'm just curious if the taste was sweeter and if the grass was greener when we get beyond 3959.
There won't be any grass or water in front of you if you live on a globe.
Okay, so the grass won't be greener beyond the horizon.
No, there won't be any grass or water. You'll be able to kamikaze down and not hit Earth like a satellite. You'll be 1 foot past 3959. You can drop a rock or a camera, and it can't hit the dirt and water. It has to fall along sea level at 3959, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean that's pretty solid logic. I mean, I'm just wondering if your thoughts race constantly and without boundary when you're thinking about this kind of stuff. One might even say that the ringing of the division bell.
Well, the law of physics is the boundary I have to go with, and that's the ones you guys don't conform to. Like point A to point B, 3959. Now go 1 foot past it in your helicopter. Hover and play around right there. Now what's in front of you and below you? Not Earth. What's behind you?
Earth.
Globe, Earth.
Yeah.
Now, let's prove that globe. Prove that bus.
All right.
Where's Jesse? Did he leave?
Yeah, Jesse left.
What? I was only gone for 2 minutes.
Yeah, well, you're too powerful for him, Taylor. I don't know what to tell you.
You could go back and talk to Jesse on Earth Awakening. He's there now.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Adios.
I'll do that.
See you, Taylor. Demok, you have made a challenge that Globers can't prove downity down. Could you explain to us what that means? Yeah,
That means you can't go 3959 and kamikaze down and not hit dirt and water. There's nowhere Glober cannot go down and not crash. Therefore, not being able to prove he can go down around a ball.
So that's what downity down is. All right.
Yeah, it means no hitting dirt and water. That means prove the globe actually. Don't hit flat Earth.
Okay.
Don't prove it by hitting flat Earth. Prove it by going 1 foot past it and flying down or dropping like a rock. So if I'm sitting on a hill and I throw the rock out and it drops 1 foot in front of it, it doesn't have any fucking problem dropping vertically down. Let's see it happen at that point.
Yeah. That makes perfect sense to me.
I mean, physics are only physics, right? I don't think anything special is going to happen for you or me when we drop a rock, right? Yours is going to go that way.
Yeah,
what
mine.
It should do.
You never see me
That's
do
what
that.
it should do. If we're 1 foot past the Earth and we drop it, it shouldn't drop vertical. It should go that way. Let's do this.
That's why they call me Sideways Bob, because my plumb doesn't hang level. You know.
Well, your plumb bob should be lined up with your plumb pole, and all your plumb poles should tilt away from the very first one. You can only have one vertical one. Everyone else has to be tilted.
I agree, because that's really important. Otherwise, you could have a plumb line injury caused by compression, and those are pretty painful.
Well, no, that's when your plumbs would start crossing each other's paths and shit and going towards each other and not away.
Exactly. Yeah, you
They
don't
start
cross the
headbutting each
stream.
other, then making X's. Yeah.
Did I just come back to you two trolling each other?
No, but it's funny though.
I swear, you guys are both just trolling each other.
Listen, I'm just saying true stuff. If I go
I get it. I love it. I haven't been this entertained all day.
Listen, if I go out 39.59, 1 foot past it, and I drop a rock, should I hit the dirt and water?
No, it needs to go to down, down.
Right, it needs to go to space or air or something,
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
Yeah.
No, not air, because then it wouldn't be a vacuum, right?
No, 1 foot past the dirt and water, they're still there, brother. You know, airplanes are about 7 miles that way. So past 39.59, you should be able to go 7 miles and meet the airplane too in the clouds that way. Down doesn't exist, neither do clouds that way. So let's prove this globe.
Yeah. Well,
prove
I
the
don't
curved
know.
clouds and curved air. Come on, boys.
I think you've made me a flat earther, because I can't do what you described. I'm sorry.
Well, you could if you were on a ball. It'd be the most simplest thing possible.
Welcome to flat Earth, ladies and gentlemen.
It would be the way you have to go 1 foot past the curve to somehow fly down around it. Somehow, somewhere.
Would it be maybe
or
like
up.
somewhere like beyond the sea? Do you think?
Well, go out. Well, if you're in Australia, go out 39.59 and fly up around the ball. Now, show us how that works.
Yeah. So you go beyond the sea, where my lover
You can't go
stands.
beyond the sea. That's what I'm telling you. You can't go kamikaze and not hit the water or dirt.
So I can't go to where my
there's
lover
nowhere
stands
you
on
can go to
Silver Shores,
39.59 and reach one. You can never reach 1 foot past 39.59 in real life and see no earth in front of you and drop a rock where it doesn't hit dirt and water. That'll never happen.
I think you're right about that.
And the rock won't fall that way from the ISS. When it's that way, it won't be able to drop a flare and it falls this way to us.
Yeah.
Live. Because that's the only way it has to fall.
What do you think of the Cavendish experiment, bro?
I think it's a cat toy and you should do it with air and water.
How would you do it with air and water?
You should do it with plastic and air and water. Because the last time I checked, when I rubbed static on a balloon and I put it by the water, it repels it. It doesn't attract it. So those two masses didn't.
I see. Okay. So we do it with water and air, and
water and air have the same effect.
Yeah.
Water doesn't want air to stay around and play in it, does it?
What about if we had some moon rocks, bro? We did it with moon rocks.
I don't know what a moon rock is. You'd have to get a moon rock that could orbit a thing in a lab, and to prove that it's a moon rock, it would have to orbit another rock 4 times bigger than it.
Well, what if I took a piece of rock?
It would have to move water.
I told you it was yeah, exactly. What if I got it to suck up water?
The moon rock? No, not suck up water. It has to take water with it.
Oh, okay. Like in a little briefcase when it goes to work?
The moon is 238,000 miles away from the ocean, and you claim it moves it. So now you should have it 238,000 millimeters away from a bucket of water, your moon rock, and it should move a little bucket of water, a small little bucket.
It does that though, doesn't it? It's done that, and it does move the water.
No, it doesn't. Where do you have a moon rock in a lab taking water down the road?
Yeah. Have you not heard of bucket tides?
No, I haven't heard you dragging water down the road behind your water truck. No,
Well,
or else
that's
you'd
how
be a new billionaire. You'd just put
that's
moon
what they
rocks
do.
on wheels and pull the water, right? Stupid.
Well, that's what they do when they get a blocked drain. They get a bit of moon rock on a rope and they just
No,
pull
you
it through the
got
pipes.
moon rock. You got moon rock on the brain, brother. Come on now. If you had the technology of moon rock, which you don't, and there ain't no moon rocks on Earth, because if there was, you'd be moving water with the moon rock. Be the
But they
cheapest
do.
way. Show me your moon rock truck that moves water. Your water mover.
You can't say you've not seen the moon rock trucks.
I have
Come
not
on.
seen your moon rock truck, your truck with wheels on it that you're driving around and it's got water following it down the road. I've never seen it.
Have you not heard of Lunar Water Movers Incorporated?
I'm looking for it in a lab. Do you have the address where we can go meet up and take your rock, your moon rock, and move water live?
The lab. Come on, man. You don't need to go to a lab to see moon rocks moving
Yeah,
water.
to do real stuff, that's what I'm going to need to do is go do it. So I don't know about you, believer.
I think you're being a little cynical there, Denmark.
No, I think you owe me money for believing garbage. If you believe that garbage, pay me money too.
Oh, sorry. I'm on a sort of financial obligation now.
Yeah, to pay liars like NASA billions a day. Yeah, you got to pay them regardless whether you believe it or not, right?
NASA?
So pay me some money.
Now.
Just pay me. Pay Democ. Every one of you guys say, forget NASA, pay me $1 billion a day, and I'll tell you lies. Moon rocks move stuff.
I'll scan you a check and DM it to you, Denmark.
Okay, and I'll tell you whatever you want to hear all day long. You're pretty, you're smart enough, you're cool enough. Where's my money? You're far, yep, you're right about Earth, Globe. Yep, give my money.
You're prepared to do that for money. You're not far from an OnlyFans page, Denmark, if you ask me.
Listen, to just repeat stuff to you for money would be cool. I didn't say I was going to tell you the truth or lies or anything. I just said I would repeat shit you like to hear, correct?
Yeah, you did.
For money. That would be like being an actor. Now, if you said for the truth, would you lie for the money, for the truth, for the whole world? If you had the ability, you got the truth in your head, and you're going to tell it, and somebody's going to pay you not to, I wouldn't take the money for that. I'd tell them the truth. And then I'd probably end up dead, and then you'd be like, damn.
How do we know what the truth is?
You go outside and you don't believe fucking stories and you touch everything that you're supposed to be able to verify. And if you can't, stop saying, hey, you guys got to touch stuff to verify it.
I'm not verifying my neighbor's children.
Can you hear them?
At the moment, it's too late at night. They're probably asleep.
Well, then who's asleep if you didn't verify them?
Exactly.
Yeah, you didn't make any sense. Clearly, you verified something, or if you're talking about neighbors and children.
Well, I can never be. Show me a bucket of neighbors.
Fuck, show me a fence that's not real, and a privacy fence that follows the curve of Earth.
Yeah. Good
Don't
point.
have one, then must not have a curb. Well, there's 24,000 miles for you guys to work with to show me one fucking mud hill in your backyard follow the Earth curve. How long does it take for Plato to form? How long does it take for gravity to act? Like millions of years, like evolution? Or what?
Millions.
I thought it was 9.8 meters a second squared. The diamond should start bending into a curve. And the steel and the Play-Doh and the plastic and all fucking material. It's supposed to bend to a curve somewhere, somehow. Where is this at?
What are you talking about?
Earth. How did Earth become a ball, stupid?
Did he create it because of gravity?
What bended it? Well, cool. Show it. Show some bendy shit get bent by
It's
that
not
magic.
about bending things. So you're thinking two dimensionally.
Harry Potter and
You're thinking two dimensionally.
No, I'm wondering where you got something being bent by Harry Potter magic words.
It's not about being bent. It's if you have an object and a bunch of them.
It's not about a ball being bent to 360 all the way to match itself back into a sphere to be crushed into the most perfect shape.
Do you bend a ball? No, you form it.
Apparently, gravity did.
Yes, gravity formed it. Exactly.
So prove that. Show how gravity can form a diamond into a ball.
Gravitas centralis.
Why does gravity have to form a diamond into a ball?
You broke him.
Oh, I don't know. I don't understand. It's just another person that just won't accept gravity. Seriously.
I think Denmark's doing a factory reset.
When you say nobody accepts gravity, what are you talking about when you say gravity?
Gravity, I mean, there's a theory of gravity and there's gravitational laws.
Okay.
What I'm talking about when I talk about gravity is the attraction of mass to mass. That's what I'm talking about. Mass attracting mass.
Okay, but you know that's Newton, right? And then Einstein came along and superseded Newton. And gravity is no longer a force in Einsteinian gravity.
Oh, okay, yeah, and so you the term supersede, like what Newton did was like build a model that worked almost every time, and what Einstein did is he came in.
Okay, so then don't call it a law if it works almost every time.
Okay, so and what Einstein came in did is he made it work, in with math. Yes.
All right, that makes sense then. No, I still don't believe in gravity. Sorry.
I understand.
But if you want to tell me where the word gravity came from, like where it originated from the Greeks, when they called it gravitas, that was their word for the weight of something.
Okay.
It just means it had weight. It had gravitas.
Was the Cavendish experiment going on during?
Cavendish is a toy. So whatever Cavendish did was set up a parlor trick to show you some shit moving.
Okay. Okay. That's your opinion.
I got one more.
Yeah, that is my opinion. Cavendish didn't have an observed phenomenon, so it's not an experiment.
Yes, he did have an observed phenomenon.
Oh, to build his apparatus? Okay.
No, his observed phenomenon.
That was his phenomenon.
His observed phenomenon was he had amount of mass, and he predicted how much that mass would move towards one another. And so the original experiment was done in air, and then they removed all the
use air and water for your masses with no container. Gravity is supposed to connect those two masses with each other. Do you understand that? And then one's supposed to go inside the other. So if you guys have that with air and water on the Cavendish, air on one side, water on the other, and they go to each other, then we'll be happy to take a look.
So you're saying that air has to be attached to water through gravity?
Saying air doesn't. Yeah, that's what it's supposed to be going down. Yeah, air is supposed to be stuck to water by gravity, and water is supposed to be stuck on the top of your hill, stacking up at 15 foot high on the top of your earth curve hills everywhere. The surface of your earth, the whole hill, the whole thing's a hill. Water's supposed to stack on hills because of the gravity. Can you go outside on which hill? We got 24,000 miles worth of hills, boys. Stack 8 inches of water. We just want to see gravity work.
Well, if you put water on the hill, it would run down the hill.
Is it going to stack? So it's not going to stack.
No,
Gravity's not going to keep it to the center of Earth. Is that what you're telling me? You're telling me no fucking hill on Earth matches Earth's curve.
That's not what I said. That's not what. No.
What hill matches Earth's curve? You're telling me that Earth's gravity.
What hill matches Earth's curve?
I'm talking. You can't hear.
You asked a question.
Gravity makes Earth curve, right?
Gravity.
When the fuck does it do that? Where on what hill in our backyards?
Okay, so you have to start using the right word. So gravity.
When did
when
did it work for itself? When did it make its own math?
Okay.
When did it make its own curved Earth the right size?
Gravity did not make a curved Earth.
Gravity didn't make curved Earth.
Gravity caused a ball to accrete.
What?
It did not make
Show me
a
the
curved
fucking
Earth.
curving of it.
Of a ball?
Yeah, you fucking idiot.
The curving of a ball? You're asking me to show you the curving of a ball.
You got it all right there in front of you. Which part matches the ball that you claim you live on? Which part matches the curving magic you claim right now? You're saying none. You're saying none of the fucking Earth matches Earth curve. Are you stupid?
No, I'm not. And the
That's
thing
what
is,
you
it's
just
like,
said. So where the fuck in your backyard or anybody's backyard can we match the Earth curve and do tests on it and stack water, stupid? And prove that water stacks up underneath your feet to fucking Australia and on top this hill and the fucking 8 Mile oceans under your feet. Prove that.
there are. I
Water
don't have
sticks
it.
to the fucking dirt, man. Are you illiterate? I mean, are you illiterate? You don't know how a ball works or what? You don't know your own globe model? Now none of it works.
How does okay, so first thing
Sticky
is,
gravity, sticky water,
okay, so
super
listen, so what you're talking about is what I'm trying to say, if you can just listen to words.
So show me how gravity, where's the most dense part or most gravity in a balloon, in a helium
balloon, I don't know the
Yeah.
answer to that
It's supposed
question.
to be the center, stupid. The center
Okay.
of mass.
Oh, okay,
Now show me where the center of fucking helium is more dense than the rest of it.
in that balloon, I don't know the answer to the question. We're not talking
You
about a
don't have,
balloon.
brother, we're trying to find out
So
where gravity's doing any physical anything.
and so the Earth is made of different compositions.
No,
Would you?
so where
It's
the
not.
fuck is gravity that we can physically see it do something and be itself and like do work and make itself like to see it?
Where you see it every time something falls out of
No,
a
I've
tree.
never seen nothing form a curve. I've never seen stuff go to the center of another object, stupid. I've never
Okay,
seen shit form into a ball.
so this is the thing. You say the word stupid, right?
Yeah, form into a ball. Where have you seen this, stupid?
Where have I seen? I look
Fucking
at
down on flat Earth. Where
have I seen things accrete into a ball? Is that the
You have
question?
to see stuff go down past.
Where
the
have
Earth
I
water.
seen things accrete into a ball? Is that the question that you asked?
Yeah, and then stuff
Rain,
goes to the center of it.
water, rain,
Then what goes
rain,
to the center?
rain,
What's in the center of it?
rain. What's in the center of rain?
Teardrop, you liar. Don't
And
fucking
so is
lie.
okay, and the Earth
we're
isn't a
looking for a
perfect ball,
sphere.
and the Earth isn't a perfect ball. The Earth isn't a
So you
perfect
don't
sphere.
have any spheres handy. So on this
The Earth
thing
isn't
where
a perfect
everything's
ball. The
sphere,
Earth isn't a
from the
perfect
proton
sphere.
to the atom to the neutron to the
So
nucleus,
hear
matter
the
and
words.
gas.
So this is your problem. Hear the words. The
No,
Earth
I
isn't
don't
a
have a
perfect ball,
problem. Your
and the
problem
Earth isn't a
no
perfect
fucking Earth
sphere.
curving.
Yes, there is.
You can't give Demok what he's asking for.
I have to build an
spheres,
entire
no big
another
spheres.
Earth. You'd have to
Where
to
does
do
gravity work in a lab? Where have you
Does
guys
Earth-
manipulated gravity to bend shit to a ball?
God.
That's what you need, stupids.
To bend things into a ball. There's
Yeah,
like
you
you hear the
idiot.
words
Hold
you're
the line up
saying.
vertically.
Do you hear
Hold
the
the
words
steel
you're
pole
saying?
up vertically
Do
and
you
let's
hear
see
the
where
words
it
you're
bends.
saying?
Where does
Do
it
you hear
bend to
the
follow gravity vertically?
Where do you okay,
Us
if you're
where
gonna
gravity works
make a
vertically,
ball,
and then we'll
moron, if
believe
you're
it.
gonna make a ball,
Retard.
moron,
You
if you're
think
gonna make a
pole
ball,
tension is gravity?
where do you bend to
If
make
you
a
believe
ball?
pole tension is gravity,
Moron, answer
hold
the
the fucking
question.
pole up vertically,
Moron,
and let's see where the Earth
answer the
pulls the
question.
fucking pole vertically
Moron,
around
just
the curve.
answer this question because you don't know how to use
Vertical
words.
Earth curve. We want to
Moron,
see it.
moron, learn words.
Yeah, vertical.
How
up and
do
down,
you bend
steel
something to make a
not
ball?
curving this way to Earth.
Moron.
Not bending this
Hear
way.
words, moron.
Yeah,
How do you
fucking retard
bend
doesn't understand
something?
words.
Moron. How do you
Words
bend
can't be used
something
with you.
to
You
make
don't
a
like
ball?
them.
Moron.
Vertical. Do you know
How
what that
do
means?
you bend something to make a ball?
Gravity.
Moron.
dumb
How
bitch.
do you bend something to make a ball?
I'm not bending shit. Gravity's
Okay.
supposed to bend it in front of your face, stupid.
No,
Where's
it's not, moron. No, it's
So
not.
gravity doesn't
Moron.
bend
No,
shit.
it's not. No,
So gravity's not constant.
gravity probably
Gravity's
could
not
bend something.
9.8 meters
Gravity
per second
probably could
squared.
bend something depending on the force of
So
it,
now
like a
it's slow
sink
ass
well
never
or something
happened
like
to
that.
gravity.
But moron, listen to the words, moron.
Where
Moron.
is gravity working?
Moron, listen to the word. It's working right now,
How
keeping you on
long
this
does it
planet.
take for gravity to bend a mud hill to a fucking Earth curve?
Do you remember what we just said, moron, about the words that you need to learn? It's not, gravity doesn't bend
Before the aquarium
things,
becomes
moron.
curved.
Moron, gravity doesn't bend things. It
So
accretes.
gravity's
Things
not
stick.
making balls. No protons, no electrons, no atoms.
Gravity
no
is very. It's probably
particles.
it's not making perfect spheres. It's not doing anything, but it's accreting things
seen a
into
sphere in my
balls.
life
It
outside.
accretes things into
I've never
balls.
seen
That's
a
what it does.
sphere, neither of you.
Neither have I. And I said
Right.
that.
So where did gravity
Remember,
take any of
moron,
those?
when I told you need to learn
So
words?
those
I
don't
said
exist,
that,
right?
moron. Moron,
So
I
what's
said
the
it
gravity?
doesn't form perfect spheres,
Thank you.
moron. Moron, I said that. Moron, I
exist.
said that. But that has nothing to do
Spheres don't
with the
exist.
fact that the Earth.
Thank you.
Oh my God. You are literally a moron.
Don't exist anywhere. You can't go out and find the nature gravity made
Like
sphere,
you're
you
the
dumb
definition
bitch. You
of
can
a
only
moron.
keep saying stupid shit. Stupid shit sayer. Do you
my
have the
God.
sphere that gravity made live?
Do I have the what, moron?
The gravity ball. Only
Do I
thing
have the
gravity
ball?
can do is ball.
What can the
Gravity
gravity do with the ball? Huh?
Gravity's only smart enough to ball. That's all
Gravity
it can do.
gravity can accrete particles into balls. Yes, it
So
can.
now you're saying that gravity is smart enough to do other things than turn
I'm
into a
not saying
ball?
gravity is smart or anything else like that. I'm talking
So how
about
does
a
it know how
function
to
of
orbit?
gravity.
How
It
does
doesn't
gravity
know
know how to
anything.
make
I'm
balls
talking
stay apart from
about a
each other?
function of gravity. I'm talking
How
about a
does
function. I'm
gravity
not
know how
talking.
to make stuff stay
Gravity's not a
apart in orbit?
person, so I don't know how something that's not a person, that's not a living being, can do anything. I don't know how to answer your moronic
So
question.
gravity's not a real thing. It's a man-made concept.
Gravity is a real thing because outside of our
So what
existence,
is
things
gravity,
would
the
still
creature
fall
gravity, doing
down
right now?
towards
What's
the
the
earth.
smart creature God
Moron,
gravity
listen.
doing?
Outside of our existence,
Your
things would
gravity
still
God does
fall.
what?
Moron. Outside
Gravity
of our
God?
existence, moron. Outside of our existence
Gravity
on this
God's a
planet,
moron?
moron. Outside of
Talk to
our
gravity God that
existence
way.
on this planet, things would still fall down.
You're not on a planet, moron.
Wow.
You haven't proved that fucking vertical stuff bends that way. You haven't proved that steel has to curve with gravity that way, you fucking idiot. Let's
Steel
get to
has to
proving
curve with
3959.
steel has to curve with
Go 1
gravity.
foot past 3959 and show us what gravity bends this way, you dumb bitch. Let's watch it live. Hang it from your
1
helicopter.
foot past 3959. One that makes
We
no
need
sense.
to see how tension works. If
1
I
foot
raise
past
up
39.
an elevator and I stick
Let's
a
just
10-foot
let's
fucking
play
steel
your
beam out,
stupid
or a
shit
1,000-foot
out to the
steel beam
logical
out,
conclusion.
Globers
If I
say
was
that
1
steel beam
foot
bends.
past the curve of the earth and I
They say
dropped
the steel
something,
beam bends
that
and conforms
object
to the
would
gravity.
not have enough
So
speed to
now let's
maintain
see
its distance,
steel
and it would
bend
fall
this way,
back to the
back at me,
center of
or
the
away
earth.
from me.
So that's the answer to your stupid moronic
You
question.
don't have a physical attribute of answer, bitch. You have a fucking loser Bible, a globe
You are
Bible.
the one I
So
have a
no earth
loser's
curve.
Bible. Okay.
So
So
no earth curve in
moron,
your
the answer
backyard,
to your
not in
stupid
mine.
question is if you drop
So
the ball
on
while
the
you're
earth
talking,
that supposedly is
moron, the
earth
answer
curve,
to
this
your
gentleman can't
question,
find an earth curve.
moron, your 30
Did you hear
whatever
what the
number
Globers have said,
question.
Globers?
No,
You
because you're a
can't find an
moron.
earth curve on earth.
Moron, if you hear the words, to answer to your stupid
No
question
earth
would
curve
be
on earth
that
is all I
ball
heard you
would
say.
fall back to earth eventually.
Dirt
It would
won't turn
fall
into
back
an earth
to earth.
curve. Play-Doh won't
No.
turn into an earth curve. Water won't turn into an earth curve. Nobody's yard matches an earth curve. No land on earth matches earth curve. What the fuck crack are you smoking if you say earth curve then? What does that even mean?
I never said earth curve, moron. I'm the one who's trying to stop you from saying stupid things because you don't know what the hell you're talking about, moron.
Just need
So
someone
you
to
like this is
prove
how
that
stupid
they're
you
on
are.
an earth
You
curve.
can't hear
If you
words.
are not an earth
You
curve, or
can't
why
hear
the fuck are you
words.
sticking your dick in your own butt for it?
Because
Quit
gravity
sticking your dick
does
in your
not
own butt and mouth for earth curve that you
Okay.
don't stand for, stupid. No, it's not okay, you retard.
All right.
Are you
All right.
autistic? Do you argue opposite things
I'm
about
not.
stuff that you
No,
don't
I'm
say?
not.
So
You know
if
what's
you're not
funny?
for the earth
It's
curve,
about
what's our
projection. If
conversation about?
someone in this conversation is
I'm a flat
something that
earther
you
and I'm
just
looking
said, it's
for earth
probably
curve.
you.
Can you help me?
I've never understood
I'm
why
a
the
flat earther
stupidest
looking for
people in the
earth curve.
world have an opinion that can't hear
I want
words.
to see you fall vertically along earth, along sea level. Fall down along sea level and I'll be a glober. Stupid fuck.
Fall down along sea level.
Yeah,
and
along the wall of your ball, retard. And then back
the
that way.
wall. So okay, if I
Then
fall down
back
at
that
sea,
way
if
too
I
when you're
fall
under the
down at
ball.
sea level, that means
3959, you go 1 foot past.
3959. Here we
Kamikaze
go
down
again.
like a satellite, right?
Yep.
You make
Yeah,
a
you'd fall
square
back to
around the
Earth.
ball. Then
You'd
go
lack
that
the
way.
speed to
Then
maintain
come back
orbit.
up.
You'd fall back to Earth. That's
Yeah,
what
you
would
fall
happen.
square around the earth like
You'd
a
lack
satellite.
you'd lack the
Fall,
speed. You'd lack the
back,
speed,
up,
and then you'd fall
forward,
back to Earth.
fall.
You'd lack the
Yeah,
speed
show
and
us
fall
how
back
you
to
can
Earth.
do it live. Show us how you can fall along sea level like an ISS, but just be 1 foot out of past it, just 1 foot.
You can't because that's the stupid. Because you're
Come on,
thinking
retardo.
two-dimensionally, like
So
I
you
was telling
don't
you
have an
earlier.
earth, so you
Because
can't
you're
fall off a
speaking
hill.
two-dimensionally. You're speaking
Can you
two-dimensionally, like I
fall
told
off
you
a
earlier.
Bill, can I kick you off a building, bitch? You can fall vertically down. Shut the fuck up, cunt. Don't ever say you can't again.
Okay, listen.
The best thing about life is when you know yourself. So I don't have to say things that I want to say. So you can fall down a hill.
This stupid fucker just said you can't fall vertically.
I never said that. My God.
Let's see you fall
never
vertically,
said that.
then down with sea level, bitch.
Fall vertically with sea level.
Yes, down, sea level, nowhere. Fall down, sea level down, nowhere.
Fall down at sea level. So
yeah,
what? Okay.
1 foot away from sea level, so you're going to be 1 foot off of sea level, falling equal one level with the sea, 1 foot out equally, parallel with it, perpendicular, and you're going to fall vertically down.
Gravity, you moronic fuck.
That's what you're going to prove right now. I'm glad you're going to prove that. You're going to fall vertically down.
You can't do it because of gravity. You can't do it because of gravity. You can't do it.
Down vertically without hitting the earth. Let's prove it.
You can't do it because of gravity, you fuck. You would not fall off the earth. You would hit the earth.
Gravity's going to pull you down.
You idiot.
Remember,
yes, it will. Yes.
No farther than 1 foot that way, 39.59. Where's it pulling you down?
And then gravity will pull you back down. You could go 300 million times far away.
It's pulling you down to orbit?
It will pull you back down to the planet eventually. It will pull you back down to the planet because that's what mass does. It stays in orbit. It stays in orbit because it has the speed.
Not pulled down to the planet.
It has the speed to maintain the orbit. It has the.
Show me the speed.
Pulled down to the planet.
Show me how
and
you
it
get
is
to that
adjusted.
speed.
It is pulled down. It is pulled down to the planet, and then it is adjusted. It is pulled down to the planet, and then it is adjusted.
Miles an hour can be reached by you on the fucking ground live.
To the planet, and then it is adjusted to raise it back up.
We're not going through planets. You're going to go out somewhere in the desert or on the ocean surface and prove you can go 17,000 miles an hour, you dumb lying fuck.
Why? Okay. Okay. So
in a
medium on Earth where there's oxygen and things like that, that type of speed.
Cool story, fucking retard. Did that stop anything else?
That type of speed. Like I'm the retarded one, but you're the one who says retarded things. I'm the retarded one, but you're the one who says retarded things. Think about that. Just think about that. I'm sorry. How did I ask you to think about that?
This gentleman's excuses don't let physics work. What do you think about that?
My excuses don't let physics work.
Can't fall off a fucking hill, said this guy. You can't fall vertically down off a cliff. This guy's retarded as fuck, dude.
What are you talking about, dude?
You fucking invalid.
I was born in Nashville, Tennessee.
Well, fall down a fucking hill with water on it, stupid.
And honestly, where I'm from,
now you need the sea level
legitimately, and this is why the internet exists.
Yeah,
people like you.
Water hills avert the sea level. You're falling down off the hill. None of them. Niagara's not fucking sea level.
Niagara's not sea level.
The surface of fucking Earth where that is.
Niagara's not sea level. Niagara Falls is not sea level. Niagara Falls is not sea level.
If you put your fucking finger on the Earth and it was big, bitch, and you touch Niagara Falls, it would be the surface point. You fucking retard. That would be
so your statement of water level is relative.
You have no clue of anything.
So your statement of water level is relative.
No. If Niagara Falls was on a
you said Niagara Falls was water level. Hey, dumb shit. You said Niagara Falls. Dumb shit. You said Niagara Falls was water level. Dumb shit. You said Niagara Falls was water level. Dumb shit. You just said Niagara Falls.
Okay, guys. Does Niagara Falls follow Earth curve? Does anything follow Earth curve? Where and when?
Yes. The answer is yes.
Show us the dirt. Show us the dirt in someone's backyard that follows Earth curve. It has to somewhere. It has to.
Okay. So what's the formula for Earth again? 8 inches.
Fucking pole in it.
What's the
I'm gonna stab a fucking hole in it or vertically.
You know what's funny? I think. Do you know what's funny? Dumb shit. I think I saw one of your dumb people. Hey, dumb shit. I think I saw one of your dumb people actually do this.
I'm gonna dig a hole in it.
Hey, dumb shit. Dumb shit. Listen, I think dumb shit. Hold on. There's an experiment I'm gonna tell you that one of your people did. Hey, dumb shit. I'm gonna tell you about an experiment one of your people did. They set up these lines. They set up these lines, and they had a hole in the middle.
Have a horizontal
and then that individual was told to hold it straight, and then he raised it. And when he raised the light went to the hole. And the reason why that happened
Again,
is
your
because
whole and my level can't be level
there
keeping in
is
your
a
curve if it don't
curve
follow
that
it.
he had to raise the light up so it could go through
Brother,
that
we're
original
looking for
funnel.
the curve.
I
Go
just hey,
fucking
dumb
paint
shit.
it
Did you
blue.
just hear what I said? Dumb
Go
shit.
paint
Dumb
the
shit.
hill
Did you
of
hear what I
Earth,
said?
the dirt
Hey,
hill that
dumb
matches
shit.
Earth's
Did you
hill,
hear what I
blue.
said? Dumb shit. Did you
I
hear what I
need the
said?
blue can of paint, and I need
Dumb
to see where you're
shit.
painting the
Did you hear
ground
what
at.
I said?
It
Dumb
doesn't
shit.
matter. Paint it blue so
So
everybody can visit it like a museum. We want to take field trips. We want to
I
visit
think
the
this
dirt that
this
follows Earth's
experiment's
curve.
on the internet, dumb shit. I truly do. I
It's
truly
on
I
the
think it's on the
internet.
internet.
It's on
Yeah.
a computer, not in real
Yeah,
life.
I think you can watch this on a computer, and it's one
On
of
a
your people who
cartoon
did
like
this.
Dr. Seuss.
No, it's a real
Cartoon
one of
religious
your
computer
people
box.
actually did this experiment too. I don't remember but there was
a computer box.
they went out a
You get a
distance
computer box
that
for
would
your experiment?
they went out a distance and then they
On a
calculated.
computer?
No, this was in real life. This is
Brother, I
actual.
want to see the fucking hill that matches Earth's curve because I'm going to stab the shit out of it.
Okay, so
Poke holes in it.
Okay, so
And that's going
dumb
to
shit.
prove Earth's curve. Let's do it. Stop saying
Okay,
okay.
and no, so I'm telling you one of your
Don't
people
tell
did
me.
this.
Get your fucking pack up your bags and get your blue paint and go there and spray it.
I
We'll all
don't
go there and meet up tomorrow. Just tell us the address.
I don't need to. I that's the thing.
Well, now you can't find an Earth curve and spray paint it blue for everybody to come and meet it and do. Dude, you'll make a lot of money. Field trips will be held there. Buy that spot.
Do you remember how I was talking about
I
two
don't
dimensions?
remember an Earth curve or what.
Do you remember how I was talking about 2 dimensions and 3 dimensions and how you can't think in 3 dimensions?
Sure
Do you remember that?
Demonstrate it, motherfucker. Whatever
You
crap
can't
you're
think in
talking about,
you can't think in
make
3
up.
dimensions because
Brother,
how do you
it
paint
doesn't
a
matter
line
what
that
you're
you're
going
going
to
to view
demonstrate,
from 2
nobody
dimensions
stupid.
to show a fucking
Do you
curve?
have any
How do
physical
you paint a
curve?
line that you can view
We don't want you
from
to
2
imagine
fucking
shit.
dimensions that you can
We don't
show a
want your
fucking curve?
storybook time. We don't want you to tell us about Dr. Seuss and a Snorlax and a fucking
I asked you a
Snorlax.
direct fucking
I want you
question.
to
You
stomp
said
on
to
the
me to
Earth
draw
curve.
a blue fucking line.
No, I want you
I'm asking
standing on
you,
it,
dumb
motherfucker.
shit,
I
who
want you to
cannot
talk to
think
me.
outside of 2
I'm
dimensions.
going to
How
talk
do
to the
you
Earth
do that?
curve. I'm going to talk to the Earth curve myself. I don't want you talking for it all the time, you mouthy bastard.
I don't speak for the Earth curve. You're an idiot.
Well, show us where it's at and let us talk to it ourselves.
And you want me to paint it with the blue line, correct? That's what you asked me to do?
Paint. Yes.
Okay,
Fucking
so
right.
how would you view that, idiot?
I'm gonna go stand on it. You're gonna put a number on it.
You're gonna
It's
stand
gonna have
on
an
it.
address. It's gonna have a longitude and latitude on the ground on a map. Hopefully, it's gonna be a physical position in somebody's fucking yard, and it's gonna match Earth curve. And you're gonna spray paint it blue, and we're all gonna meet there.
Okay, so how are you gonna view it, you
I'm
fucking
gonna stand
moron?
on it, and stab it.
Okay.
I'm gonna make sure it's 8 inches per mile squared, so I can stab the other part of it, the side. I'm gonna go down it and stab it. You retarded motherfucker. Can you hear me?
I'm the retarded
All right,
person.
guys.
You're talking about stabbing.
A hill,
Okay.
yeah. What, you can't stab a hill now in your physical world?
You can,
You're an idiot.
especially if you are retarded.
I bet you can't drive
It's
a car
real.
into a hill either accidentally if you're drunk.
Okay. All right, D-Mock. You got him, D-Mock. Gosh dang, man.
I know.
Are you serious? Wow, guys. Oh my. Oh yeah, I forgot. I'm in this room. I forgot I'm in this room.
Come on, man. It ain't all that serious.
I know. I forgot I was in this room. It's just it's ridiculous.
You're out of your realm?
No, God. Oh my. Yes. I have been overwhelmed by your stellar intellect.
It's just physics, brother. Grab a
It's
ball.
not.
I'll tell you everything about it. Grab a real ball and a ruler and an L. We'll put the corner to the L, and we'll see. I'll show you how both parts of that fucking L increase in elevation, horizontally and vertically. Same rate, same time, same way. Let's do it. You want to see how a real ball works? 3D talker. Get a fucking real ball. That's how I'll talk 3D and 4D with you. Get the real sphere, and then let's get our fucking real flat earth tools and discuss it live on video, and you will look stupid as fuck when I explain everything that I'm talking about.
Will you listen and would you respond to what's said to you? Because if you do that, I'd love to. But if you won't do that, there's no point because you're just going to say stupid shit over and over again, what you have been doing.
100% would listen and respond because I know exactly how your sphere works versus not your sphere and flat earth that doesn't work anything like it at fucking all, not even inches by inches. None. But go ahead.
No, you answered my question. If you'll actually answer and speak to what is said to the substance, I will do that. But you haven't
You
done
have
that
to do that
once.
too, though, right?
You've been talking about stabbing fucking curves and stuff.
Yeah, I'll
So
show you
if,
exactly what I mean when you get the ball out, because that'll prove what I'm physically saying. You understand? Physics, real show and tell, live,
that
demonstrate.
has nothing to do with
Yeah,
physics.
a real ball does. Yeah, sorry. If you
A
think
real
that,
ball does
there's
have
something wrong
something
with
to
you,
do with
brother.
physics.
So how are we going to learn about a ball by cartoons that don't exist nowhere? You can't touch. That's how you learn how a ball works? By no balls? Balls out, ball physics. Go fucking figure.
Okay.
No, brother. To explain a ball, you will have to get a 3D sphere. You'll have to need 3 of them to be exact. When you go over it with me, you're going to need a little moon, a little sun, and a little fucking earth. The main one we're going to go over is the earth. Then we're going to go over the eclipses. We'll go over all of it.
And you're
Now, how
going to
far away are you going to have your moon and your sun, and what are going to be the sizes? 238,000 miles will be the distance. What are you going to break that down to, like a fourth of a millimeter?
I don't know.
Do you know how long that would be? I have it calculated already. If you
I just
use
like what is it?
millimeters,
93 million
hold on,
miles to Earth.
let me tell you this for your lab. Your lab has to be 58 to 59 miles that way for the sun's distance between the Earth and it. And then for 238,000, you'll need like an 88-foot lab, left to right. Yeah, and then they're on a horizontal plane with each other. A reference, you know what an orrery is, don't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, everything resides along a horizontal plane. So I don't know about your globes and your ups and downs and your around, down, below, and all that shit, but horizontally, I can explain to you everything that's happening. So, but you got to have horizontal and vertical max and mix with each other. They have to be the same thing somehow. That's the thing that fucking kills your whole globe. Your horizontal and vertical aren't the same thing. Neither is your diagonal. They're all 3 different. Every one of them are so singularly fucking different in reality, physically. They're not the same thing anywhere. They don't meet. They don't act like each other. They don't match up. That's the
in regards of explaining what
physics, up and down. When you rise up in elevation, how far do you have to wait before your thing starts rising? None, instantly. When you rise down below a horizontal line, how far do you have to wait? None. There is no sea level differential of 8 inches per mile you have to wait for. No curved mean line of fucking derivation of refracted fucking limit air and all this pressure and all that. None of it curves. A gradient glass is a horizontal line of oil, water, mustard, mercury, steel, whatever you want to put. It's all horizontal lines. None of that shit curves like a rainbow.
Okay, so I think one of your biggest issues is scale, and you were even talking about scale. If you were to
No, don't say scale unless you have the one you can demonstrate that starts doing something different. When you say the word scale, do you have the one that does something different than my small one in this physical reality that we fucking live in? If you don't, you have a story, and my little scale is just as good as your big one. See, the micro and the macro are the same for a sphere, brother. Did you know that? You can't have corners on a sphere no matter how big or little it is?
Yes, I know that.
Okay, so go put a cube outside on the water. Watch the corners touch it. They don't levitate, dummy.
Watch the corners touch this. What are you talking about?
The corners of a cube touch flat surface every day, all day. Corners of a cube don't touch sphere. They levitate, they float. Physics 101. I can prove it to you.
That's
You
actually
ready?
not physics.
I told
That's
you get the
actually not
3D
physics.
sphere out. Hey, stop talking. Get the cue ball.
No,
Get the solid crystal ball,
No,
and get the solid
stop.
crystal motherfucking cube, and prove me wrong. Let's
Stop.
microscopically zoom in, boys.
Okay, so
Let's zoom
there
in.
are multiple fallacies in your attempted syllogism.
That's a cool. Listen,
One is
without a ball.
I mean, y'all all know that you sit a box.
Stories, motherfucker, without a sphere and a cube. You'll need both of those stories.
It's worth noting just the level of intellectual dishonesty of this individual. That
Yeah,
they
you
won't
tell me when
shut up
fucking
long enough.
corners pop out on spheres.
That they won't shut up long enough to hear an answer.
Show me a cube matching a sphere right now. I want to see
any
corners on a fucking ball.
Okay, well, if you would shut up long enough, I can explain multiple things to
No,
you.
go get the sphere. It'll explain for itself. Remember,
The Earth is not a perfect sphere. Nobody's claiming that.
I don't give a fuck.
So
that's
then
it,
that doesn't. Then that doesn't.
Good luck, man.
Then your counterexample doesn't is irrelevant.
That'll make it worse for the ball, for the curve, for the fucking cube, won't it? That'll make it way worse for the cube, won't it, stupid? It'll be way wonky, won't it? On the not perfect sphere.
No.
Show me the different spots, how it acts all over the water.
I want to get it straight. I think Dimok was saying.
It's crazy how
Hang on,
motherfuckers
hang
are
on,
afraid of what
Dimok.
I'm saying.
Hang on, Dimok.
Can you let him finish?
Cubes and put 100 of them on the water and show me the one that acts different.
Can you just
than
let
the
him
next one.
finish and then you can make that claim?
Dimok.
Yeah, go
Yeah, Dimok. Are you saying that if you set like a cube on top of a sphere, none of the corners will touch?
Yes, 100 million%.
That's what I thought. That's what right.
But in order for that,
what size ball? What size cube would we need to get?
Go get your balls and your fucking cubes, and we'll take a look. We'll zoom in, we'll zoom out, whatever you got to do. Go get them. You'll need a real thing to do it. You can't keep imagining, boys. Time to put up or shut up.
How about a basketball and a grain of sand?
We're not talking about grains, motherfucker. You have to be able to verify it's a cube, stupid. And you have to verify the other thing is a sphere. Both of them have to be smooth and perfect. A perfect solid fucking cube and a perfect solid sphere. We want perfect point.
Those things don't exist. No one claimed that the Earth is that. So, like, you're testing an experiment that doesn't have the same claim.
Thanks, nobody. Thanks, nothing, boy. Thanks, guys. You can't touch 3D objects that was talking about 3 and 4 fucking D.
You're the one who can't conceptualize
You're the one without a sphere and a square. You should have went and got one by now.
Why are you asking
by now? Showing me how dumb I am.
You are dumb.
Somebody who has.
I know. D-Mock, you've ran amok. You've knocked them all down, buddy. We're gonna move on to another topic, if that's okay with you. Okay.
Yeah.
Somebody who
right
uses
on, brother.
the term
Thank you.
sphere and square so often, you should learn how to pronounce them properly.
So, what did y'all think of Jesse's presentation?
I didn't see Jesse's presentation.
Oh, you didn't see it? It was showing the Hepron, whatever, the celestial theodolite thing, showing what's wrong with it.
That's not the clearest demonstration, not the clearest description I've ever heard.
What, have you not seen the celestial theodolite?
Yes, I have not seen the celestial theodolite.
Okay, well, I can't describe it. It's a very convoluted, claimed flat Earth observation by Allen and Shane and Dr. Hepron.
Okay. It's what strikes me about it is that there is not a single flat earther on the face of the planet who has a mastery of even high school level mathematics. If we gave any of them a high school level mathematics exam, none of them could pass it.
Is that going to help you get an earth curve in your backyard? A physical thing? Mathematics isn't going to help you with the physical attribute of dirt, brother, and water. It's not at all, ever. Mathematics wasn't even here. We've been here before mathematics. We'll be here longer than mathematics.
As I was saying before, I was so rudely interrupted.
Yeah, mathematics didn't exist.
Their inability to properly design experiments their inability to properly process their results is a matter of their mathematical and intellectual incompetence.
Are we physically processing it, Tony? With like physical stuff?
Have you always had a lisp, or is this something new?
I'm saying, like, are we physically not touching stuff?
I asked
like,
you
what do
a
you mean we're
question.
not processing?
Have you always had a lisp?
Well, I mean, I physically do stuff when I build stuff and do shit. I take my hands and I cut it and I measure it and I do it. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Math helps you with. Math doesn't help me build anything.
Have you had mouth surgery in the recent
No,
past?
math doesn't help me build shit.
Do you measure things and cut them?
Yeah, I go get a piece of string that matches a piece of string, and I say that looks like a good piece of string. I'll make it this string high,
just use
and it's
math.
gonna match this string high, and I'll get a cup of water and a stick,
So
and
here's
I'll
math.
make 1 cup, 2
Here's your
cups,
math.
3 cups along that stick, and
Here,
there's
you
my
just did
level.
math again. You did math again, and you did this.
So I'm
String
just saying,
equals.
brother.
You said string
No,
equals
a
string,
cup
so
of
you just
water is
did
math.
math. You did
Yeah, I
no
got a cup
string
of water.
equals string. String. I did this string that equals this
I
length with
just
this
said
string.
number.
String equals
I
string. It
said
doesn't
number,
matter. It
retard. So
doesn't
strings
matter.
are
You don't
math.
need numbers to do
Now a
math,
string
idiot.
is math. If you guys say strings, you're saying math now. What retards? You guys don't make
No.
any sense, man. You don't
Okay.
even fucking just make no fucking sense.
You don't even know how to when you're using
You
math.
guys just trying to find something that's like making you sound stupid to make you sound smart.
No,
It's
no,
really
that's
dumb
what you're
on your
doing.
part.
You
That
try to
rhymes.
say things
Listen,
that you don't
you
understand,
find
and it makes
something
you sound
stupid
dumber and
to
dumber.
make you sound smart. It's really dumb on your retarded part.
Okay, so
Yes, everyone cares what you think, Dimark.
I just freestyled that really quick before you could even fucking think to wipe your ass and wash your own hands. Now you got to give me something on that one.
Yeah.
No, Dimark, you are worthless in every single level, and absolutely
No,
no
that's
one
because
gives
you're
a
a math
flying
phobe.
fuck about
No, that's
whatever
because you're a
you say.
religious Bible thumper and you thump globe Bibles, globe math Bibles to be
What's a
exact.
globe
You pray to
Bible?
numbers, Tony. It's okay, number prayer.
What's a globe
Go
Bible?
see if the numbers will help you
A
be a good
science
boy.
book. A book that has gravity in it would be a globe Bible.
Yeah, cool story. Everything about a globe's globe Bible. Numbers, shapes,
There you
gases
go.
that you claim, stuff going
There
up
you
and
go.
down. That's all globe Bible.
That stuff
Yep.
doesn't go up and down. Is that what you're saying?
Air being in your blood, that's a globe Bible too. Can't prove air bubbles are in your blood.
It's not air
Yes,
bubbles. It's in your hemoglobin.
We'll put air in water without air bubble.
We can. So have you never bought a Coke? Have you never bought fizzy water?
I said put air in water without air bubbles.
Wow.
What relevance does that have to what you just
Water,
said? You
blood,
said that there are no
bubbles in my blood. Air bubbles are not in my blood. If there was air in my blood, there would be bubbles.
No.
Yes.
Well, there
Yes.
would be if you are under high
No
enough pressure.
bubbles, son. No air. It's
That's
kinetic
just a-
energy. It's the only thing you have
That's
in your
absolutely
fucking
not
trapped
true.
nerve.
It is bubbles. It is bubbles
Your
of gas
trapped
that
nerve
cause
of
the
blood
condition called the bends. The
runs off
bends.
a circulatory
The
system and
bends.
kinetic energy.
There is a condition called the bends that divers suffer if they decompress
No,
too
we're not
rapidly.
talking about
This is
Mercedes,
because of air bubbles
Yeah,
in their
right,
joints.
dummy.
Okay, you can deny basic reality if you want.
Motherfucker,
This
show
is
me
a
the air bubbles
well-known.
in your blood.
He just did. He just did. You just don't hear words. Like I said earlier,
Yeah,
you
I
don't know how to
know.
hear
Words
words.
are not showing anything, you dumb fuck.
Okay.
He's just talking out his ass like always. Do you guys have any fucking demonstrations?
He just told you.
Yes, I did.
Telling me
Yes,
is
I
not a
do.
demonstration, you stupid bitch.
Okay, go and
Okay,
do you
well
have the
then,
access to the
why don't
internet?
you go?
I
Why
want to
don't
see a
you go
bag of
since
air and I
you're a
want to see you
demonstration?
pull the fucking, I want to see the blood being pulled out of the fucking, the air being pulled out of a bag of blood or being put in it without air bubbles. Live.
Okay.
Well, then you're in the wrong
Fucking
place, aren't
idiot.
you? Why don't you go track that down and leave the rest of us alone? If you want to see that sort of thing, why are you here? Why are you on a computer? Fuck off. Go track that down and let us know how you went. You're still here, I notice. So you claim that you want to see that demonstration can't be true, can it? So you're a liar in addition to all of your other idiotic claims.
I need to learn how to speak in a British accent. Is this still on?
Yeah, Renee, it's just quiet.
Oh. Why do you think everything has to diverge into a screaming match? Because you chime in and say very sensible, rational things.
I'm kind of seasoned to it, and people just get frustrated with each other because neither's going to budge. You know, we've got reality, pretty simple concepts, and then people argue against it, and it's frustrating. But it doesn't bother me anymore.
Yeah. I mean, do you think that the problem is that we're framing it on reality and it's almost offending them, as we're saying that they're dumb essentially because they can't understand reality? Because these are very complex things you have to understand to tie these things together, you know?
You know, I don't know. I try to imagine if I didn't go to college and, you know, just take the fundamental stuff and physics and biology and, you know, actually get involved in biology quite a bit. And I don't know, some of the things that are argued from the other side are like come from people that actually supposed to also have that basically the same type of education that have got a block. And it's like, I don't know. It's just like, I don't see how you can say that if you know this stuff, you know, like arguing against science in general. It's not just a textbook. You have a lab associated with that class and you spend time in there doing the things that you learn from the textbook. And so it's not like doctrine or, you know, I mean, it's just science. It's real stuff, you know.
In a lab? How do you science with 3 balls or physics? You guys have never done physics with 3 balls in a lab or science any balls in a lab, or you would have a ball science lab in the gym, I think.
Well, all I did, Demark, we didn't do any of the calculations. I was just interested that just like putting a magnet or a piece of ferrous metal up close to a magnet and you ease it up there to it and suddenly that magnet will grab it and pull it to it. You can do the same thing with, you know, with a pretty good sized lead ball and another lead ball. You get it over, ease it up close enough to it, and that little ball will draw right up to that big ball. It is though.
The claim is mass. All mass will attract mass. Not this kind and not that kind and not this much and that much. The sentence is mass attracts mass. Where does it say 2 pounds of mass attracts 50 pounds of mass or so big?
Oh, the
Doesn't say
force
that.
is it's proportional to the mass.
So
The force is proportional. The bigger the mass, the more attraction.
Water. Let's use the same amount of lead you got. Use air. Match up the same amount as a little lead piece of shit ball you got, and use water for the other one. And let's see what it do. Oh, no container. Gravity is your container.
Well, you Biodual, right? You remember
I know
him,
you
don't
guys
you?
aren't stacking water on a hill.
He did it. He did it with turkey breast and chicken wings.
Water on the top of a hill. The same water is supposed to be stuck to the bottom of a fucking ball I'm standing on, 8,000 miles deep. Come on, bro, with the stories. You can't stack water on a fucking hill. Gravity does not exist, or else it would hold it and balance it right there.
Well, maybe so, but chicken wings are attracted to turkey breast. That's
That's
a
kinetic
fact.
energy. I'm down with that. Any kinetic energy or movement, any temperature, anything you do like that will conduct or negate the action or reaction imparted with that fucking thing. Whether you sit it still, heat it up, move it, depending on what you move it in, what you move it around, what you move it by. It'll pull that charge. It's like that magnet you said. You get a little closer. So it's not close enough to get the full extent of the kinetic energy. It's just far enough away. And then you have a torsion balance. It's made to tort. It's made to contort. That's what it does. It turns and it does its thing. That's what it's made to do. I wouldn't expect it to do anything else. I wouldn't say it has fuck all to do with gravity. The same with the pendulum and the gyroscope. I'd say they have their own effect of what they do for their action and attribute of reaction that they're comprised of. That's what they do. That's what they do. Now, if you actually could go out in a fucking realm of free space and on the bottom of a ball and put that there and it stuck like you guys are saying and went around, then I'd believe it. But I highly doubt that's ever going to happen, that you're going to stick it on the bottom and it's going to roll around to the top and stay there on the side and shit. I just don't believe all those stories without anybody showing me that in a lab, that all this physical attributes of this little cat toy is going to show you Earth moving, but an earthquake didn't do it.
Well, see, that's the thing. We can't miniaturize physics and like have many planets doing the thing that this monstrous planet that we're on can do. No, you just can't do that.
No, that's a cop out. No, you can do that. That's exactly what you can do. That's the problem here. That's exactly what you should be doing. 100%.
If we could turn it down and miniaturize it, we could probably do wormholes. We'd probably be stepping across the universe through a wormhole.
It is fake. Do you comprehend why? The reason you're not wormholing is because there ain't no fucking wormholes. The reason you're not black holing is because there ain't no black holes. The reason you're not spacing on the moon right now with me is because there ain't no fucking moon to land on. It's not what you think it is. All that shit you've been told is not what you think it is. Listen, in your dreams, when you see the sunlight, where the fuck does that sunlight come from and what's it made of?
But see, the moon.
Of your dream.
Just stick on the moon. If no one ever told me anything about the moon,
not the real one, Left Lane,
I would have the same opinion of it right now, even if no one ever told me anything about it. A big
what
fucking
would the
rock.
moon be in your dream? What's the moon made out of in your dream? If you dream that you see a moon at night or a sun in the daytime, what in the fuck are those made out of while you're in the warm black covers, underneath the sheets, underneath the thing, in a black room? Where does that sunlight come from in your dream and what is it? For you guys to keep telling me you know all this fucking physical stuff and what it is. What is that?
I don't know. If you took a little acid
gases and stuff
and did the dark room and thought about the moon, you might see a man in the moon.
Is it a rock? No, listen to what I'm asking you. Please fucking listen to this. Is the moon in your dream a rock in the fucking sky? Or is it just a fucking image in your brain?
It's just an image in your brain.
I really can't say I've ever dreamt of the moon. Yeah.
The same with the sun, brother. The sun, is it? It's just a fucking image that you... So anybody in your dream could be like, the sun's made of this and this. You're never going. It's not. It's the same as your dream. You're not going to be able to prove that fucking story. You're going to
But they
hold on
did
to a
though.
story. That's
But
it. And I don't know
they
why.
did. They did prove that story. They did. They proved
What's
that
it
the
made out of
sun.
in your dream? What's the sun?
The sun. I don't know. In my dream, it's made out of
If it's
light
not the
because
same two gases, then how do you have two different suns? One's just a fucking sun in your dream that lights everything up and can keep you warm the same way. One's the real one. How can they, brother?
it's the same thing. It's the same thing. It's just my
What is? So what is it made of?
Like I told you, helium and hydrogen would be two of the
No,
elements
go in
there.
a lab right now. I'll give you a
There's
balloon of
iron
helium
probably in
and a
our sun
balloon
at
of
this point.
hydrogen, and you're not going to make a sun. Helium does not light up.
Yes, it does.
Show me. Show me it burns.
You look up when you look in the sky, and it's not burning
No, go
essentially.
get a
But when
balloon
you
and get a lighter and show me how you can light up fucking helium. Stop saying
remember when we were
fucking
talking. Remember when
like
you were talking about.
imagine.
Remember
Stop
when you were
telling us
talking
to
about.
imagine your story. We're not
Remember
going
when
to
you were.
look up and imagine. We're
Remember
going
when we
to
were
go to
talking?
the
Do
lab.
you remember when you were talking about like placing the Earth
The
and Moon
lab is the place.
relatively distantly to one another?
Yeah, 93 million.
Yeah. So if you're telling me to do something the sun does with less than point
Supposedly
zero
does.
zero 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 whatever of the substance.
Stop making shit up. You don't have any suns.
I'm not making it up. If I
You
like I
don't
said,
have any substance to prove the sun yet. You haven't proven gas turns into a sun yet. You haven't got any oxygen or hydrogen or helium. You don't have 100% of those
you
in
do
nature.
have helium.
Go
You
get
do have
hydrogen in
helium.
nature right now.
Hydrogen does exist. Hydrogen is the most
Go get it
abundant
right
element.
now on
It's the
camera
most
in nature. Go
on
get it.
Earth. It doesn't exist, but
Go
it's the
get
most
now. It
abundant
doesn't
element
exist.
in the
Holy
universe.
fuck.
Hydrogen is the most
So on
abundant
Earth it
element.
doesn't exist, but in your mind it does somewhere. Are you fucking retarded?
Hydrogen is the most abundant element in the universe.
That you stupid motherfucker. Then go get some on the Earth.
How about I splash water in your face? There's some
How about you
hydrogen
not
for
making
you.
shit up,
There's
retard?
hydrogen. Hey,
Now the
dumbass.
most abundant thing that
Dumbass.
exists you can't get
Dumbass.
none of.
Hydrogen.
Are you
Here's
retarded?
hydrogen. I can pour water on
How
your
your
face.
fucking religion doesn't fare?
I can pour
with
water
real
on your
physics?
face, and there's hydrogen for
Stupid
you. Okay,
motherfucker. That's
there's your
water.
hydrogen, and you found. Oh,
No,
what's
hydrogen's
the
supposed to
chemical?
be a
What's the
gas.
chemical? What's the chemical? What's the
So
chemical?
water's a gas now?
H2 is a gas. H2 is a gas, but
So water's a gas. Go
no,
make
it's a
a
liquid.
fucking water with
It's a
H2,
liquid,
you
but
lying son of a
you
bitch.
could heat it up and turn it
We're
into a
waiting on
gas.
you to
You
prove
can
these fucking
heat it up
claims.
and turn it into a gas. So yes, water
We're
can be a
waiting
gas.
on you to prove. Heat is fucking. You stupid motherfucker. Hot and cold is water.
Hot and cold is water.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
Oh,
what
there
makes
you go.
condensation.
That's what
Yeah.
makes hot and cold. Hot
Yeah,
and
those
cold
are
is
the
water.
conductors. Do you know what a conductor is?
Yes, and then
Hot
has
and
nothing to
cold
do
are the
with hot and
conductors of
cold
any
being
fucking
water.
source of
Hot
energy.
and cold is not a conductor. Hot and cold is a result.
Are you
Is an
retarded as
outcome.
fuck?
Is it? No, you're the retard because you're saying hot and cold
So go
is
get two gases without heat and make the motherfucking water, you lying bitch.
two gases without heat and make water.
Yeah, retard motherfucker. Yeah, two
Two
gases
gases
make water.
without heat and make water.
Yeah, take them up, gravity guru.
The only two
In
gases
a
that I can
vacuum.
get would be
No, don't forget
hydrogen
your
and
vacuum.
oxygen. The only two gases
Don't
I can
leave
get are
any of your
hydrogen.
fucking retard story out, Goofy. You got a vacuum chamber. You got
Okay.
some magic hydrogen in there that turns into the helium. Sun.
No,
right?
I don't have that.
There's only one gas out there, right? The hydrogen turns into the helium.
Eventually,
Right,
after it creates, and then there's a star that blows up, and then
So
that
you don't
happens
even know
over and
your
over
own
again.
fucking story.
Yes, I
What
do.
a
It's called
weirdo.
stellar.
Do you have the lab where we can test these fucking gases that you can't even get one of?
I can't. You can't get hydrogen. That's what you're saying.
You can't. You retarded
can't.
motherfucker. Go out in
How
nature
can I
and
get
get
hydrogen?
hydrogen.
I explained to you where I could find
No, I
hydrogen.
don't want you getting no man-made container. You stupid Pope, Dr.
Is
Seuss.
water
I
a
want nature where
water's a
you said it's
man-made water's a
abundant.
man-made
The most
container?
abundant
Water
thing.
is water is a man-made
So the
container.
universe is not
Water
outside,
is a
guys.
man-made container.
Do you have the hydrogen
Water is a.
outside or not?
Do I
Yeah.
have the hydrogen outside?
100% hydrogen gas is all I'm looking for.
100%
retardo.
pure hydrogen gas. Do you know the functions you'd have to
I
have
know
for
you're a
that to be?
fucking retard, and all you can do is make shit up. I don't care what you're making
No,
up. Give me
no. How am I making
100%
up to
gas.
have to have 100?
I
Like
have an apple. It's 100% apple. Don't
it's not
fucking tell
100%
me I
apple.
can't have 100% something.
It's not 100% apple. You're stupid.
You're
But
stupid bitch. What's an apple then? How much of it is an orange? You fucking retarded motherfucker.
Is there water? Is there water in an
I
apple?
want 100%.
Is there water? Hold on, hey
Why you
dumbass.
talking?
Remember how I asked you to
Why
listen
you
to words and
talking, Dr.
respond?
Seuss? We
Remember
don't
how I
remember
asked you
the
to
gas
listen to
you didn't
words?
pull out.
Remember how I asked you, is there
We
water in an
remember no
apple?
gas, no
Is there
food
water in
you
an
never
apple?
did but tell
Is there
stories.
water in an apple?
You
Is there
didn't do
water?
anything.
Is
We're
there
looking
water in
for
an apple?
hydrogen gas,
Is
you
there
fucking
water in an
retard.
apple? Is there
We're
water in
not
an apple?
looking for water.
Okay. Okay. Is there
No,
water in
it's
an
not
apple?
okay.
Is there water in an apple?
We're looking for hydrogen.
Okay, and I told
gas.
you where I could get some. Is there water in an apple?
Go get the hydrogen live.
Okay, is there water in an apple? I'll do that. But
And
is
how
there
did
water
you
in an
prove that with hydrogen 100%?
So I said I can do. We'll deal
So
with
now
that
you
because that's
can't go get
nonsense.
no hydrogen.
But
Can you
is
get
there
100% of
water?
helium?
Is there water in an apple?
Can you
Is there
get
water?
100% oxygen? Can you
One
get any
hundred
gas
percent
that's
oxygen.
100%
Yes.
of itself, please?
Can I get
Any gas
100%
for
oxygen?
itself?
Yeah. Do you know what a noble gas is? Do you know why it's called that? It's because it
Man-made.
doesn't react.
They're all
Noble
man-made
gases
in a
are
container already. I need the gas from
noble
nature.
gases are man-made in a container.
Yes, you fucking
Okay.
retard. Go get
So
me out of
helium
nature.
is man-made in a container. That's what you're saying?
No container. No container. Go get it. Go get noble gas out of
Helium is man-made in a container. That's your
Go
statement?
get me helium out in the jungle.
Helium is man-made in containers.
Go
That's your
get me
statement?
jungle natural helium.
Helium is man-made in containers. Is that your statement?
Yes, you fucking retard. You're farting
Okay.
helium.
So the sun is made out of helium. So man
You
made
don't
the
have
sun.
a sun. You just, brother, you don't
There
know
is
what
no
sun
sun.
is.
Okay.
You can't even start the first gas to
I
get
forgot.
a sun, you retarded motherfucker. Stop talking about what a sun is if you're not in the lab producing one.
I'm not creating a sun. Do you know the size of a sun?
Brother,
you know the relative size
all
of
I
it?
know is all you got Dr. Seuss fucking stories with no hydrogen to even start your sun process.
Dr.
Step
Seuss.
one,
Oh,
get hydrogen from nature, the most abundant thing.
hydrogen is a nature. You can. We have
Step
that. We have
one, put it in a vacuum, make a sun.
How could you put something in a vacuum?
I don't know how your story makes sense, vacuum boy. How do you live in a vacuum on a globe, retard? How did you put your globe in a vacuum?
I don't live in a vacuum on a globe. I live in an atmosphere.
Your atmosphere is not in a vacuum?
My atmosphere is not in a vacuum. How can my
So
atmosphere
your
be in a
atmosphere
vacuum?
goes forever.
Hey, dumbass.
So
Do you know the
have a
definition?
never-ending
Hold on,
atmosphere.
dumbass.
On the claim
Dumbass.
to this guy.
We're going to go back to
So
gravity.
on the moon, you have 14
We're going to go
PSI.
back to gravity, you idiot. This is why you're a dumbass. So
14
listen,
PSI.
dumbass. Listen, dumbass. Listen,
There
that's
is
because
no
of gravity.
You just said
Okay,
air is
so
everywhere.
listen, dumbass.
That
Listen,
means
just
no
listen.
air here.
Dumbass, just listen. Just listen,
There is
okay?
no gravity. You don't have a ball of air.
Dumbass, just listen. Just listen.
Ball of
all
air
right?
and vacuum, please.
We have a ball of air.
In a vacuum chamber, let's see it.
Are you breathing? I can hear you talk like an idiot.
I'm not breathing balls of
One
air. You
needs
retarded
air.
motherfucker.
So
I'm breathing
you are breathing
horizontal
air.
airs.
Do you know what
breathing horizontal
the definition? Dumbass, do you know what the definition of a
horizontal
vacuum is?
gradient change
Dumbass,
every
do you know
little
what the
knot.
definition of a vacuum
There
is?
is no slope of
Dumbass,
gradient.
do you know what the definition of a vacuum is?
Horizontal.
Dumbass, do you know what the definition of a vacuum is?
No, we
Dumbass,
don't.
do you know what the
He
definition
don't.
of a vacuum is?
You don't have
He does
one.
not. He
Give me
does.
the space
Okay,
vacuum. Give me
a
the space
vacuum is a
vacuum
place
and let me see where you wrote the definition from.
Do you
Where
think a
did you get
vacuum
the
is a thing that you plug
definition
into a
from,
wall? Do you think
No
a
vacuum.
vacuum is something you plug into a wall?
What vacuum are you talking
Do
about?
you think a
wrote down
vacuum
the
is something you
definition of
plug into
space
a wall?
vacuum. What matches a space vacuum live? Show us. Show us where you
There,
got that claim or definition from nothing.
I never gave you a claim or definition. I asked
Where
you
did it
for
come from? Surely not a vacuum.
So a vacuum
Surely it
is a
came
place
from an idea
atmosphere.
like you. Some
Okay.
guy wrote down vacuum word in a fucking Bible called a Bible Globe Dictionary.
Okay. Are you done?
Yeah. Do you have a
Okay.
vacuum? A natural one?
Yes. There's a natural
Where?
vacuum. It's called the
Where's it
vacuum
at?
of
Let's
space.
see it outside.
You look up in the sky.
No, I'm not looking up. I want to look forward and touch the vacuum, you retarded motherfucker. I want you to prove anything you're talking about ever. Stop looking and writing new fucking Bibles for everybody. They're not buying it. Nobody's buying it. How rich are you off your Bible story? You still go to work and do a different job? You're not as good as NASA's Bible. You'll never be. Sorry. You're a
Your
retard
natural
that believes
vacuum
it. Without retards like you, NASA wouldn't be a fuck existent because you
about is up in
retarded
the sky.
motherfuckers don't believe in reality. You believe stuff that don't exist in nature. No gases, no suns,
what if I
no
said that?
vacuums. Show me a vacuum in physical reality right now to where you can claim it's a part of physics at all.
I don't know. Okay, I can't answer that question
And
based
how the
upon the
fuck
terms
can
you
you
use.
answer anything to do with the vacuum if you
No,
have it not a part of your
just
physical
based upon the
reality?
terms you use.
A
Just based upon the
vacuum
terms.
does not
Just based
exist
upon the
in your
terms.
physical reality. No one has the math for a vacuum. No
No
one
one
has
has
the
the mass
reaction for a
for a
vacuum.
vacuum. No one has the
Space
reaction for a
vacuum,
vacuum.
space vacuum, not a Hoover, not an
Yes.
electrical one, retard.
I'm happy you know that. Thank God, because that's at least a good
So
step
what's the
forward.
difference? Show us the difference between
One
your
is
space vacuum.
one.
Show us what they do to materials.
How can I show?
You fucking retard. How do you know if you can't show?
It's
How can I
we're not
show
making
you?
any
I have to
progress on
tell you.
Who showed you?
So I can tell you. I can tell you. I
I
can
think
tell
we're
you. Explain it. No, I'm
I think we're
sorry.
in a
I'm so sorry.
DD.
I can tell you. I can tell you that. Right.
It's okay, but we're in an impasse.
So
So
everything
it
you
always
guys
goes with
have.
Demok.
So you have to
Round in
concede that
circles,
everything.
around and around and around, right, Demok?
Yes, because everything has to be a
Just around and
conception of
around.
stories. It has to be a hopeful story by Blue Ball or one of you guys, and then a bunch of excuses on why you can't and why everybody needs to believe you can't excuse on why you can't produce anything. But you know all about it, you know the math about it, but you can't produce the fucking thing you supposedly know about at all.
Demok,
None of
you can talk more and never say anything.
Not the gas.
More than any 10 people I know of.
Brother, if you could hold hands
You
with about
talk
100
and
of
talk
yourself,
and talk and talk and never say a fucking thing.
Thank you.
Jesus, that guy.
we were eating on the button, I think.
Yep, Blue Marble sums it up.
It's just tiring after a while having to listen to him.
Oh, I know it. I know it. I tried to simmer it, but it kind of cranked back up.
Hell, his routine never changes.
Like I said earlier, once again, divulges into a yelling match.
Yeah, that's what he's trying to do.
Yeah. Yeah.
He just wants to come up with some kind of impossible demand and then claim victory when you can't produce what he's asking for.
Well, he asked for a natural vacuum, and I said, "Look into space. That's a natural vacuum."
Yeah.
No, it's you. They'll ask a question, and you'll give an answer, and then one, the answer's not heard or listened to, and two, if it is, it's oh well, I need to see it right in front of my face on a perfect sphere on a Tuesday at 3 p.m. when the sun's at the like it's just like one the variables you're adding doesn't even matter, and two, the result that you're going to get is probably going to be this result here, because of gravity. It's like I've been saying, I just they will not accept gravity. I cannot. I don't understand why.
Hey, believe me, you're preaching to the choir.
I'm here to like truly study and like did someone like fall out of bed and not hit the floor one day? You know what I mean? Like they always talk about like it's always observable, whatever. When I drop something, it goes down. When I say the word down, I have to have that relative to something. And the reason why it goes to that relative direction is based upon these principles. when that's explained to them in a theorem that is logical and has a conclusion that meets the criteria of the arguments, like I said, it's not listened to, and then it's rejected. Of well, NASA's a liar. You know what I mean? And then like when they'll raise a claim, and you'll say something that is true. Hey, that's obviously false. Here's the math, and here's whatever. The thing is, the difference is, you said this, I said this isn't true because of this. When I say this, you say it's not true because of anything. Any conspiracy, anything that is not answering or even like directed towards the argument.
So Demok just typed in the chat 10 to negative 17, then he spelled Tor. Look how he spelled Tor. That's great.
Where?
T-O-U-R.
Rhymes with door.
Oh, tour.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, he's a rocket surgeon.
It's been a little bit since I talked to Demok. It's so much fun. It's fun too.
Well, it can be for a little while, but it really gets it wears thin in a hurry.
Unfortunately, you have to match the.
When he asked for a globe or a ball in a lab, ask him, because he said it was an infinite Earth. So I was like, okay, well, can you show an infinite flat Earth in a lab? Good luck with that.
Yeah.
Or any flat Earth. Anyway, yeah. It's fun to toy with him sometimes if you know what he's all about.
Well, the only lab Demok's ever seen had to do with the manufacture of illegal substances.
well, it's like he was saying, paint a blue line and show me an Earth curve, and I'm like, how can you even view that? you know what I mean? Like, that's why I was trying to say, you only think two-dimensionally. You'd have to look at that from an angle from like the side of the world that you couldn't even view it from. I'd have to paint a row of buildings that's that long, or trees, or a mountain range, or something like that, and you have to view it from the right angle. They lack the ability to understand that there's actually three dimensions. Like earlier, somebody was saying, the shape of the Earth. He was like, it's flat. He was like, what's the shape of your room? He was like, it's a square. It's like, no, it's a cube. You know what I mean? Like the space we inhabit is not two-dimensional. So like, how are you defining the shape of the Earth in that way? Say it's a Detroit pizza that has depth and width and height. That's another argument. But at the same time, it's just, like I said, I just don't understand why they can't accept gravity. That's just so mind-boggling to me.
Well, just be thankful that the world has Demoks on it. On account of, without Demoks, you wouldn't have barbacks. And if you don't have barbacks, there's nobody to wash the glasses, and that means I can't buy a fucking beer when I want one.
I don't want to reduce people like on intelligence and things like that, but like it comes to a point where it's like it's just being wrong. There's nothing wrong with being wrong, It becomes wrong when you do his actions. There's no way he's being intellectually honest in his arguments. He can't be. We shouldn't talk about him when he's out here, I guess. But I don't know.
Why not?
I don't think it's fair. I mean, I don't think it's fair. But at the same time,
he doesn't have any problem talking about you or me or anybody else anytime he feels like it. So
I understand that, but you wanted to treat people by the standard you'd like to be treated.
Yeah, you're right.
And that's the thing. Like, I'm the one who sits here and argues about morals and things and all that other stuff. And it's like, it's about your actions. It doesn't matter who told you what to do them. It's how you execute them. And you know, we're kind of, excuse me, recapping right now. But you know, I don't want to just. If he was on, I'd love to attack him because all he ever does is attack you, and you have to match his energy, which makes the argument just a yell, you know, or the conversation into an argument.
Yeah, I have a lot of quotes and comments that I've saved that Demok posts, and he's posting a lot right now. I should go through and save some and make a new, fresh collection. But on MMM, sometime in the past on the open mic night, I've actually gone there and busted out my guitar, and I try to make a song out of the stuff that he posts. And it's a lot of fun. It's like an acoustic Def Jam or whatever what the fuck you call it, where you
compilation.
Yeah. It's just I try to make a song out of it, and it's been a while since I've done that, so I might have to do that on the next open mic night.
Oh, that's this is the second time I've joined. You know, the first time, you know, I heard a lot of the same things. You know, a lot of the same people claiming same statements, and they hear the exact same thing back. It's the thing is, people in the world want attention, and honestly, the sad thing is, their amount of intellect and intelligence that they're using, they could use it in better ways. You know, the level and depth in which they kind of have to go to get to their conclusions. You know, they could use that intellect, they could use that intelligence and with like actual facts and tools and do something. And that's kind of why like I came here, because it's kind of sad because, you know, there is intelligence. You know, Demok came on and he had an actual like 2 or 3 minute little soliloquy in which he was like making some rational points. They were off base because of his definitions, but the thing is, like that's the thing. If he could learn why they're off base, accept that, like I said, there is intelligence. It's just very frustrating. It's just very frustrating seeing it go to this, you know.
Well, I did notice here he posted. So he's listening, and he says, "Let me write the actual lyrics. You will laugh so hard." And he actually spelled everything in the sentence correct. So, yeah, I gotta wonder sometimes, if he's just. I'm pretty sure he's just a really dedicated troll.
Yeah.
But yeah, some people you just don't know. But I'm pretty sure. But I'm gonna tell him, yeah, write the lyrics. Let's see what you got.
I kind of even forgot the topic we were talking about to even get to that argument. Because the thing is, it all boils down to gravity.
Yeah, it does, and that's always astounded me. I mean, of all of the things in nature that you sometimes might have a little hard time observing, gravity is the easiest fucking thing to observe.
You don't even have to observe
all
it.
Things.
Yeah. You have no control. Like you don't have to observe it. It's going to observe you. You know what I mean? Like,
precisely.
It's you know, and then like the statements of like our God, our Bible, and things like that. It's like it's very frustrating. It's a concept that if you can just apply and accept, a lot of things are going to fall in line. You know, but like I said, I don't even remember what the initial premise was.
Jesus Christ, you can be blind as a bat, deaf and dumb, but when your ass hits the ground, you're going to understand gravity.
Yeah. But that's the thing, though. You accept gravity, then you accept other things. You accept other things. You know, it's just they feel it's a slippery slope, I guess. And I think the thing is, a lot of it is, it's a lot of people try to use intellectualism to trap people into God rejection, essentially. You know, and I would love to, like, there's a guy on the other day who was a scientist and was a Christian, and hearing his, you know, theological and scientific links and debates was very inspiring. And it shows you can accept science and accept God. They're not mutually exclusive. It's just the problem is I think people feel that, you know, I start accepting this, and then like that's the thing. People are going to protect that because it's sacred to them. And that
Sorry, I'm cutting in on you.
Oh no, but I was just saying people are going to protect that, you know, and it's going to cause like a tortoise shell, to where they're going to block out everything because they're protecting that one thing. They're holding on so tight. But I think if they just went through the education, the experiments, you don't have to reject God to know science. And I think a lot of the people that know science start rejecting God because of the actions of people like that, you know. But yeah, like I said, that's what I truly think. I think it's just I think that they're getting placed on a slippery slope. They're trying to get tricked into something, and it's really not at all. It's a straightforward argument, and it has evidence and conclusions that are undeniable.
I also am amazed by well, I think that there's something interesting that happens also in creationism debates, where my suspicion is that that many of the arguments from one side get repurposed and used back by the other side. Like if you listen to almost any flat Earth talking point that isn't sort of about the Earth, but about the psychology of why you believe it, sounds to me like stuff they heard not long ago from the globe side. Like you're in a religion, you just listen to your priest, you haven't actually tested it, that scientific method, like so many of those things and same as in creationism, like creationism was just about the Bible initially, and then it started trying to get all fancy and scientific. I don't think that came from within. I think it came from trying to argue the case, hearing the counters and going, actually, they're good counters, let's make them mine.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, I mean, everybody's going to fight for their tribe. And I think that's kind of the unfortunate aspect of religion is it creates tribalism. Collectivism and unity has always pushed us forward. But yeah, like I said, I've never. My dad's a Baptist minister. I grew up in the church. I know people love that connection. But at the same time, I don't see why they can't have that and in facts as well. I don't like to say reality. I think that's kind of offending to them. So just facts, you know, evidence and facts, and then from there they can they're like a jury. They can judge and come up with their own reality, but not based on what it's currently being based on.
I'll probably be back after a bit. I gotta get some food. I'm starving.
Yeah, I think the Two concepts are remarkably similar if you really think about it. If you're coming at it from the religious side, it's in the beginning, poof. If you're coming at it from the scientific side, in the beginning, Big Bang. Now, what's the difference?
Yes.
Poof, Big Bang.
Exactly. And both have abiogenesis. Both have the kinds on Earth multiplying.
And that's the thing. I get that. Like you say, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth, but he said, "Let there be light." If you do subscribe to Big Bang, you do subscribe to matter and antimatter annihilating, which produces light. There are many things that you could tie, across left and right. You really can, and that's the thing. Like I really wish that people would kind of be more open minded. But like I said, I think they feel it's a trap. And I think it's just more freeing, knowing reality, than locked into metaphor and unknowing.
you.